When it was Apollo's turn, the members of the Rose clan were excited, eagerly anticipating what kind of result he would display. Although he had defeated Marianne, he had never revealed his true strength, which remained a mystery as Apollo walked towards the pillars. He was deep in thought, wondering how much strength he should reveal that if he showed too much and delivered a heaven-defying performance right from the start, it might draw unwanted attention from the top 10 clans, which was something. He didn't want to happen so soon. He had many thoughts as he stood before the towering pillar, its surface gleaming with the residual energy of the previous participants' blows. How much should I hold back? He wondered, calculating the balance between standing out just enough and avoiding the spotlight. Taking a deep breath, Apollo relaxed his body, channeling only a fraction of his immense strength, his fist clenched, and a faint shimmer of white, cold energy radiated from him. But it was subdued and perfectly controlled. He took a single step forward, his movement smooth and fast, and unleashed his punch. Boom! The impact echoed through the arena like a thunderclap, causing the pillar to shudder violently. For a moment, it seemed like the entire crowd held its breath because the sound was a bit different as they waited for the number to appear. Then, slowly, the glowing digits flickered to life on the pillar's surface, 0.580 dragons of strength. The moment the number appeared, 580 dragons of strength, the entire arena went silent. For just a split second, disbelief hung in the air, followed by an eruption of shocked gasps and murmurs. The pillar still trembled from Apollo's punch, and the faint cold energy he had released slowly dissipated, leaving a frosty mist around the base of the pillar. The sound of his impact had been different, deeper, resonating with a strange coldness that unsettled even the most experienced participants. The sheer force of his strike, barely perceptible in the controlled movement, had reached a level just shy of the earlier frontrunner who had caused such a stir. But Marianne's eyes widened in shock, and her earlier suspicions were confirmed. He was holding back this entire time. The Rose clan members were equally stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief. They had anticipated a powerful strike, but never imagined he would produce such a result, as they knew his focus wasn't on strength, but rather his mysterious understanding of space law. 580 dragons? How did he? He doesn't even look winded. Is he from one of the major clans? There's no way someone this strong doesn't have powerful backing. Even Matteo, the proud and confident saint-rank warrior, felt his lips twitch in surprise. He had expected Apollo to be strong, but not this strong. His smirk faded into something more contemplative. This guy's no joke, he realized, his competitive spirit rising. Apollo, however, remained as composed as ever. He glanced at the glowing number on the pillar as if assessing it for himself before casually stepping back. There was no hint of triumph in his expression, no desire to bask in the astonishment of the crowd. He had done what he needed to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Although he used less than half of his strength, it was enough to rank him highly among the participants. Now he should be considered a genius, but for the top 10 clans, it wasn't much. As Apollo walked back to the Rose clan, Marianne gave him an impressed smile. You really know how to surprise people, don't you? Apollo merely shrugged, his eyes still calm and distant. It was just enough. But in his mind, he knew that the real challenges were yet to come. The 10-clan assembly had only just begun, and while he had revealed a glimpse of his strength, he had much more in reserve for when it truly mattered. Small surprises continued to appear among the participants, and at last the representatives of strong clans, and the strongest of them, the top 10 clans, finally started to test their strength. The participants from smaller clans completed their turns. There was a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Everyone knew that the real spectacle was about to begin. The representatives from the top 10 clans, the most powerful and prestigious families in the entire assembly, were finally stepping forward to test their strength. These were the individuals who had spent their lives training under the best masters, cultivating their power to astonishing levels. The anticipation in the crowd was electric. The first among the top 10 clans to step forward was a tall, imposing man from the Divine Blood clan, known for their unmatched immortal body and indomitable spirit. His muscles rippled as he approached the pillar, his presence exuding a quiet but deadly confidence. Without any unnecessary movement, he raised his fist and struck with a fierce blow. Boom! The pillar shook violently, and for a moment it seemed like it would crack under the force of the punch. The crowd leaned in, holding their breath as the numbers slowly appeared. 912 dragons of strength. Next, a woman from the Azure Serpent clan, one of the top 10 clans, stepped forward. Her presence was almost ethereal, with an aura that flowed like water. She stood still for a moment, focusing her spiritual energy, before releasing a subtle yet deadly strike against the pillar. 70 dragons of strength lit up on the pillar, and the crowd murmured in approval. The crowd could only grasp in awe and be shocked as one after another participant from the top 10 clans appeared and showed such shocking results even without trying hard. And with some time out of 10, 9 clans were already leaving the organizing clan Titania, and finally their representative appeared, and it was someone who Apollo knew. The arena buzzed with anticipation as the representative from the Titania clan, the final contender among the top 10 clans, stepped forward. But when Apollo looked at the participant, he was surprised because it was none other than the battle-hungry, naked woman he met just after landing in this world. She strode forward with the same wild, untamed energy that he had experienced firsthand. The crowd fell into an anticipatory hush, curious to see the strength of the Titania clan's powerful representative. The woman, still exuding her fierce aura, seemed completely unbothered by the attention. Her body rippled with barely contained power, her movements fluid and effortless. She cracked her knuckles, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as if the whole event was just another playground for her insatiable thirst for battle. Apollo narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Her, of all people. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder as people began to recognize her. "That's Cassandra," someone whispered, referring to her by name. "She's the one they call the Titan of Chaos, the most talented of the Titania clan." Cassandra wasted no time. She walked up to the pillar, standing before it for a brief moment as if measuring it up. Without any visible preparation or focus, she suddenly lashed out with a brutal punch. Boom. The shockwave from her blow was unlike anything the crowd had felt all day. The very ground beneath the pillar quaked, and the sound of her punch echoed like the roar of thunder. The pillar, which had endured so many powerful strikes, visibly cracked under the force, sending small shards of stone flying. For a tense moment, it seemed like the pillar itself might collapse. The arena was deathly silent as everyone waited for the number to appear. Slowly, the pillar's surface flickered, and the digits began to form. 15 dragons of strength FCK. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The number was astonishing, far beyond anything seen so far. Cassandra's punch had not only broken records, but had also damaged the very structure of the pillar itself. Her strength was terrifying. Everyone clenched their fists, watching her closely. She hadn't even taken the test seriously, yet she had outclassed everyone. The power of the Titans truly flowed in her blood. Yet, there was something more about her, something primal and chaotic, just as her title suggested. Cassandra turned to the crowd, her grin widening as she soaked in the applause. Her eyes scanned the audience before they found Apollo and locked onto him. She looked directly at him, her expression shifting to one of predatory excitement. She had collided with him and knew his strength. Although she didn't understand why he hid his strength, it didn't matter to her. Only fighting against someone like him who can toe-to-toe with her can bring excitement to her. After that, she proudly left the stage. But her small movement couldn't be hidden from some figures. As they noticed, she seemed to have looked towards the Rose Clan participants, which made many interested in Rose Clan representatives. Apollo cursed, Democrat Minnesota F-kin. Bad luck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stay hidden, and for some reason, he always became the center of attention. Thankfully, the focus wasn't entirely on him. This time, it was on all 5 of them. After the initial shock of Apollo's performance, the crowd gradually calmed down, and the first round of testing quickly concluded, leaving only the strongest 5,000 participants qualified. 3 participant from the Rose Clan made it through. Apollo, Matteo, and Marianne among the remaining participants. Even the weakest was a top 4th-ranked Grandmaster, and more than 400 were Saint-level warriors, making the competition to reach the top 100 even more intense, even for Saints. With the end of the first round, and not wasting time, the second round begins. Immediately, a token appeared in the hands of 3,000 participants who cleared the first round. And without a moment, they were forcefully teleported. What? Even Apollo, who had a strong understanding of space, couldn't help but be surprised and couldn't stop this sudden teleportation. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast valley, surrounded by towering trees and looming mountains. A loud voice echoed through the valley, announcing the next challenge. The second test will be held in this miniature world. You will need to hunt monsters or one another to obtain points, which will be displayed on your tokens. The time limit is 3 days, and only the top 300 will advance to the final round. The voice continued. Participants can go all out. If any representative is defeated, they will be teleported out safely at a critical moment. So, there's nothing to hold back. So, all the best. With that, the voice faded, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by the sudden change in their surroundings and the rules of the second round. Apollo was also surprised by this. He looked around carefully and didn't see Matteo and Marianne from the Rose clan. He was alone, which means they were randomly transported all over this place, but he seems to land in a good position, as he is on a relatively tall mountain and can view most of the landscape. And since they are on their own, he is going to begin his hunt and is looking forward to how many talented people he is going to meet. As Apollo stood atop the tall mountain, his sharp eyes scanned the vast landscape. The valley was a wilderness of thick forests, rivers, and jagged cliffs, teeming with dangerous creatures and competitors. The dense mist rolling off the distant mountains added an eerie ambience, making the miniature world feel more alive and unpredictable. 3 days, he thought to himself, gripping the token in his hand. The token glowed faintly in his hand, indicating that his points were at 0. Not for long, he mused with a small smile, feeling the competitive fire ignite in his chest. First things first, assess the environment. He cast a simple search spell that, in his current strength of 4th rank mage, was a very easy spell, and it had more range than using his direct spiritual sense to search, although not accurate. He was going to find approximate enemies nearby. It didn't take long for him to detect several energy signatures, both human and beast, but for now he focused on the monsters closest to him. They would serve as the initial prey. Apollo took out his soul-shattering bow as he was going to hunt using his archery. He originally wanted to try to improve his archery with his now improved space law. He now wants to shoot an arrow that travels through space and can kill anyone or anything at any place without being unable to hide. And the current situation was the perfect place for this. He was going to create his own unparalleled archery skill. Not to mention, he showed his mastery of space law in the Rose clan, which confirmed his identity as a genius of space LW. As he stood in the thick forest, he closed his eyes and drew in the energy around him. The ambient life force flowed into him as he focused on the space between him and his unseen targets in the valley. He wasn't aiming for a creature or another participant just yet. His goal was to craft a skill that would increase his strength. Apollo notched an arrow and began to manipulate the space around him. A shimmering wave of spatial laws danced across the bowstring. Wrapping around the arrow like a second skin, he could feel the tension in the air as his awareness expanded, connecting with the distant points around the valley. Trees, cliffs, even the energy signatures of other beings, all scattered across the valley. He began layering his understanding of space over the arrow. His first step was to ensure the arrow could fold space, allowing it to travel vast distances instantly. By bending space to his will, the arrow would disappear from one location and reappear at another, moving faster than anything. But that's just the beginning, Apollo thought, his eyes narrowing and focused that he needed more than speed. His arrow needed to seek out its target regardless of its position. This was where his next breakthrough came into play. Spatial tracking. Why leaving a mark on a target's spatial signature. The arrow would be bound to its unique energy, tracking it through any shift or movement in space. With the foundations of the skill forming in his mind, Apollo's energy surged. The forest around him seemed to warp slightly, the trees bending as the laws of space bent to his will. He could sense the potential of the shot growing, the arrow thrumming with power, but there was one more element he needed to integrate: space penetration. And no matter how many barriers, realms, or even dimensions a target could hide in, the arrow would pierce through it all, leaving no room for escape. He focused, visualizing the arrow cutting through multiple layers of space, breaching dimensional walls, and striking with an unstoppable force. Apollo pulled the string back fully now, his entire being focused on this single shot. He felt the bow resonate with his energy, becoming an extension of his very soul. That he locked his target and marked the spatial coordinate in its life. Let's see how far you can go, he whispered to the ice arrow, a small smile curling at his lips. With a smooth release, the arrow vanished from the bowstring. There was no sound, no visible trail, just the sudden displacement of space as the arrow folded into another dimension. That Apollo's senses followed it as it sliced through the layers of reality, traveling far beyond the normal range of any mortal being. In the distance, deep in the valley where monsters roamed, a fierce beast roared. The target beast was a big rhino-like beast who didn't have any idea what was coming towards him. And an instant later, an arrow appeared near him, and the beast had no time to react, no chance to escape. The arrow had appeared at its vital point, bypassing its thick armor and natural defenses, and in the blink of an eye, it collapsed, lifeless. Although he clearly killed the beast, he didn't show much expression as he felt the amount of spiritual strength used in a single arrow and errors in blending multiple layers of space law and different abilities in a single arrow. He was barely able to manage and mend those characteristics when the arrow was within his immediate control. But as the distance increased, the cohesion of these abilities began to unravel. Apollo knew he needed more training and practice to perfect this technique, understanding that the balance was delicate and required further mastery. His token flashed, adding more points to his total, but Apollo barely glanced at it. The initial 0 changed and became 10. But even with limitations right now, the shot had been a success. The potential of this technique is limitless, he thought, looking forward to it, but he had just taken the first step toward mastering his new, unparalleled archery technique, one that could transcend space itself. And in this miniature world, surrounded by countless opponents and dangers, he had the perfect testing ground to refine it further. Outside on the large pillar top, all 5,000 participant points and rankings were being displayed. And just after a few minutes of landing, the points of many participants were increasing rapidly, easily crossing 3 digits, and were still increasing. These were the fierce warriors and talented geniuses who wasted no time in hunting down monsters or engaging in combat with each other. Leaderboard displayed the names of the top participants in glowing letters, their points rising rapidly as they hunted monsters or fought off other competitors. The top 10 clans, renowned for their unmatched strength and heritage, naturally dominated the rankings, with each representative's score surpassing 500 points in mere minutes. But to everyone's surprise, Cassandra, who had demonstrated the strongest raw strength earlier with her 912 dragons of strength, was not holding the top position. The name at the top of the leaderboard was awakens, a mysterious figure from the Infernal clan, one of the more reclusive but powerful factions within the top 10. The Drakens clan is a mysterious and elusive group, often regarded with fear and suspicion. They possess a terrifying ability to enhance their strength by consuming blood, much like vampires. However, their powers go far beyond mere blood consumption. The Drakens wield enigmatic abilities that delve into the arcane and unknown. Due to their unsettling nature, the Drakens rarely showcase their full power openly, keeping their true strength shrouded. Even the 10 clans, powerful in their own right, remain wary of the Drakens and maintain a guarded stance toward them. It is whispered that the Drakens belong to the infernal demon clans, occupying a high rank among them, which has earned them the ominous title of the Infernal Clan. As a result, many fear them as beings aligned with hell itself. Violetta Drakens was now holding the first position with almost 900 points, and that was in just a few minutes. The second rank wasn't held by the battle maniac Cassandra, currently ranked 3rd, but by a person named Dean Spada, hailing from one of the top 10 clans renowned for their swordsmanship. As time passed, the crowd began to notice subtle differences in skill and power among the participants. Many formidable contenders and dark horses started to reveal their true strength, gradually climbing the rankings and catching the audience's attention. Apollo also started to rank up using his archery, and he began a hunt using his spatial archery and raking points. Although his main focus was on improving his archery, not increasing his ranking, he was still many times faster than an ordinary saint due to the advantage of being a hunter who hunts from a large distance. Although he was focused on mastering his spatial archery, his score climbed steadily, placing him well within the top 300 without even trying. His soul-shattering bow gleamed under the sunlight as each shot tore through space, leaving behind faint spatial distortions. His arrows traveled farther than any normal attacks, appearing from unexpected angles to strike monsters unaware. The leaderboard shifted and fluctuated as fierce battles unfolded across the valley. Apollo didn't care about ranking and remained unfazed from his perch on the mountain. He scanned the landscape and marked potential targets. As other participants revealed their full strength to maintain their lead, Apollo stayed patient. While many hunted recklessly to increase their points, Apollo hunted with calculated precision, ensuring that each arrow not only secured a kill, but improved his understanding of spatial manipulation. He knows that only at the end will the real competition begin, when the participants will try to hunt each other to increase their points. Quickly, all he had to do now was slowly increase his points and steadily wait for the last day to arrive. And with this thought, he flicked off his wrist and released multiple ice arrows that whoosh. The arrow disappeared into the layers of space, only to reemerge hundreds of meters away, impaling a beast mid-pounce, killing it instantly and increasing his points. Under the darkening sky of the miniature world, Apollo sat quietly on his mountaintop perch, the soul-shattering bow resting across his knees. His token glowed faintly, its points tally increasing slowly but steadily. Time seemed to pass, and the first day finished with many surprises, but the top 10 at the end of the day were steadily held by the people from the 10 clans. Even within the top 50, more than 30 belonged to the top 10 hegemonic clans. Apollo maintained his position within the top 300, even climbing close to the 200 mark, drawing significant attention from various clans. Mathio, from the Rose clan, also performed well, securing a spot within the top 300 by the end of the day. With two representatives making it into the top ranks, the Rose clan was naturally elated and proud. However, their success also attracted jealousy from several smaller and mid-tier clans, many of which failed to place even a single participant in the top 300. Apollo's fingers traced the bowstring absent-mindedly as the stars above began to twinkle. His expression was serene that he closed his eyes and began meditating, allowing his spiritual energy to replenish and sort his improvements and a new understanding of spatial archery as the valley stirred with restless beasts and eager competitors. The next day was a little different. The competition was more fierce, and large and small twists appeared, and many strong participants fell prey to traps or some schemes, creating a small influx in the ranking. Apollo himself also found some participants who were trying to hunt others, but he, with his spatial archery, ended their time here even without them knowing how they lost, leaving them flabbergasted by such a turn of events. Arrows appeared flying suddenly, and the moment they felt something, they already had lost it. FCK, what has killed them? A small group of 3 that was eliminated were shocked and angry as they were teleported out of the miniature world. But such things didn't attract much attention, as they were just the weakest participants, not worthy of much attention. At the end of the day, only some minor changes took place. But maybe because of luck or some reason, the top 10 didn't meet one another or had some major upset in the ranking. Apollo also maintained his steady rate, and because of hunting some participants who were in the way, he calmly entered the top 200. And at the end of the day, he reached the 156th rank. He knew the third and final day would be different. The real battles would unfold when the participants turned on one another, desperate to claim enough points for a spot in the top 500. As the night settled over the valley, Apollo rested on his mountain perch, his bow resting across his lap. He didn't need to scramble like the others. His strength was rooted in his precision. Most didn't hunt at night in the miniature world, as at night the world seems to get covered in a mysterious aura that makes it difficult for them to sense far, and it makes it difficult to find others, but still many try to take advantage of it. But most of them ended badly and lost due to sneak attacks by beasts who seem to not have any problem with it. Even he cannot sense his enemies far away and barely reaches 100 meters, more than enough to protect himself. He waited for the next day. When the final day arrived, the arrows he released would alter the outcome of the entire trial, and he would make sure that each one counted. As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, the miniature world stirred. The final day had begun, and it did so with unrestrained ferocity. From his vantage point, Apollo saw participants racing across the terrain, their weapons drawn, each of them hungry for points. Alliances shattered, betrayals unfolded, and traps were sprung without warning. Every arrow, every blade, and every spell was used with ruthless intent. With a calm breath, Apollo drew his soul-shattering bow, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the battlefield below. He didn't waste energy rushing into the fray, as from now on, it was going to be a desperate battle, and many hidden talents would also show their true strength today. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, arrows vanished into space, reappearing silently behind a fleeing participant. Before they could sense it, the arrow pierced their back, and the participants collapsed mid-step, their token flashing and points transferring to Apollo. The body faded, teleported out of the trial. After experimenting and practicing for 2 days, he now became much better. Not only could he fire multiple arrows quickly, but his power, distance, and precision also increased, showing how talented and shockingly fast he improved. The battlefield descended into chaos. Different clans turned against each other, and former allies, and hunted other clan representatives. It was an all-out war. Every means was used, as they weren't holding back. Apollo, at that moment, also noticed someone familiar who seemed to be pursued by other participants. It was none other than Marianne, who seemed to be pursued by 2 people, and they seemed to be from the Greyrock clan. The Greyrock clan not only had a feud with the Rose clan, but it was notorious for its ruthlessness and cunning, and these 2 didn't seem interested in merely defeating Marianne. They pursued her with sadistic glee, and it was clear their intention wasn't just defeating her to earn some points. She fled, attacking them with various plant-based strikes, though she was in the forest, giving her the advantage of home ground. Both of her enemies were formidable. She could handle one, but not both at the same time. Seeing this, he quickly decided to help her, as she was the only person he knew in this world. Besides, knowing her current situation. If he couldn't help, he would feel uneasy. With practiced ease, Apollo drew his soul-shattering bow, the tension in the string humming like a whisper in the air, that he focused, letting his senses attune to the shifting layers of space. Se whoosh, an arrow vanished from his bow, its trajectory slicing through space. Hundreds of meters away, it materialized behind the leading gray rock pursuer and seemed to pierce his spine before he even realized what was happening. The man staggered mouth agape, and then collapsed, teleported out of the trial. The second gray rock pursuer halted in shock, glancing around wildly, his senses on high alert. FCK, what just happened? He could understand what happened to his brother and how he was eliminated. With a grave expression, he started to look around. Even Marianne's speed decreased, but she didn't stop, even though now she should be able to handle the one who is still here, not knowing who the enemy did that. But before the second Grey Rock clan member could react, SCZ, whoosh, another cold arrow materialized from thin air, burying itself deep into his chest. The man gasped, clutching the wound as his token flashed, and in the next moment, he too was gone. Marianne froze mid-stride, her eyes wide as she saw both of her pursuers vanish into glowing particles. For a moment, confusion clouded her features. Then realization dawned. She scanned the terrain, and though she couldn't see Apollo, something told her it was him, because she cannot feel anyone other than him would be able to do something this bizarre and would help him. Only the mysterious Apollo seems to fit the description. Nobody else. The soft smile played across her lips, and she whispered under her breath, "Thank you." Eve, if she wasn't sure it was Apollo, she had to thank the mysterious person who helped her get up on the mountain. Apollo lowered his bow with a calm expression, watching his two arrows how easily he dealt with two fourth-rank grandmasters. Let him feel his archery was getting better and better, closing to his ideal realm. The air shimmered briefly, and in the next heartbeat, Apollo appeared a few meters away from Marianne. She blinked, startled, but not entirely surprised. Only someone with mastery over space, or rare laws like shadow or darkness, could move so silently and swiftly. Apollo, thanks. If it wasn't for you, I have to leave this place. She thanked him again and smiled, looking at him, feeling relieved and shocked by his strength. Her tone was a mix of relief and awe. She knew Apollo was strong, but seeing him in action like this, defeating enemies without even them understanding how and when, in a flash of a second, was something else entirely. Apollo gave a small nod, acknowledging her gratitude without much fanfare. "Let's go," he said quietly, his tone as calm as ever. With that said, he started to move, and Marianne, nodding her head, quickly followed him. This was only the beginning of the final day, and Apollo knew that the real battle would come soon enough, when participants turn on each other with everything they had left. Hopefully, he would see something exciting. They arrived at the summit, and Marianne froze in disbelief. Before her lay an almost surreal sight, a small campfire crackling softly beside a neat table and chair. Laden with a selection of fresh fruits and perfectly barbecued meat, it looked more like a leisurely picnic than a staging point in the middle of a brutal, high-stakes competition. "This," Marianne whispered, her voice laced with confusion as she tried to process the scene. Apollo, seated casually in the lonely chair, didn't even glance her way. With one hand, he speared a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. His bow rested nearby, unstrung, as if this were nothing more than a break from a pleasant afternoon stroll. The sight baffled her. The battlefield below them raged with desperate fighters clawing for victory, while Apollo acted as though he was on a scenic retreat. He naturally noticed this, but he didn't care about her thoughts, as he didn't really need to fight hard. It was a complete archery practice for him, where he could face danger. If anyone could survive a single arrow, that already would be a great feat. Marianne struggled to keep up with his mindset. She knew Apollo was different, but seeing this level of nonchalance in the middle of the trial was something entirely different. "You're not worried at all?" she asked, her brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of his attitude. Apollo finally looked at her, his expression serene, as though he were explaining something obvious. "Why should I be?" Marianne was left speechless. There was no arrogance in his tone, only calm certainty. "Eat if you want," he added casually, gesturing toward the food. "It's still a long day ahead." Marianne could only stare at him, caught between disbelief and admiration. Despite everything, a small smile tugged at her lips, and somehow, sitting beside him at the top of that mountain, with chaos unfolding beneath them, she felt strangely safe. Time seems to pass, as Apollo from time to time will fire an arrow in the sky, and his points will increase. Marianne, to which she can only feel shocked and accepted. But suddenly he stopped and seemed to look in one direction with interest. "What is it?" Marianne asked, curious. Apollo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood and gestured for her to follow. Intrigued, Marianne trailed behind him as they descended the mountain. His movements were smooth and deliberate, as if he already knew where they needed to be. After some time, they arrived at the edge of a cliff, where the sight below captured Marianne's breath. A devastating battle raged between two groups of participants. Bang! Bang! Explosions rocked the terrain, sending debris flying. Point one. Group seems to have more than a dozen people, while the other group only has four, but it still seems that dozens of people were the ones under pressure. Especially the leading guy of the small group of four, that who seems to have covered a black and very unique aura, making him look strong and mysterious. His name is Escher, and he's also one of the dark horses that appeared suddenly and shocked the crowd in the first round. Hailing from a weak clan. Not only that, the other three weren't weak, but were strong saints, which was surprising as they seemed to have hidden their strength in the first round. "That aura," Marianne whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's so strange." Apollo's gaze remained steady, following Asher's every move. "Interesting." He looked carefully at the dark aura around him with curiosity. This aura is the reason why he came close to the group, because it was the aura of the unique aura of darkness law. Marianne furrowed her brow, still processing. Hiding saint-level strength. The larger group was crumbling. Their numbers meant little against the relentless assault from Asher and his companions. Each time one of the dozen tried to mount a counterattack, they were met with a devastating attack. Suddenly, Asher's black aura surged violently. With a subtle gesture, a thick veil of darkness spread like a smothering fog, consuming half of the opposing group in an instant. The shadowy mist clung to them, and before they could even comprehend what was happening, their tokens activated, and they were teleported out of the trial in bursts of light. That Marianne's heart skipped a beat as she witnessed the devastating display. She glanced at Apollo, sensing his intrigue. "You seem interested." Apollo's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's rare to find someone like him, someone who understands the law of darkness." "What? Law of darkness?" She looked at Asher with a shocked expression. Her gaze snapped back to Asher, her expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. "Nothing is impossible," Apollo corrected softly, "just rare." Asher moved gracefully on the battlefield, the darkness responding to him as if it were alive, an extension of his will. His opponents, now halved in number, faltered under the crushing pressure. The black mist encircling him seemed to blur the line between reality and illusion, leaving his enemies lost and vulnerable. "That aura," Marianne whispered in awe. "It's like the night itself fights for him." He looked at the weird aura of darkness with interest, as the law of darkness is very rare, just like his death or space law. Its ability is also a bit mysterious. It also seems to have a similar property of devouring elements, and also has strong influences on the user's mind. Just as Asher eliminated the group, his cold voice cut through the dissipating silence. "You two have been watching long enough," he said, his sharp gaze locking onto the area where Apollo and Marianne stood concealed. "When are you going to come out?" Marianne tensed in surprise, but Apollo remained perfectly calm, in a seamless motion. Apollo stepped forward from the shadows, his presence calm, yet imposing, as if he had nothing to fear. Marianne followed hesitantly, glancing nervously between the two powerful figures. Asher's dark aura writhed, subtly reacting to Apollo's presence. His gaze, sharp as a blade, didn't waver as he studied the newcomer. There was no fear in his eyes, only curiosity and caution. Escher's confidence was not unfounded. Yes. A genius who had comprehended the law of darkness to the level of a domain, he had every reason to be proud. With his mastery of the darkness domain, he could easily overpower most saints, even those with a significant understanding of their own domains. The way his aura of darkness blanketed the battlefield was proof of his superiority. Within his darkness domain, the perception was skewed, senses dulled, and every step felt like wading through a thick, suffocating night. For most opponents, facing him was akin to battling darkness. Attacks landed on illusions and corrosion, while the real threat remained unseen until it was too late. Unless he encountered someone with mastery over similarly rare laws, his dominance remained unchallenged, ensuring that he would remain undefeated. "You're not just here to watch," Asher said, narrowing his eyes. The darkness around him pulsed, eager to react to any sign of hostility. "Are you planning to challenge me?" Apollo chuckled, the sound low and easy. "I was just curious." Asher's grin widened, his dark aura swirling with anticipation. "Curious? Huh. Well, It seems your curiosity might cost you more than you hoped for. Escher laughed, although he could see that the guy was quite mysterious and didn't show any expression. Perhaps this man had a trump card, but Asher wasn't concerned. Confidence radiated from him. After all, only the elites of the top 10 clans deserved his serious attention. This stranger, at best, it is an appetizer before the real challenge. The air between them grew heavier, charged with tension. Marianne, sensing the dangerous shift, tensed. She knew a confrontation was inevitable. Asher's darkness thickened, swirling like a black tide, preparing to consume everything in its path. But Apollo's smile remained faint, as if untouched by Asher's bravado. Appetizer, is it? You might not find me easy to swallow. Asher's eyes gleamed with amusement. We'll see soon enough. Without another word, Apollo's form flickered, and in an instant he reappeared several meters away, bow already drawn. His icy arrow shimmered faintly, as if it existed halfway between space and reality. Hopefully, you will be able to eat a lot, because I plan on trying quite a few things. Apollo smiled and looked at Asher, whose expression changed seeing his sudden teleportation and the twisted space around his bow and arrow. Asher's grin faltered for the briefest moment. Law of space. FCK. He knew it was going to be a fierce fight. If he knew, he wouldn't say big words, but that didn't mean he was afraid. Come on, let's see how powerful space law is. Before Escher could react, Apollo's arrow vanished, only to reappear directly in front of his chest. With an instinct born of countless battles, Asher quickly, without a second thought, burst out with an aura of darkness that enveloped him like armor, stopping the arrow. Boom! The collision sent a shock wave through the air, and Apollo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, he murmured, watching as the arrow disintegrated against the armor of darkness. Escher stood tall, the law of darkness swallowing the arrow's spatial energy and leaving him unscathed. Escher straightened with a sigh, although it looked like it wasn't difficult. But he knew that arrow was too fast and almost made him lose. But after this, a wicked grin spread across his face. Surprised? The darkness isn't just for hiding. It's infinite and nothingness. His aura writhed around him like living shadows, ready to consume anything. Now it's your turn, and this won't be easy for you. Apollo tilted his head slightly, an intrigued glint in his eye. Haha, let's see what you can do. The other three beside Escher quickly moved backwards, giving space, and even Marianne, knowing it would be a serious battle, quickly moved to a safer distance. Escher's dark aura churned like a storm, black tendrils coiling around him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. I'll show you why the law of darkness isn't just for show. Apollo's expression remained calm, his bow slightly lowered but his eyes sharp and calculating. Show me then. With a roar, Escher thrust his hands forward, sending waves of dark tendrils whipping toward Apollo. They slithered like serpents, fast and precise, aiming to wrap around his limbs and drain everything from him. But Apollo was gone in an instant, his form flickering out of existence. He reappeared a dozen meters away, already drawing his bow. An arrow hummed with spatial energy, distorting the air as if the world itself resisted its presence. Escher snorted and expanded his domain. Darkness oozed across the ground, spreading in every direction like ink spilled across the parchment, and the dark fog around him became denser. His field of control grew, leaving no room for error. If Apollo slipped, even once, the darkness would claim him. Apollo loosed the arrow, and it vanished mid-flight, bypassing the distance between them. Escher was ready this time. His domain pulsed, devouring the arrow before it could rematerialize near him. You'll need more than that. Escher barked, his confidence growing, but Apollo only smiled. Good, but you shouldn't talk this much when fighting someone. What? Escher's eyes widened in disbelief. It. The arrows split through space, attacking from multiple angles, each imbued with Apollo's mastery of spatial manipulation. His domain of darkness surged in response, but it was too slow to counter every threat. The first arrow slammed into his side, the second grazed his shoulder, and the third, descending from above, was mere inches from piercing his skull. In a desperate move, Escher roared, unleashing a concentrated burst of darkness. Shadows exploded outward, thick and oppressive, swallowing two of the incoming arrows just in time. But the third arrow, aimed for his head, slipped through the cracks in his defense. Escher twisted at the last second, and the arrow missed his skull by a hair's breadth, slicing through his cheek and landing beside him. Boom! Blood sprayed, cold and sharp as the winter winds, but the near miss rattled him more than the wound itself. Panting, he gritted his teeth. UF Kerr. Apollo remained eerily calm, already drawing another arrow. His expression didn't shift, as if the current situation had been predetermined. "You talk too much, Escher." The space around Apollo shimmered once more, warping in unpredictable patterns. Arrows emerged from these distortions. Not one or two, but a dozen, each crackling with spatial energy that defied the laws and distance. They moved with terrifying precision, their paths intersecting and overlapping, creating a deadly net that Escher's heart raced. He knew if even one arrow landed cleanly, it could end him. As each arrow carries devastating power, his mind whirled, calculating his next move. The black mist thickened, wrapping around him like armor. He pushed the darkness domain to its limit, trying to absorb every arrow. He didn't hold back anything. His domain surged outward, a roiling sea of darkness that devoured everything in its path. Grass withered, plants blackened, and trees crumbled into ash as the corruption spread. The very air seemed to grow heavy with malice, and the ground beneath his feet cracked under the oppressive aura. Even Apollo's spatial arrows, which had torn through the battlefield with lethal precision, began to falter as they entered the boundaries of Asher's expanded domain. Their momentum slowed, and the energy within them began to unravel. The once razor-sharp arrows flickered and lost their brilliance as if swallowed by the abyss itself. Within the shroud of darkness, everything was consumed. Everything except the few meters of space surrounding Apollo, the area around him remained untouched, as though the darkness dared not encroach upon it. It was as if an invisible boundary shielded him, leaving the ground beneath his feet pristine. Apollo stood calmly, unaffected, his posture relaxed, as if the suffocating darkness swirling around him was of no consequence. His gaze held a spark of interest, as though he were studying a curious phenomenon rather than confronting an opponent's power. The oppressive blackness loomed, twisting and undulating, yet Apollo's expression remained composed, his eyes sharp with calculation. He stood there, unmoved, undeterred, like a lone star in the void, watching it all unfold with mild interest. He was covered in a spatial barrier, and they weren't just a single barrier, but multiple layers of space interlocked together to form a strong, invisible barrier that even the law of darkness cannot corrode. Even enveloped in darkness, Apollo's keen eyes locked onto his target. He drew his soul-shattering bow with slow precision. But this time he didn't immediately release the arrow. Instead, energy began to coalesce around it, an overwhelming, destructive force that made the air tremble. Escher, watching from within his domain, felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The momentum building around Apollo was dangerous, too dangerous. He had to act before it was too late. Without hesitation, the fog of darkness within his domain twisted and morphed into countless weapons, launching them from every angle toward Apollo, seeking to shatter the spatial barrier protecting him. But the barrier held firm, impenetrable, and unyielding, as though reality itself refused to bend. In an instant, the arrow was fully charged. Void disintegration arrow. Bang! The arrow shot forth, shattering space with terrifying speed. Escher's heart sank. There was no time to react. His darkness domain, a manifestation of his mastery, crumbled before the arrow's unstoppable might, as if it didn't exist at all. The oppressive black mist parted, unable to even slow the arrow's trajectory. WHBOM! The sound of the explosion echoed across the battlefield, shaking the very fabric of space in the miniature world. Escher's figure was consumed by the overwhelming blast, his domain shattered into fragments that scattered like dust in the wind. But he was a bit surprised because he didn't see the bright light when participants disappeared from the miniature world, meaning he somehow survived at a mile away. Escher's disheveled figure materialized, his face twisted in sheer horror, as if he had witnessed something beyond comprehension and terrifying. His heart pounded violently, and cold sweat drenched his body. Apollo, whose spiritual sense already covered a large distance, also covered his appearance, and said something that was heard only in Escher's mind. "Oh, quite an ability, you survived. Fsika, Fsika, F." He, like a horrified kid, ran for his life, not daring to look back. He couldn't believe he would meet such a monster besides the 10 clans. Apollo let out a soft chuckle, watching the spectacle with indifference. He'd had his fun and saw no reason to continue the chase. Meanwhile, Escher's 3 companions, who had been observing from a distance, immediately followed his lead. The moment they saw his darkness domain collapse, they turned on their heels and ran as fast as they could, eager to escape the nightmare they had just witnessed. Thus, the confrontation ended abruptly, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet. its conclusion marked by fear, flight, and Apollo's dominance. Marianne also watched all this and couldn't help but feel shocked by their strength, especially Apollo's. Now she could not fathom how strong he actually was and why he came to their weak clan to join the Ten Clan assembly. She even felt a bit afraid of Apollo's mysteriousness, hoping it would not affect their Rose clan. She bit her lip, her hands trembling slightly at the thought. Sensing her discomfort, Apollo turned his gaze toward her. His blue eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, sharp yet unreadable. "Afraid?" he asked, voice soft but tinged with amusement. Marianne stiffened under his gaze, quickly masking her fear with a shaky smile. "No, just surprised." Apollo chuckled. "Don't worry, I had no ill thoughts towards Rose Clan." Before she could say, he turned away to look toward the horizon, where Escher and his companions had long disappeared, seeming to think something. Marianne exhaled slowly, her nerves still frayed. She knew one thing for certain now: Apollo wasn't someone to be underestimated. Whether ally or foe, he carried an unpredictable danger, like a storm cloud that could either pass harmlessly or unleash devastating fury without warning. Today's battle was the most exciting one that, although it looked easy, used his space domains and understanding to the fullest. And he couldn't help but say the results were quite good. Outside, nobody knew what exciting battle just took place, but all the representatives were having fierce confrontations, and the battle here was also noticed by many who were even far away. But most of them didn't dare to come here, but still, there will always be a group of people who aren't afraid of heaven and earth. That Apollo's gaze was distant again, as if he could already feel the shifting tides of fate. With a small, almost imperceptible smile, he whispered to himself, "Let them come." The wind stirred once more, carrying with it the faint sounds of distant footsteps, proof that their quiet moment would soon be over. But Apollo welcomed it. He, from far away, noticed different groups of curious participants coming towards him. But for him, they were just a large sum of points, as today he didn't hunt much. His ranking had decreased some. "Looks like it's feeding time," he murmured to himself with a faint smile. Marianne, standing beside him, noticed his change in demeanor. "What are you planning to do?" she asked cautiously. Apollo casually strung his bow, his fingers brushing the smooth wood with a sense of ease. "Nothing much, just some light hunting." The air around him shifted, space rippling subtly, as he used a space law. The first group of participants came into view, unaware that they had already wandered into a trap. "Let's earn some points," Apollo whispered, raising his soul-shattering bow. A shimmering arrow materialized, glowing faintly with the ice energy and covered in space law. With a soft twang, the arrow vanished, reappearing in the midst of the nearest group. Boom! The ground exploded as the space-twisting arrow detonated, sending participants flying in all directions, kicking out more than half of them in an instant. Panic ensued, and their initial curiosity turned into frantic desperation. "That should be worth a few points," Apollo muttered, already knocking another arrow from across the battlefield. Survivors scrambled to regroup, but their movements were slow and disorganized. One by one, they began to vanish in bursts of light, the unmistakable sign of participants being ejected from the miniature world. Apollo shot arrow after arrow, each one carrying the weight of a space law. None could escape. Their fates were sealed the moment they entered his range. In the blink of an eye, his ranking started to increase rapidly, and a minute after he destroyed the group of participants, his ranking finally climbed to the top 100. The arena outside erupted into gasps and murmurs. The crowds buzzed with disbelief, and representatives from various clans stared at the leaderboard in shock. How did he rise so quickly? Apollo's meteoric climb stunned even the most seasoned participants. Clan leaders whispered among themselves, their interest sharpening into something more dangerous. The battle continued, and time passed, but nothing could stop Apollo, who maintained his ranking in the top 100, and even helped Marianne earn some points to be ranked within the top 500. As the battle the last day went on, many figures made names for themselves among the participants. Even Apollo seems to have become famous and was given the nickname Ghost Arrow because of how all his enemies lost even without showing their true strength. "Ah, big fish," Apollo murmured, a flicker of surprise and excitement flashing through his eyes. His gaze locked onto a lone figure, a pale, slender man shrouded in a thick, crimson aura. The bloody mist swirled around him like a malevolent storm cloud, suffocating everything in its path. His steps were casual, yet each one sent shivers through the ground, as if the air itself recoiled from his presence. Anyone who saw him instantly fled in terror. Those too slow to escape met a grisly end, crushed, like insects beneath an overwhelming force. Even the most battle-hardened participants dared not challenge him. knowing full well it would only lead to certain death. This man wasn't just any participant, Violetta Drakens. The current #1 ranker of the Ten-Clan Assembly is hailed as the crown jewel of the infamous Drakens clan, a monstrous genius whose very name was synonymous with feared 8T that moment. Drakens furrowed his eyes as he felt and looked in Apollo's direction. Apollo's lips curled into a small, predatory grin. Things just got interesting. Drakens' presence was suffocating, the bloody aura pulsating like a living entity. He embodied everything the Drakens clan was feared for, a perfect blend of cruelty and power. His calm demeanor only added to the dread, as if he knew that no one could stand against him. But Apollo's grin deepened as his crystal blue eyes locked onto Violetta Drakens. The vast expanse between them seemed irrelevant, as if the air itself bent under the weight of their gazes. It was a silent clash, a prelude to something inevitable. From across the battlefield, Drakens narrowed his blood-red eyes, his lips curling slightly, as he seemed to have also found this interesting. The mist surrounding him twisted and coiled, reacting as if sensing Apollo's power. Something dangerous, something rare. It wasn't fear, but intrigue that flickered in his eyes. Even the vast distance between them didn't seem to diminish their aura, as the miles of land seemed to feel the pressure of two gigantic powers. The other participants nearby also felt an invisible pressure, like the world was trembling. But just as the two of them were going to begin, a shocking aura appeared that enveloped the entire miniature world, and a bright light came from the sky. Even without giving anyone any time, they teleported all the participants. The sudden surge of power caught both Apollo and Drakens off guard. Their auras faltered for a moment as a blinding light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire miniature world like a divine decree. The ground trembled violently, and the invisible clash between the two titanic forces dissolved into nothingness. Before either of them could act, the world warped, a formless energy wrapped around their bodies, pulling them upward with irresistible force. The sky fractured like glass, and the light consumed them. The next moment, Apollo found himself standing on a massive stone platform bathed in twilight, surrounded by other bewildered participants. Around him, familiar faces materialized: Escher and his companions, Marianne, and countless others who had fought and schemed within the miniature world. Even Draken stood nearby, his crimson aura flickering like an irritated flame. Second round ends. With that voice quickly, the top 500 names were displayed on a big scroll with a bright golden light. TCHH. Apollo was also a little annoyed, as he was also a bit excited to face Drakens, but he calmed down. He should have a chance, and he shouldn't forget his main mission in the mood of excitement. In the end, the top 10 were the 10 ancient clans that occupied it with their unfathomable strength, which has been continuing for thousands of years. That Apollo's rank was also not bad, as his name flashing at 74th on the ranking board sent waves of shock through the assembly. For someone from a lesser-known clan like the Rose clan to place so high was almost unheard of. Such a feat hadn't been accomplished in centuries, and whispers began to ripple through the various factions. A rank like that, from a weak clan? Someone muttered in disbelief. It must be a fluke, another added, though their uneasy expression said otherwise. But Apollo wasn't the only surprise of this year's assembly. Two other dark horses had also clawed their way into the top 100, defying expectations and shaking the established hierarchy. The first one was naturally Escher, whom he briefly met, and the other one is called Leon Hargrove, from a weak clan of merchants. His tactical prowess had carried him to 89th place. Leon's success shook the elites, as merchants had never been known to breed warriors of note. Whispers filled the air. A merchant's son. How did he even qualify? This year is cursed, an older participant grumbled, nervously eyeing the rankings. This was not the only surprising thing. For some reason, quite a few participants from various small and loose forces made it to the top 500, making this 10-clan assembly different and concerning. The strong clans can't be happy about this, someone whispered. Indeed, all the well-established clans had always crushed rising stars from minor factions before they could threaten their dominance. Yet somehow, this year, their grips seemed to slip. Apollo stood silently amidst the murmuring crowd, his eyes calmly scanning the rankings. His mind, however, wasn't on his newfound fame. So many small forces. Why are so many of them doing well this time? What kind of F-Kinnis is happening? Hopefully, it wouldn't mess with his objective. Drakens, standing atop the rankings at #1, sneered as he noticed the unusual names scattered across the list. A bunch of gnats, he muttered, crimson mist flickering faintly around him. They'll all fall soon enough. Other top 10 participants also commented that it doesn't matter how many scrubs there are. In the end, it's all about the top 10 clans. Just then, the booming voice of the assembly's overseer echoed across the platform. Participants, prepare yourselves. The third round will begin soon. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as the participants returned to their clan stations, each step measured, each glance wary. Everyone knew that the third round would be decisive, the moment where ambition, alliances, and sheer strength would collide to determine the future standing of their clans. The Rose Clan's camp buzzed with excitement and surprise. Apollo, Marianne, and Matteo, all three of them seemed to have entered the top 500, which surprises the Rose Clan leader and elders. They believed Apollo and Matteo could do that, but didn't expect Marianne to also enter the ranks. But after asking, they quickly understood that her luck was good as she was able to meet Apollo within the miniature world, thus able to achieve such rank. Matteo, standing beside Marianne, gave her a small smile. Although he was a proud guy, he was glad for Marianne and that she was able to qualify. Thank you. He thanked Apollo, showing that he wasn't a jealous guy or a person who didn't understand the situation. Apollo nodded and felt he really deserved to be the best genius of the Rose Clan, who was groomed to become the future leader of the clan. Across the Rose Clan's gathering, the topic of Apollo's success dominated conversation. His 74th rank was nothing short of historic, placing him leagues above what any Rose Clan member had achieved in living memory. As time passed, a tense silence settled. Groups from all the great clans retreated to their camps, preparing for the coming round. 2 hours later, all preparation was done, and they were ready to begin the final round and determine the future of the world for the next century. Without warning, a deep, resonating hum filled the air. The sky above them shimmered, glowing with ancient runes and sigils that twisted and pulsed as if alive. The overseer's voice echoed across the expanse once more, heavy with authority. The final round begins now. In an instant, beams of radiant light shot down from the heavens, enveloping each participant. Apollo squinted as the world around him dissolved into pure energy, his body weightless as he was pulled into a new battlefield. When the light faded, he found himself standing on an enormous floating platform suspended between two shimmering skies, one of brilliant day and the other of endless night. The platform's edges dropped off into a swirling abyss that seemed to twist space and time itself. All around him, the other participants appeared, scattered across the surreal landscape. The top-ranked participants glanced at each other, calculating their next moves. The overseer's voice thundered once more. This final trial is simple: survive and ascend. Only 10 participants who will first reach the peak will be final victors. Boom! The voice echoed, shocking everyone as they quickly looked at the never-ending peak that they had to reach. From here, it seems like a simple climb, but everybody knows that it wouldn't be simple. But before they could think, the top 10 clan representatives moved and started to go ahead. But just as they tried to fly, they found they seemed unable to fly. Others, who were quick to take, also started to run, as they also found they were unable to fly. If they tried, an equally powerful force seemed to push them down. The top 10 clans shot forward, their movements swift and calculated. Even without the ability to fly, they sprinted across the ground with remarkable speed, their bodies glowing with a subtle aura. Matteo cursed under his breath. "They're not wasting any time." "Neither should we," Apollo said calmly. Without hesitation, he began to move, his steps light yet deliberate, as if he were conserving energy. Marianne and Matteo followed closely behind. As Apollo and the others ascended further, they felt a growing pressure weighed down on their bodies. With each step, the pull of gravity increased, making their movements sluggish. What once seemed like a simple climb now seems to be slowly turning into a grueling challenge. Muscles strained, and even breathing became more difficult. The path leading to the top consisted of 99 floating land masses, each hovering independently between vast stretches of empty air. Apollo, Marianne, and Matteo were now in the middle of the first floating land, and the gravity was here already more than 10 times. "This gravity field is no joke," Marianne muttered, feeling a bit troubled. Her legs already felt as if they were weighed down by lead. "It's going to get worse the higher we go." She groaned softly. "If it's this bad now, I can't imagine what it'll be like on a 90th land." Apollo remained silent, his sharp eyes tracking the movement of the participants advancing through the competition. What truly caught his attention, however, were several individuals from seemingly unknown and weaker clans moving ahead at an impressive pace, some even going toe-to-toe with representatives from the top 10 clans. This unexpected performance, instead of earning admiration, drew scorn and ridicule from others. "Fools," one participant sneered, "burning through their energy like that right from start. They won't last, another muttered dismissively. This test isn't just about strength, it's endurance. Let them exhaust themselves early. Indeed, pacing would be key, and overexertion in these early stages could cost even the strongest participants later. He adjusted his pace, keeping a steady rhythm. There was no need to rush yet. The real battle would come when endurance faltered and exhaustion took hold. Until then, he would conserve his strength, observing, waiting, and preparing to strike when the time was right. Everyone was running, and they didn't attack anyone, as they were waiting to see what lay ahead and figure out what they would do. Outside, all of this seems to be displayed on a large mirror like an artifact that projected everything that was going on. In the spectator stands, leaders, elders, and influential figures from across the clans observe the competition closely through a massive mirror-like artifact, its surface shimmering with scenes from the trial. Every movement, every struggle, and every decision made by the participants was laid bare for all to see. The audience watched with varying emotions, some fascinated, others disappointed, and a few whispering in concern as several unexpected names climbed higher. They all watched their respective clan representatives advance steadily, their eyes flickering with hope and anticipation as they ascended the treacherous paths ahead. Yet their attention kept drifting toward the 99 floating platforms suspended high above, a sight that sparked both awe and reverence. This secret space was said to be a masterpiece, crafted with immense effort by the ancestors of the Titania clan. The creation of such a realm had taken countless years, with the sole purpose of forging future legends and tempering the next generation. This mystical realm was known as the heavenly path of God, and its significance was not lost on anyone. Climbing through the platforms wasn't just a show of strength, it was a rare opportunity to lay the foundation for reaching the elusive God state. Only those who reach the highest platforms can glimpse the essence of divinity. An elder murmured, eyes filled with both fear and ambition. Even among the top clans, very few had succeeded in reaching the uppermost platforms throughout thousands of years. Each step forward on the path was a trial of endurance, understanding, and willpower, with the floating platforms growing exponentially more difficult the higher one ascended. The spectators whispered among themselves, speculating who among the current participants had what it took to climb far enough to carve their names into history. With time inside the space, the group of participants finally started to cross the first platform. The moment the group crossed it, the gravity on them instantly doubled, even making many of them almost lost. But it wasn't just that, as this time it wasn't just physical pressure, but there was spiritual pressure as well. The sudden shift was brutal. Those who had confidently crossed the first platform found themselves staggering under the combined weight of doubled gravity and an oppressive spiritual pressure. It was as if invisible hands clutched their minds and souls, squeezing mercilessly. Marian gasped, clutching her temples. This is insane. She could feel her thoughts scatter like leaves in a storm, her every movement sluggish and labored. Matteo furrowed his eyebrows, beads of sweat trailing down his forehead. It's all right, just strengthen your mind. Apollo, however, remained calm, though his eyes gleamed with new intensity. The spiritual pressure coiled around his consciousness like a serpent, probing for weaknesses, but he welcomed it. His spiritual defense is unbreakable. After following the path of mage, his spiritual strength didn't lose to his body at all, so he wasn't feeling weak spiritual pressure like almost anything at all. Let the pressure collide with your spirit, Apollo said evenly, his voice cutting through the turmoil. Slowly control your spirit and let it strengthen your mind by following the hundreds of refinements. Just like a blacksmith who hammers iron hundreds of times to create a perfect refined iron. Marianne and Matteo exchanged quick glances, then followed his lead, focusing their minds and spirits on using the spiritual pressure from the floating platforms to strengthen their spirits. It was difficult, but as they adjusted, the crushing weight on their minds became slightly more manageable. Other participants were also not faring as well. Many felt very uncomfortable, but the mage or any other spiritual path user was in much better condition. And although it was uncomfortable, it wasn't a massive problem for the 500 geniuses here, as they weren't weak but elites countless times better than most. Despite the growing fatigue, the group pressed on with unwavering resolve, moving ahead one step at a time. Even though nothing unexpected had occurred so far, the sheer difficulty of each platform gradually became more apparent. With every ascent, the gravity intensified and the spiritual pressure grew heavier, pressing down on both body and mind. Yet, no one faltered their pride, as top talents drove them forward, and with efforts, they climbed one platform after another, determined not to be left behind. The ninth platform was finally reached without a single participant dropping out, a testament to their strength and discipline. However, as they came close to the 10th platform, many began to realize that the real challenge hadn't even begun yet. The air felt thicker, and the invisible pressure hinted at something greater ahead. The first one to step on the 10th floor was a middle clan participant whose strength wasn't weak at the peak of the 4th rank, and who understood the law domain. He was going ahead of others with fast speed and wanted to stay ahead. But the moment he steps on the 10th platform from the sky, powerful waves of blazing flames come like a tsunami, knocking him out immediately because of his carelessness and becoming the first guy to be eliminated. This is easy. Boom! The explosion echoed ominously across the other platforms, causing participants still climbing to freeze in their tracks by such a turn of effects. The fiery waves didn't merely threaten the body. They targeted the soul, making it clear that this was no ordinary flame. Apollo narrowed his eyes. That wasn't just an elemental attack. It carried the mark of law of a very high level of law. Marianne paled. What kind of place is this? The challenge escalated too fast. The spectators stirred anxiously as they witnessed the brutal elimination. Flames of divine punishment, murmured an elder from the Spirit Flames clan, who understood what kind of flames that was. But he noticed that it wasn't the real flames of divine punishment, as that is a divine flame. Even gods will be burned if they get in contact with them, not to mention these young talents. The flames just seem to have a hint of the law of flames of divine punishment that is millions of times weaker than the original. But still, it wouldn't be easy for the participants. Apollo watched the waves of fire recede, leaving a scorched path ahead. Participants who had followed closely behind the eliminated climber slowed, their earlier eagerness replaced by caution. Marianne Mathio. Apollo's voice was calm but firm. The 10th platform marks the beginning of the true challenge. From here on, everything, strength, willpower, and understanding, must be flawless. They nodded, the weight of his words settling over them like a heavy cloak. As they neared the edge of the platform, the blazing mist above shimmered, giving off subtle pulses as if alive. Apollo closed his eyes for a moment, focusing. From now on, they need to use their understanding of the law to protect themselves and move ahead. Another participant from a lesser clan attempted to step onto the 10th platform cautiously, channeling his own law of wind to create a barrier. But the moment his foot touched the scorched ground, the flames surged again, faster than before, twisting in a serpents of fire that coiled around him. He fought back, the wind howling, but the flames devoured his efforts as his understanding of the law wasn't enough. With a cry of frustration, he vanished in a beam of white light. The remaining climbers paused, their faces grim. The sense of invincibility many had carried into the trial began to crumble under the weight of reality. Each failure was a stark reminder that the path was designed not merely to test strength, but to master its law and essence. Yet among the crowd, the representatives of the top 10 clans remained unfazed. Their expressions were cold, focused, eyes gleaming with the confidence of warriors accustomed to impossible challenges. Whether it was the young Master Drakens who was covered in blood aura, Cassandra, who was covered in lightning, or other representatives of the top 10 clans, they steadily entered the 10th platform without difficulty. Even though the moment their feet touched the land, they were bombarded with scorching flames. They all have a good understanding and high level of control over their laws, making it easy for them to move on ahead. Seeing this, other clan representatives, not wanting to be left behind, quickly followed them, and one after another they started to enter the 10th platform. But although it was easy for the top 10 clan representatives, it wasn't for the most. Many of the participants from different clans and forces started to lose from here on. The seemingly easy path started to become difficult. A participant from a mid-level clan tried to block the flames with a hastily conjured water barrier. He hissed and evaporated instantly. Leaving him vulnerable, he screamed as the flames consumed him, and with a flash of white light, he was eliminated. Another young man wrapped himself in wood energy to speed through, hoping to protect himself from flames entirely. But the fire reacted violently, feeding on the wood energy, growing fiercer and overwhelming him. His desperate struggle ended in failure as he, too, vanished. Participants began to fall like dominoes, their hurried attempts turning into moments of disaster. Apollo, Marianne, and Mathio stood quietly, watching the chaos unfold behind them. "We're already seeing the fallout," Mathio muttered. "Most of them won't make it past the 10th platform at this rate." Apollo's expression remained calm, his sharp gaze locked on the participants still attempting to push through. Marianne was the most anxious one among them, as she knew her strength and her law would seem to be a bad match for these extreme flames. Apollo steadily and calmly stepped onto the 10th platform. as he took that crucial step. The entire Rose clan watched him with a mix of expectation and anxiety. He was their strongest contender. If he failed, Mathio wouldn't stand a chance, and their journey would come to an abrupt end. But their worries proved unnecessary. The moment Apollo set foot on the platform, an icy aura enveloped him, clashing fiercely with the scorching flames that surged to block his path. Yet the flames couldn't penetrate the icy shield surrounding him. Unfazed and composed, Apollo walked forward, the frost repelling the flames as if they were nothing more than a passing breeze that he crossed the platform effortlessly, his expression unreadable, as if the opposing elements were beneath his notice. The onlookers from the Rose clan let out a collective sigh of relief, their anxiety melting away. From the edge of the platform, Mathio clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. If Apollo can do it, so can I. He braced himself, ready to make his move. Apollo, already fully stepping across the platform, glanced back briefly, just long enough to confirm the resolve in Mathio's gaze. Then, without a word, he turned forward and continued his ascent, leaving the icy trail behind. His calm demeanor and the ease with which he stepped onto the 10th platform naturally drew the attention of other participants and spectators from various clans, all eagerly watching the proceedings. Whispers spread quickly among the crowd, marveling at how effortlessly he overcame the challenge. "Who is he?" someone muttered in disbelief. "Isn't he from the Rose clan?" Another asked, stunned that a representative from such a minor clan could display such composure and strength. Many participants, struggling under the platform's pressure, gritted their teeth in frustration, realizing how far behind they were. Those from larger and more prestigious clans found it particularly difficult to accept Apollo's smooth progress, their pride bruised by the effortless ascent of someone they had deemed insignificant. Many of the large clans also have lost some geniuses. Here, second Mathio from the Rose clan also took the step, and he wasn't careless. As before taking a step on the 10th platform, he was already covered in a metallic aura with powerful law. Boom, the moment he took a step, the divine extinguishing flames rushed to him, trying to destroy him. But he didn't falter as the law of metal around him flickered. He didn't get burned. And he took the flames without losing that. He slowly became steady, finally adjusting to the flames, and joined the rank of true geniuses. This stage can be considered a place where weak representatives are eliminated and only strong representatives remain. Following it, Marian anxiously also tried to join them. But the moment she stepped forward, the devastating flames enveloped her like a blanket, and she was about to lose. But suddenly Apollo made a move, and a thin additional icy aura appeared with her wooden aura, establishing her from being eliminated. Marian gasped, her heart steadying as the pressure lightened. She glanced at Apollo with a mixture of relief and gratitude, but he gave no acknowledgement, his gaze already fixed on what was ahead, as it seemed these platforms might be more interesting than he thought. From the edge of the platform, spectators from the Rose clan erupted in muted cheers and sighs of relief. Their three representatives, Apollo, Mathio, and Marianne, had all crossed the 10th platform in a trial designed to separate the true geniuses from the pretenders. They had not only survived but shown remarkable resilience. As Mathio steadied himself, the metallic aura around him flickering like a blade ready to strike. He took a deep breath. "We made it," he whispered under his breath. His usual carefree demeanor was gone, replaced by fierce determination. Marianne adjusted her stance. The fear that had momentarily gripped her was now replaced by a quiet determination. She knew that without Apollo's intervention, she might not have made it. But there was no room for self-pity, only resolve to grow stronger. She glanced at Apollo, who was calmly standing ahead and ready to move ahead. As the trio from the Rose clan ascended, the tension among the remaining participants thickened. The flames had claimed many, and the survivors knew that from this point onward, the trial would only become more brutal. Every platform demanded not just strength and endurance, but a deep understanding of the laws. Some stronger participants, like Apollo, helped their clan members, but they could not always receive help from others. They needed to adjust to the current situation and needed to improve their control and understanding. But that is usually very difficult and needed time. But after they entered the 10th platform, something changed. As after entering the 10th platform, they all felt a mysterious breath that seemed to let them feel deeply various laws here, and they knew it was an opportunity. Marianne, knowing this, didn't try to move ahead as she was barely holding here. Instead of trying something stupid, she'd better stay here and improve her understanding. Apollo and Mathio understood that, and they moved ahead. And like this, others who barely crossed also did the same. To the end of the 500, almost 100 were eliminated here, and of the 400, less than 300 dared to move ahead. After this sudden increase in difficulty, let them understand and question, is it possible for someone to reach the top even for the top 10 clan geniuses? In fact, even for geniuses from the 10 great clans, it is difficult to find someone within 100 years of age to climb to the top. It has been 3,000 years since someone at such a young age climbed the top. But this time is different, as this generation is said to be one of the best in 10,000 years, and many among the top 10 clans believe one of their geniuses will reach the top. The stars align for this generation. An elder from one of the great clans declared confidently, "This time, someone will reach the summit." Eyes turned toward the remaining climbers, their hopes pinned on the chosen heirs and geniuses representing the most powerful families. They continued to move ahead. And just like the previous pattern, the difference between the 10th and 11th platforms wasn't large. Just the intensity of flames and pressure was further increased with the increased fluctuation of various laws that help in understanding. With each platform, the divide between the true geniuses and the rest grew wider. Flames burned brighter, and the laws became more complex. Many participants decided to remain on the lower platforms, using the opportunity to deepen their insights rather than risking further humiliation by being eliminated. As Apollo and Matteo reached the 18th platform, they stopped. Apollo was all right that he didn't even sweat a drop, but Matteo wasn't, as he was clearly tired, pale, and sweaty. "I cannot follow you anymore. That's it." When he said that to Apollo, he sighed and felt the difference between true geniuses from the great clans, as many have already crossed the 18th platform and reached the 19th platform. The most surprising thing to him was Apollo, as he still could not see the depth of him like he was bottomless. His pride has diminished, but his will didn't break, but he was still determined. Even if he knew that it was difficult and might not be possible, Apollo nodded, and without hesitation, he stepped on a 19th platform, which represented the next level on this heavenly path. The difficulty increased after every 9 platforms. The moment he stepped forward, the gravity and spiritual pressure intensified, weighing down on him. But this time, instead of flames, he was assaulted by winds. No ordinary breeze, but winds that carried a terrifying cold chill capable of freezing even a saint's soul. As Apollo advanced deeper into the platform, the winds retaliated, swirling violently around him, each gust colder and more aggressive. But he wasn't afraid of coldness, even though it was different from usual coldness. His gaze remained forward, unwavering. But still, he didn't become careless. With his understanding and control of his ice law and natural resistance, he easily tacked the winds and moved ahead like nothing. The ease with which he handled made him look similar to the strongest of the 10 clans, making him seem like the strongest dark horse from the 18th platform. Matteo watched in awe, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. How strong is he? And with that surprise, Apollo calmly walked ahead without caring about the various eyes on him. He stepped beyond the 19th platform with the same calm demeanor he had displayed since the beginning, as if even the heavens themselves could not slow him down. And so he walked onward, his aura cold yet silent, carrying him toward the 20th platform and beyond. He moved ahead calmly and steadily, but now he was faster. Without Matteo and on his own, he quickly reached the level of the top. Talent among the 500. The top 50 people who are now with him have reached the 27th platform and are going to take the next step. Among the 50 strongest here, over 30 belong to the 10 behemoth clans that have ruled the continent for thousands of years. Fewer than 20 are from other clans, and even among those, only 3, counting Apollo, come from weak or unpopular clans. An unprecedented occurrence in the past 1,000 years. This unexpected development sent ripples through the gathered audience. For generations, dominance in these trials had been monopolized by the great clans, leaving little room for outsiders to shine. 3 from weak clans. One elder muttered in disbelief. It's unbelievable they cannot come this far without the help of superior teaching and resources. Though many viewed these 3 as anomalies, some saw them as threats. Among the great clans, whispers of jealousy and disdain circulated, their pride stung by the success of those who were supposed to be beneath them. The spectacle unfolding before them was both unsettling and thrilling, proof that this year's competition was unlike any other, and while the great clans still held the majority, the presence of these few unheralded participants introduced a level of unpredictability that no one could ignore. And seeing this few among the participants cannot take it anymore. Fighting is allowed on these platforms, but most don't do it because it is meaningless. Although it was still meaningless, the appearance of the 3 seems to hurt some proud idiots' pride, as they always believe they are above most of the weak and worthless clans. How could they make it this far? One young master from the great clan, just weaker than the 10 clans, Crimson River clan, sneered, his voice low yet brimming with disdain. "Without proper teachings or treasures, they should have crumbled by now." "It's a disgrace," another from the Iron Fawn clan muttered, glaring at Apollo's distant figure. "They defy the natural order." Several figures shifted among the crowd, eyes narrowing with malice. Their jealousy was no longer content to remain whispers in the wind. It demanded action. From the edge of the platform, Davin Steelclaw, a second-generation prodigy of the Silver Moon clan, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a weird grin that didn't reach his eyes. "If they think they can stand where we stand," he muttered, "then they better be prepared to know their place." "They've forgotten their place. Let me remind them." Silver Moon clan during their peak state was a very strong clan, second to 10 great clans. But with time it has degraded. And so now he wanted to show his strength, as he felt suppressing these thrash low-life clan geniuses would give him some glory. But Apollo, now on the platform, felt the growing hostility like a distant breeze, acknowledged yet irrelevant. His focus remained unbroken, his cold demeanor untouched by the malice swirling behind him. If they dared to stand in his way, they would be dealt with accordingly. Davin looked at the three Apollo, Escher, and Leon who made their way into the top 100 in the previous battle. He looked at them, and at first he was going to start with Leon, but changed his mind and finally decided from whom he would start. But maybe because of his shitty luck or Leon's good luck, he didn't choose him, but none other than Apollo. Davin approached Apollo, exuding the arrogance that only a prodigy from a powerful clan could muster. His sneer was confident, filled with disdain for someone he saw as an intruder among the elite. "You, pretty boy, should know your place," Davin said, his voice laced with mockery, expecting to see the beginnings of fear or hesitation in Apollo's expression. But all he received was cold indifference. But Apollo's gaze remained steady, like a glacier unmoved by the fleeting gusts of wind. The silence between them stretched, uncomfortable for Davin, but serene for Apollo, who treated the insult as no more than background noise in the audience. The reaction was mixed. Those from small clans leaned forward with gleeful anticipation, excited to see whether the supposed dark horse would fall. Meanwhile, members of the Rose clan, associated distantly with Apollo, began to fidget with unease. Some whispered amongst themselves, wishing Davin had chosen Leon or Escher instead. But Escher, one of the other dark horses who had fought Apollo previously, merely snickered. He crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "What an idiot," he muttered under his breath. "He's chosen the worst possible person to mess with." Escher knew from experience. When he fought Apollo, he'd barely escaped with his life. This arrogant fool from the Silver Moon clan had no idea what kind of nightmare he'd just stirred awake. "Didn't you hear me, runt?" Davin sneered, now standing directly in front of Apollo. "Or are you just deaf along with being stupid?" He raised his hand, ready to attack. Davin's hand shot forward, glowing with moonlight, brimming with unimaginable force as he used a powerful skill of their clan. Expecting to knock Apollo down and put him in his place, a smile twisted his lips as he imagined the smug satisfaction of watching the so-called genius crumble. But the instant his hand moved, Apollo shifted. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, like a ripple in still water. An grand movement or dramatic gesture, just a slight turn of his wrist. Before anyone could blink, Davin's arm was stopped mid-motion, caught effortlessly by Apollo's fingers. The crowd gasped. Davin's expression twisted with confusion and disbelief. He strained to pull away, but Apollo's grip was unbreakable, like heavenly steel forged under endless frost. What stunned Davin even more wasn't just the strength. It was the ease with which Apollo held him, as if restraining him took no more effort than flicking dust from sleeves. Cold radiated from Apollo's fingers, seeping into Davin's bones. His once confident sneer faltered as he realized he wasn't just fighting a random challenger from a lesser clan. He was confronting something far and unimaginable. Apollo tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering and devoid of emotion. "That's your first mistake," he said, his voice soft but sharper than a blade. "There won't be a second." With a flick of his wrist, he released Davin's arm, and the force of it sent the larger man stumbling backwards, nearly losing his balance. For a moment, silence reigned. Davin stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. He, a prodigy from one of the most revered clans, had been handled like a child. Escher watched from a distance, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Idiot," he murmured, barely able to contain his grin. "He's not someone you mess with." Murmurs erupted among the spectators. Whispers of awe, fear, and jealousy spread like wildfire. "Who is this guy? How is this possible?" One noble youth muttered. "Such power," an elder whispered, eyes narrowed. "That was precision and control." and terrifying restraint. Even those from the mighty clans who initially looked down on Apollo found themselves re-evaluating their assumptions. This wasn't just some talented upstart. He was a threat. Davin clenched his fists, his face red with humiliation. But fear crept into his heart. The kind of fear that only someone who has just glimpsed their mortality could feel. Yet his pride wouldn't let him walk away. He gritted his teeth and summoned energy into his palm, ready to lash out once more. But before he could act, the air around Apollo thickened. His aura, which had been calm and contained, suddenly expanded like a glacier breaking free from the mountains. Tea wasn't just cold. It was absolute, an oppressive chill that seemed to freeze the very space around him, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Davin's movements stuttered to a halt, his bravado crumbling under the weight of Apollo's presence. His body instinctively recoiled, realizing that if he took even one more step, he wouldn't survive. Davin stood there, trembling, his hands still glowing faintly with energy. Yet he couldn't move. Pride demanded the attack, but every instinct screamed at him to stop. After a long, agonizing moment, Davin let the energy in his palm fizzle out. His hands fell to his sides. Clenched in frustrated defeat, he turned away, humiliated but lost. There was utter silence after seeing this. Even the top 10 contenders from the 10 clans were surprised. Cassandra from the Titania clan just looked at him, but she didn't say anything or feel surprised, as when she met him. She already felt his strength and knew the entire result. But still, a hint of excitement could not be hidden in her eyes. When she saw him as the participant in the first round, she already knew he would come far, even if he didn't show his true strength. And now he just showed the tip of the iceberg. She is waiting to see his true strength. The eerie silence broke when Drawkins, not caring about this all bullshit, quickly moved ahead to step onto the 28 platform, crossing the hurdle again without much difficulty. Seeing this, others also let go of the other thoughts and didn't dare mess around or take Apollo lightly. Without a second glance at Davin or the others, Apollo turned and also resumed his path up the platform, as if the entire exchange had been nothing more than an annoying distraction. Apollo and the 50 geniuses snapped back to reality and took another step, crossing the third major barrier to reach the 28th platform. The moment they stepped onto it, an overwhelming force hit them. Gravity was 40 times stronger than usual, and spiritual pressure weighed down on their minds, making their thoughts sluggish and clouded. Yet, despite the suffocating atmosphere, they understood that this was only the beginning. The real challenge still lay ahead. Each participant steadied themselves, knowing that brute force alone wouldn't suffice. They had faced similar pressures on earlier platforms. Boom! As expected, another disaster appeared, but this time it was lighting, and not ordinary, but lightning containing an aura of sky-tearing lightning. IT bombarded all of them with such terrifying power and destruction that even the people watching from far away could feel the devastating sensation. The lightning storm raged across the 28th platform, bolts crackling with the terrifying might of sky-tearing lightning. Each flash split the air with loud booms, and arcs of violet energy snaked through the sky, creating a chaotic web of destruction. The other geniuses braced themselves, activating their strongest defenses. Some conjured elemental shields, while others used specialized techniques to redirect the force. Yet the sheer ferocity of the lightning tested even the most prepared among them. Even Apollo, who was calm, eyebrows frowned. The power of the lightning was so great that his ice law could not take it easily. So he decided to use space law. The space law is a law that can actually be used in almost every way. Whether it is speed, attack, or defense. It belongs top in each area without any particular weakness. He shifted seamlessly into his understanding of space law. With a single thought, the air around him distorted. Space bent, folded, and twisted under his will. Bolts of lightning that should have struck him dead on now skidded off the warped fabric of space, diverted like rivers changing course. Some disappeared into tiny spatial tears, vanishing into nothingness. Space law. One after another, many participants saw the abnormality around Apollo and could not help but become shocked, even awe and envy flashing in their eyes. Around him, others struggled. In contrast, Apollo stood calm amidst the storm, as if untouchable. Each step he took warped space around him, creating safe zones from which the lightning could not reach. His movements were fluid, almost lazy, like someone strolling through a park, not a battlefield. The other geniuses began to falter under the relentless assault. More than a few fell to one knee, their defenses failing, lightning burns marking their skin. Only a few remained standing tall, and most of them were having difficult times, 2 or 3 unable to hold on burst in a golden light and were eliminated without moving any further. Apollo and the genius representative from the Titania clan seemed most at ease in the bombardment of terrifying lighting. Cassandra and the other 3 representatives from the Titania clan were bathing in the lighting. Instead of feeling danger, they were enjoying it. Yes, they have the blood of legendary titans in their veins. They have not only received an indestructible body, but also undeniable affinity and control over the lightning element. The sky-tearing lightning didn't seem to hurt them. Instead, it was like baptism, making them stronger. They calmly walked through, followed by Apollo and other representatives of the other 9 great clans. Although they didn't look as easy as Titania clan or Apollo, wasn't much different as they calmly walked ahead. The intensity of the dangers increased with every step they took, and like that, the geniuses continued to go on. And after hours of hard trekking, the group of geniuses has arrived at the 63rd platform. But now only 18 geniuses remain on the 63rd floor. And most of the geniuses either lost or chose to remain on the lower platform to use this as an opportunity to improve their understanding. They faced different disasters before reaching the 63rd platform. Whether it was an ice storm or countless rains of golden swords, they faced dangers all around, and only the strongest remained that had come to this step. Out of the 18 remaining, 14 belong to the 10 great clans, and 2 come from powerful clans just below them. The last 2 are Apollo and a true dark horse, who emerged suddenly from behind and took everyone by surprise. The guy is named Ian, who also seems to be from a weak clan, but didn't show anything before and only showed his strength at such last moment, shocking the people. The platform hummed with latent energy, warning that the next step would be even deadlier than the previous ones. There was no time for hesitation. Each participant knew that only by continuing to advance could they hope to reach the peak and claim the rewards waiting at the top. Without a word, everyone took the first step toward the next challenge. That Apollo's foot landed silently on the surface of the 64th platform, and the air rippled as a new disaster began to manifest. But after a second, nothing happened, making him wonder what happened. And just as he thought that, a mysterious invisible force appeared that was neither physical nor spiritual, but a power that seemed to attack the soul. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine from within. His mind buzzed with discomfort as the force latched onto something deeper. His very soul, that Apollo's pupils contracted, a soul attack that it was unlike anything he had encountered before, neither magic nor law-based. This was pure soul essence, raw and invasive, bypassing even the space law barrier that shielded him from most physical attacks. The mysterious attack rippled through the air, invisible to sight and intangible to touch. But it carried a weight that could crush an unprepared soul in an instant. Several geniuses faltered. One of them, a young man from the Blazeflame clan, clutched his head and screamed before collapsing, his golden elimination light flashing as he was ejected from the trial, leaving 17 participants. Others staggered, eyes wide with fear and confusion as the unseen force gnawed at their souls. Apollo remained rooted, his expression unreadable. That a soul-based attack. He knew such things were rare and difficult to guard against. But starting from the 64th platform, not only did the gravitational force and spiritual pressure intensify significantly, but 3 different forces, physical, spiritual, and soul, also seemed to merge somehow, creating tremendous pressure on everyone. The combination of these 3 forces was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if nothing could resist it, like it was a fundamental force of life itself. Even Cassandra and the other representative of the Titania clan frowned but remained standing. Their indestructible bodies didn't give them resistance to the soul attack. They also began to feel traces of discomfort. The same immortal physiques that could withstand lightning could not fully shield the vulnerability of their souls. Not to mention, after the 3 forces combined, the individual effect of the 3 forces seems to have increased, making it more difficult. Everyone felt pain, as no one was protected now, and they all faced the mysterious attack. Directly, whether it was their body, mind, or soul, they were oppressed from all 3 sides. Despite the pain and agony that made them tremble, the group pressed on, climbing higher and higher. Gritting their teeth, they crossed platforms one by one until the strongest geniuses of the past 1,000 years finally reached the 90th step. Although no major surprises awaited them after the 64th platform, the combined pressure from the 3 forces increased exponentially every 9 platforms that in the end, only 12 remained. Those who could truly be called the strongest representatives to emerge in thousands of years. Among the 12, 10 are from the 10 great clans, with their strongest genius making their way, and the rest were Apollo and the mysterious Ian. But they didn't move on. Instead, at the moment they had stopped, and the atmosphere around them was tense. Even though all of them were breathing heavily and looked like they were in pain, they still showed. Impressive. Tisich didn't expect outsiders to reach this far, sneered a young man with fiery red hair. His voice laced with disdain, he stood at the front of the group, his scarlet robes embroidered with the symbol of an ancient flame. The mark of the Pyroth clan. His narrowed eyes flicked toward Apollo and Ian, sharp as daggers. Humph, you're one to talk. Cassandra cut in before Apollo or Ian could respond. Her gaze was cool, and her words were sharp. If you keep this attitude, you'll be the first to lose. The Pyroth genius's eyes darkened, and his sneer deepened. BTCH, do you really think you're the strongest just because you ran around fighting everyone? He gave a mocking laugh, his lips curling. Looks like you've turned into the trash from wasting time fighting weaklings. With that, the Pyroth genius jumped forward, his hand igniting with searing flames as he launched an attack, intent on eliminating Cassandra for daring to speak out. Forget the outsiders. Let's settle our business first. Another young man from one of the 10 great clans snarled, leaping toward another rival genius with deadly intent. The tension exploded as old grudges boiled to the surface, and within moments, many of the 10 great clan geniuses were locked in furious combat, attacking one another without hesitation. Meanwhile, Apollo and Ian exchanged a glance, untouched by the chaos around them, as the other geniuses tore into each other. The battle between the geniuses of the 10 great clans rages on. Although they have ruled the world together, fierce competition brews among them as each clan seeks to surpass the others and become the sole ruler of the world. However, even after 10,000 years, no single clan has been able to suppress the others fully. So, there is some serious beef between the clans. And as the golden generation, they naturally want to show their strength and dominate this generation. Boom, bang, boom. One after another, the group collided with explosions and shockwaves. Even being suppressed so heavily and tired after climbing to the 90th platform didn't diminish their strength and extraordinariness. Apollo looked at the battle that had just started with interest. He also didn't try to move ahead, because if he did that, he would become the target of all of them. And even if he didn't care, he still wanted to see these 10 geniuses' strengths that he observed the chaotic battle within. Expression of quiet intrigue. These were no ordinary participants. Each genius of the 10 great clans bore the legacy of countless generations, their bodies forged with rare bloodlines and their minds sharpened by relentless training. This was not just a clash of individuals. It was the culmination of 10,000 years of rivalry, ambition, and unresolved grudges. Boom. Crack. Boom. The platform shook violently as elemental forces collided. Flames roared. Lightning cracked the air. Frost spread in. Jagged arcs and shadows slithered across the ground, intertwining in chaotic dances of destruction. Cassandra, surrounded by flashes of lightning, fought off the relentless flames of the Pyroth genius, her laughter carrying through the air as she reveled in the intensity of the fight. Drawkins, on the other hand, seems to be attacked by 2 geniuses, as his blood mist aura seems to collide with a poisonous miasma-like aura and a contrasting light aura. A storm of golden sand swept across the battlefield, summoned by the prince of the Dinistrider clan. It clashed against a barrage of glacial spikes launched by an Atlantea genius, creating a misty explosion that scattered shards of ice and sand in all directions. It was an outbrawl as different geniuses faced each other. Apollo folded his arms, the faintest flicker of interest in his crystal-clear blue eyes. The clash unfolding before him was a rare sight, a display of peak talents, each fighting not just to survive but to dominate. So, this is the strength of the golden generation, he thought, his gaze following their movements with precision. He also glanced at the mysterious Ian, who is a true dark horse that appeared in this grand 10-clan assembly. This guy, Ian, has a mysterious and peculiar aura surrounding him. Even he cannot figure out what kind of strength he possesses. The moment he looked at Ian glanced back at him. However, his thoughts were slightly different. His eyes carried a hint of confusion as he studied him. There wasn't supposed to be anyone other than the 10 clans at So, how did this guy suddenly appear? Ian murmured, unable to shake the strange feeling as he looked at Apollo. In fact, Ian carried a great secret, which was why he was so surprised to see Apollo here. Even though Ian himself came from a weak clan, he was a regressor, someone who had traveled back in time. Armed with knowledge of the future, he knew almost everything that was supposed to happen. But Apollo's appearance was a complete anomaly. Everything else was exactly the same as before. Except in his previous timeline, there had never been anyone like Apollo. Ian had been in this timeline for 5 years, and using his knowledge of events, he had climbed to his current position. While there were small differences in this life compared to the one he remembered, none were this drastic. He had never seen or even heard of someone like Apollo in his previous life. Could he be like me, a fellow regressor? Ian wondered aloud. Otherwise, how else could a genius like him appear out of nowhere? It was the only explanation that made sense to him. But the idea unsettled him. He had never encountered another person who carried the burden of his second life. If Apollo was like him, it changed everything. Ian closed his eyes briefly, memories flashing through his mind. Battles fought, betrayals witnessed, alliances forged. His rebirth gave him the power to predict almost everything. Except this. Who is Apollo? His gaze flicked back to Apollo, who stood still, arms folded, his expression as calm as an undisturbed lake. It was a look Ian recognized well. One of someone who was in control, even when surrounded by chaos. Ian's thoughts raced that if Apollo was truly a regressor, it would mean two things. Point one, his knowledge of this timeline was no longer reliable. And two, Apollo might be as dangerous, if not more so, than the geniuses of the 10 great clans. Just as Ian was about to say something, a deafening boom rocked the platform. A powerful shockwave tore through the air, forcing both of them to steady themselves as Draken's blood mist seemed to push the other two geniuses with a wave of weird blood. He quickly turned to Draken with a grave expression that in the previous timeline, Draken had been the ultimate winner among the 10 geniuses, rising to the top of the golden generation like a dragon soaring through the sky. And oh, no, not like a dragon, more like a demon. From that moment on, he would crush everything in his path, forcing his way to the peak through rivers of blood and become the strongest demon in history. The Draken of that timeline was not just a prodigy. He had become a force of destruction, an unstoppable demon whose rise left nothing but ruin. A vivid memory flashed in Ian's mind. Draken stood on a mountain of corpses, his crimson eyes glowing like embers, the blood mist around him writhing with a life of its own. And no one could stop him. Not even the combined might of the 10 great clans. He had carved his path to supremacy through unrelenting violence, leaving behind a legacy that terrified even the strongest. Ian's gaze darted to Apollo, who still stood calmly, watching the chaotic battle unfold. There was no sign of worry in Apollo's expression, only quiet interest, as if he were observing the inevitable with an air of detachment. That unflinching composure made Ian uneasy. Boom! Bang! Draken unleashed another wave of his blood mist, the thick aura crashing against the other two geniuses. The poisonous miasma dispersed in an instant, while the holy light flickered and dimmed as if suffocated by the sheer malevolence within Draken's power. You can't stop me, Draken sneered, his voice dripping with cold arrogance and cruelty. The two geniuses staggered back, their faces pale, as if the blood mist had sapped not just their strength, but their very will to fight. Slowly, Draken's strength seems to be awakening, and he starts to show his true strength, which seems to have surpassed the other 9 geniuses. His terrifying aura shook all their hearts. Other geniuses stopped their battle and looked at him, who, covered in a bloody aura with crimson eyes, was standing with a cold, bone-chilling look. Ian couldn't help but recall the ability that made him the strongest. The mutated talent that lurked within Draken was no mere bloodline inheritance. That it was a twisted evolution, an ability to devour not only the life essence of others through blood, but also their talents. Every genius he defeated made him stronger, faster, and deadlier, that he consumed their potential as easily as he drank their blood, becoming a walking nightmare, a demon with the power of countless clans fused into one being. He became stronger by devouring the blood of various clans throughout the world and became the menace, the demon that shook the world. In a previous timeline, Draken had taken the talents of many, including his. Ian clenched his fists as the memory resurfaced, a sharp reminder of the humiliating defeat he had suffered at the hands of this demon. The despair of being powerless, watching his own abilities stripped away, it haunted him still. The other 9 geniuses, despite their pride and strength, turned toward him with expressions of unease, and no matter how confident they were in their abilities, none could deny the dread that crept into their hearts. You're all weak. Draken's voice echoed as he seemed to say to all of them, low and venomous, as his blood mist pulsed outward like a heartbeat. Ian's heart steadied, his thoughts clearing with renewed determination. This was not the unstoppable Draken from the previous timeline. Not yet. The monster he remembered, The one who consumed entire bloodlines, assimilating talents from every corner of the world, hadn't fully awakened. There was still time to stop him. Ian took a deep breath, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. I won't let history repeat itself. His eyes sharpened, filled with steely resolve. Apollo and other geniuses from the 10 great clans also felt something seemed wrong with Drakens. His aura was chaotic, like it contained different origins, making it more unorderly and filled with chaos and destruction. His arms remained folded, his expression unreadable, but his sharp blue eyes didn't miss a thing. His aura is layered with fragmented origins, the dangerous instability. If left unchecked, it might spiral into something worse than expected. You should all run away. None of you are my match, Draken's cold voice echoed, a strange mix of excitement and menace lacing his words. Whether it was the surge of power affecting his mood or just his growing exhilaration, something had clearly changed in him. Without hesitation, he launched his attack, unleashing a ferocious burst of power. Blood River of Underworld. Instantly, a blood river filled with chaotic and destructive power appeared and started to expand outward with unimaginable speed. The other geniuses were also surprised to see him dare to attack all of them at the same time. Even if they felt he seemed to become stronger, it was too much for him to think he could take on everyone at the same time. The moment Draken unleashed the blood river of the underworld, the air thickened with a foreboding chill. The crimson river surged forward like a beast unleashed, its chaotic and destructive energy devouring everything in its path. Blood mist roiled violently within the river, swirling with malicious intent that seemed beyond Draken's control. The geniuses from the 10 clans reacted instantly, their instincts honed by countless battles. Scatter, Cassandra shouted, her voice cutting through the roar of the blood river as arcs of lightning danced around her. She vanished in a flash, reappearing on the far edge of the platform, electricity crackling at her feet. Just like that, other geniuses also used different means to protect themselves from this massive and chaotic attack. Apollo also teleported quickly, even though, because of the place, he could not teleport far. It was still enough. Ian also used his strength and quickly evaded the Draken's mad attack. There's no point in hesitating. Cassandra was the first to break the weird silence, as it doesn't matter who she fights, she is going to win. The other 8 geniuses also agreed and were angry, as it seemed Drakens was humiliating them. Since he wanted to fight, let's fight and let him know what the cost of being too proud is. They all attacked, and even Ian also joined the battle. Seeing this, Apollo also joined, and the battle turned from 11 to 1. The air crackled with tension as Cassandra launched herself forward, arcs of lightning coiling around her body like serpents. Take this, she roared, her voice electric, matching the fury of her thunderous assault. Her speed was blinding. She aimed to strike Draken down in one overwhelming blow. The other 8 geniuses followed her lead. Their pride ignited. They would not allow anyone to treat them like fodder. Ian also moved with swift precision as a shimmering sword appeared in his that seemed to cut space and was emitting sharp and unyielding sword auras that seemed to reach the peak of domain level. Apollo was the last to move as the soul-shattering bow appeared, watching the battlefield like a general surveying other attacks. He also fired an arrow that disappeared into space. 11 against 1. He was looking at how Draken would face it. Draken stood at the center of it all, a grin spreading across his blood-stained face. His crimson eyes glowed brighter, and the chaotic mist surrounding him grew denser, absorbing and twisting the incoming attacks. Come, Draken sneered, spreading his arms wide as if inviting more destruction. Show me what you're made of. The blood mist thickened, forming a swirling vortex around him. With a monstrous roar, he unleashed another surge of power, his chaotic aura pulsating outward like the heartbeat of a beast. And with that, the blood river burst with more terrifying power and collided with the attacks of 11 geniuses. Boom. The combined attacks slammed into Draken's blood river, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The ground beneath them cracked and split, and shockwaves rippled across the platform, shaking even the most veteran fighters watching from outside to their core. When the smoke cleared, Draken emerged from the wreckage, his blood mist partially dissipated but his grin intact. Wounds covered his body, and blood dripped from his mouth, but the gleam in his eyes was not one of pain. It was ecstasy. That's more like it, Draken growled, his voice a low, guttural snarl, and the wound on his body quickly started to heal itself rapidly. Within a second, the wounds he received were healed without any diminishing in his aura. He extended his hand, and the mist coalesced into multiple blood chains that shot toward his enemies with blinding speed. aiming to drag them into the depths of chaos with him. The blood chain, mysterious power that seems to make everyone's hair stand up as if they get caught. Something bad will happen. Some quickly attacked, and some evaded the blood chains quickly, as they seemed to pierce any kind of attack or energy. Ian cut the blood chains through his sharp sword aura, while Apollo evaded them with his space as he teleported from one place to another. Crack, crack. The dreadful sound of the chain's movement reverberated through the battlefield, growing louder with every passing second. The sharp, grating noise burrowed into the minds of those present, as if threatening to unravel their sanity. But it wasn't just sound. Each vibration carried a spiritual shock that rattled even the strongest wills. Cassandra winced, her hands instinctively covering her ears. These chains, they're not just physical. She gasped, feeling the invasive shock assaulting her mind like needles burrowing into her brain. The geniuses gritted their teeth, resisting the overwhelming pressure. Even Ian, the regressor, felt a tingling sensation even when his spirit and will were stronger than the geniuses. Apollo also wasn't unaffected, but it was less, as the corroding will that seems to corrode the mind couldn't shake his mind because of his eternal sword aura, as it was like a nemesis of the weird aura and eradicated any ill effect on him. T, with a grim expression, slipped through the battlefield like a shadow, using spatial flickers to evade the relentless onslaught. Every time he teleported, the air around him shimmered, leaving faint echoes of his presence in the disturbed space. But even teleporting wasn't enough. The chains followed with unnatural precision, as if they could sense the soul rather than just the body. But still, he evaded gracefully with calm and precision. His movements were like he was one step ahead and could figure out the next movement. The others quickly realized the same. The Dinistrider Prince, whose golden sands shielded him from physical attacks, watched in disbelief as the blood chains pierced through his defenses without resistance. His sandstorm shattered like glass. Leaving him exposed, he leapt back just in time, panting from the narrow escape. "Everyone, don't let them touch you," Ian warned, slashing another chain with pinpoint precision. That he warned the others, even though most of them would not listen. Because he knows how terrifying these chains' true ability is, that if these forces harm them here on the heavenly path, they won't die, but will leave a mark on their spirit. Chaotic energy will seep into their body. At first, it'll seem harmless, maybe even manageable. But over time, it will grow and fester, slowly affecting their mind. Eventually, it will consume their thoughts, turning them into a bloodthirsty, mindless puppet, driven only by destruction and killing. Some genius of 10 clans scoffed, dismissing his words, while others, sharp ones like Cassandra and Apollo, glanced around nervously, beginning to sense the subtle but ominous pressure of the chaotic energy around them. Ian's warning lingered in their minds, unsettling those who knew better than to ignore danger on this treacherous path. He shook his head slightly, seeing their reactions. Fools, he thought. He wasn't one to repeat himself. Those who underestimated this now would learn soon enough, if they survived long enough to regret it. Cassandra roared as she became more violent, forcing her lightning to surge outward. "Then we'll destroy them before they catch us." She somewhat believed Ian's word. Thunder crackled, and she hurled bolts of electric fury at the chains. But the mist absorbed most of the impact, dulling her attacks. Draken laughed, his voice a symphony of madness and ecstasy. His wounds had completely vanished, and the chaotic aura around him only grew more ferocious. "Fight all you want. It won't matter," he taunted, his eyes gleaming with malice. "The more you resist, the more delicious it becomes." Everyone was agitated as the Draken's aura continued to climb. Now even Apollo started to furrow his brows as a weird sensation came from the depths of his mind, as the calm, eternal sword aura seemed to agitate. T wasn't feeling afraid, but instead, disgust, like something made his sword aura hate it. Feeling this, he also becomes more serious since his sword aura feels like that, and he needs to take care of him. His aura changed, and it became sharper, and the soul-shattering bow in his hand started glowing with a white glowed in icy arrow, shimmering with a trace of mysterious space law, began to condense in Apollo's grip. Its aura steadily escalated, radiating a terrifying sense of impending destruction. As the arrow absorbed more power, its essence deepened, as though it were transcending ordinary limits and approaching the pinnacle of perfection. The surrounding space trembled and warped under the overwhelming force it contained. Minute distortions appeared, and then cracks black. Rifts split the air around Apollo, jagged tears in reality itself, spreading out like creeping vines. Frost formed along the fractures, the air becoming colder with each passing second. The arrow's very presence seemed to reject the existence of everything around it, as if space itself could no longer bear its presence. Others also felt it, as the terrifying sight sent shivers down their spines as they looked in horror. Among the many participants who were still on the different platforms of the heavenly path, only Ishur directly faced the horror of Apollo's attack. Even though he was on a lower platform and was too far away to fully feel the aura, Ishur still felt the terror, and it shook his heart. He cannot help but remember the feeling when facing it, and almost as if not for having a trick to save himself. Void disintegration arrow. Apollo didn't care about others' reactions and quickly used his devastating arrow, as it is one of the strongest means of attack he can use for a single target. Boom! He fired the arrow, which traveling through space appeared near Draken's blood river that protected him. But this time the attack wasn't something that could be stopped easily. The void disintegration arrow pierced through the blood river like a divine spear breaching a mortal shield, tearing apart the chaotic currents with unstoppable force. The once impenetrable wall of blood shattered as the arrow's spatial distortions consumed everything in its path, twisting energy and matter into non-existence. All the geniuses on the 90th platform were shocked by the sudden eruption of Apollo and the arrow that seemed to shake their body and soul. The Draken's expression shifted, his grin faltering for the first time. His crimson eyes narrowed as he sensed the arrow's immense threat. An attack created not just to harm but to annihilate. The air around Draken churned violently as the space around him buckled and cracked. He raised his hands in desperation, summoning every bit of his chaotic blood power. Bloody chains lashed out toward the incoming arrow, converging like a storm of serpents. But the arrow was relentless. It unraveled the chains and amidst the moment they touched it, like paper disintegrating in a furnace. The arrow surged forward faster than thought, its cold glow expanding in Draken's vision until it seemed to eclipse the world itself. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. A deafening shockwave erupted, blasting outward with such force that the entire 90th platform trembled. The air turned deathly cold, ice spreading rapidly across the ground, freezing cracks in space itself. Geniuses scattered, shielding themselves from the terrifying fallout. But even from a distance, the chill gnawed at their bones, and their souls felt brushed by the void that in the center of the devastation. Draken's blood river, once vast and fearsome, was torn to shreds, reduced to the mist that evaporated into nothingness for a moment. Silence reigned. All the gathered geniuses stared in disbelief at the aftermath, stunned by the sheer destruction wrought by Apollo's attack. Then the void shifted, twisting as if something fought against its grasp. Draken's figure emerged from the blood, staggering. His body was riddled with wounds, his blood-red aura flickering erratically as if barely holding together. But he was still here and standing and not eliminated, surprising everyone. Damn it! I will kill you and everyone here. Draken's crimson eyes seemed to have lost any sense of sanity and became filled with bloodthirsty and killing intent. Die, die, die. And blood around him started boiling with his aura, which seemed to break the barrier of saints and finally reach the level of half-god, surpassing everyone around here. Although Draken seemed to have lost his mind, the breakthrough had made his aura even more terrifying. He wasn't an ordinary person to begin with, and even in a crazed state, he remained incredibly powerful and extremely dangerous. Outside, the crowd and the elders of various clans, still reeling from Apollo's previous attack, were once again horrified by Draken's sudden eruption. The high-ranking figures and elders of the top 10 clans couldn't help but exchange uneasy glances toward Draken's clan. Something about him felt different now, and with this unexpected outburst, a sense of growing worry began to spread among them. The expressions of all the geniuses grew even graver. Draken seemed to have crossed a major threshold. If they didn't combine their strength, they knew they risked losing to the now mad Draken. Apollo narrowed his eyes. He could feel it. A shift in the battlefield. Draken's chaotic energy no longer obeyed ordinary laws. It was untamed, primal, and deadly. That Cassandra's lips curled into a grimace. We can't hold back anymore. Everyone, throw everything you've got. Her lightning crackled furiously around her, arcs of electricity snapping and roaring like thunder, and her entire figure changed as she seemed to become bigger like a giant of thunder and lightning. Ian's sword hummed with an ominous resonance, his aura sharpening to the absolute edge of perfection. He whispered a silent prayer to the spirit of the blade as he activated a secret technique reserved for life and death battles. Let's finish this. Without hesitation, everyone else also brought out their trump cards and secret techniques, moves they had saved for the most critical moments. Apollo took a deep breath, his blue eyes narrowing as he accessed Draken with a deep disgust feeling from his sword aura. Although he didn't know why, he was going to defeat it. He wasn't just going to unleash another devastating attack. This time, he'd draw upon the full potential of his domain-level understanding. The power of space and ice surged with his eternal sword aura, forming a dangerous trinity as he drew his sword on the other side. Draken, assaulted by the fierce attacks of the geniuses, seemed unfazed behind him. A blood-red sun with writhing tentacles emerged, unleashing a devastating attack that appeared ready to swallow everything in its path, leaving behind a residue of chaotic, bloodthirsty aura. What? Everyone was stunned as their combined attacks were consumed by the blood sun in an instant. The strange, chain-like tentacles shot toward them, piercing through their defenses as if nothing could stop the bizarre laws governing the attack. Ian's sword gleamed, slicing through the encroaching tentacles with deadly precision, his aura vibrating with an eerie sharpness that hinted at his hidden heritage. Cassandra unleashed her own storm, lightning bolts infused with strange sigils that cracked the air around her, deflecting the tentacles with barely contained fury. But even they were barely holding on. The other geniuses, except for Cassandra and Ian, whose mysterious and terrifying backgrounds allowed them to withstand the Blood Sun's tentacle-like chains, were not so fortunate. The rest found themselves cornered by hundreds, if not thousands, of writhing tentacles, unable to fight back. No, no. Just as they thought they had lost and the tentacles pierced their bodies, they weren't immediately transported outside. Instead, they were overwhelmed by excruciating pain, their screams echoing across the battlefield. The onlookers outside noticed their agony, and just as confusion spread about what was happening, the participants were finally transported out, though no one could understand the reason for the delay. However, what the transported geniuses failed to notice was the faint trace of a bloody, chaotic aura lingering deep within their minds. Hidden from them, Apollo's cold gaze remained locked on Draken, even as the horrific scene unfolded around him. He clenched his sword tighter, his knuckles white, as he felt the oppressive weight of the Blood Sun's aura bearing down on him. The eternal sword aura around him roars violently, reacting to the unnatural presence as if rejecting the very existence of this chaotic force. The sudden attack wiped out 8 geniuses simultaneously, leaving only Apollo, Cassandra, and Ian. But it was clear to everyone that only Apollo was still standing, unwavering, as he faced the Blood Sun. The sinister sun pulsed ominously, radiating an aura that seemed to corrupt the mind and devour any attacks thrown at it. Apollo's eyes narrowed into cold slits as his sword vibrated with mysterious energy, the sharp resonance of space, ice, and his eternal sword aura intertwining into a deadly force. The overwhelming presence of the blood-red sun loomed before him, its writhing tendrils seemingly alive, eager to devour everything in sight. The sinister pulse radiating from it tried to corrode his mind, but Apollo stood unwavering. Unfazed, he raised his sword slowly, his gaze calm but sharp as a blade, and his aura expanded, rippling out in waves that caused cracks in the space around him. The clash of his eternal sword aura with the Blood Sun's chaotic energy created a deafening hum, like 2 primordial forces vying for dominance. 14 sword, dimension cut. In an instant, he slashed downward. The dimension cut wasn't just a strike. It was a fundamental severing of dimension itself. Space around the Blood Sun fractured like glass, jagged shards of broken dimensions spreading out as the attack tore open a vast rift in the fabric of existence. The dimension cut cleaved through everything, the chaotic energy of the Blood Sun, its malignant tendrils, and the surrounding battlefield. The sun emitted a final, furious burst of energy in defiance, but it was too late. Apollo's attack tore into its core, severing the chaotic essence that fueled its existence. The sky seemed to split open as the rift expanded, swallowing the Blood Sun. With a soundless explosion, the sun collapsed inward on itself, pulled into the endless void between spatial dimensions. The battlefield fell silent as the Blood Sun was erased from existence, leaving nothing behind but fragments of ice lingering in the air. Apollo stood at the center, his sword lowered, the brilliance of his eternal aura slowly fading as the space around him began to mend. Cassandra and Ian looked on, their expressions grave but filled with awe. Ian finally exhaled, his hands trembling slightly, though he quickly composed himself. Dimension cut. What kind of monster are you, Apollo? Why have I never heard of him in the previous timeline? Outside the battlefield, the crowd erupted into chaos. Elders and high-ranking figures stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. The unrivaled might of the 14th sword, dimension cut, was etched into their minds, leaving them questioning whether Apollo had truly transcended the limits of mortal comprehension. Outside, Draken appeared in a withered state, and his crimson eyes, full of madness, returned to calm. However, he was still in shock as he seemed to remember Apollo's sword strike, which seemed to have almost annihilated him even with the protection of the heavenly path. Thankfully, he was also wearing the treasure of their clan, the Divide blood armor, which protected him at the last moment and gave him the chance to be teleported out. Otherwise, this might be the end. The elders of Draken's clan, though relieved by his survival, exchanged concerned glances. They could feel the overwhelming trauma lingering in Draken's spirit. He might have survived, but Apollo's attack had scarred more than just his body. His path to advancement had been significantly hindered, and the setback was undeniable. Apollo looked at the space rift that was slowly closing. Not feeling proud, he could see that he failed to kill the Darkin at the last moment. Some treasure stopped his attack, and he survived. He was hoping to kill him because of the disgusting feeling he gets from his power, but now it seems impossible. Besides Ian, who also noticed this and felt bad, the demon still survived, even though he knew that he could not be killed easily with the support of his family. Still this time, a major variable has taken place. Draken didn't win, and actually was hit hard, so his progress should be slowed down, which gives him a better chance to change the impending future. Cassandra was also a bit shocked as she thought he was a bit different, as his physique didn't lose to her, but didn't expect that the body wasn't his strongest means and his true strength to be this terrifying. The chaotic murmur of the crowd beyond the arena grew louder, and the elders from various clans gathered, whispering among themselves about the shocking display they had witnessed. That shocking sword clearly reached half-god level, and it wasn't weak at the early stage half-god level. They couldn't believe someone this young could use such a magnificent sword. After calming down, Cassandra and Ian both became alert and wanted to see what Apollo was going to do. Would he attack them with thunder or not? But after a moment, he didn't attack, which let them calm a bit. Now that only three of them left, Apollo didn't feel the need to fight. Instead, it was better to climb higher, as he wanted to see what was on the top of the heavenly path. Apollo stood calmly, his eyes fixed on the summit far above. The other two could see the faint gleam of determination in his expression. With a slight movement, Apollo began to ascend again, leaving Cassandra and Ian to follow if they wanted to. There was no need to engage them. Now, Cassandra took a deep breath, relaxing her grip. He's not an enemy for now. We'd better move too if we don't want to fall behind. Ian gave a wry smile, though his eyes remained sharp. It's not a matter of wanting to keep up. It's a question of whether we can. As Apollo climbed higher, the aura of the heavenly path grew more oppressive. The space between platforms shimmered with ancient power, testing the limits of every step. But Apollo moved steadily as if nothing could hinder him. Cassandra and Ian exchanged one last glance, then followed, as they also wanted to climb high and see what level they could reach. The crowd outside watched in stunned silence as the three figures ascended. As of now, the 10 clan assembly have fully changed, and only Cassandra for the Titania clan remains with 2 dark horses from the Wheat clan, making this session the most unique assembly in 10,000 years. This sudden shift in the status quo was almost unimaginable. For millennia, the assembly had been dominated by the top 10 clans, each sending their most elite members to prove their strength. Yet here they were, Cassandra, a lone warrior of the great Titania clan, and 2 unexpected challengers from humble origins, both defying the odds, climbing higher than anyone had predicted. 2 dark horses, an elder muttered, his gaze sharp and contemplative. I never thought I'd see such an upheaval in my lifetime. The murmurs spread like wildfire among the elders and spectators. Questions arose. Could Apollo or Ian threaten the dominance of the great clans? Had the balance of power begun to shift? Many such thoughts appeared in everyone's mind, especially Apollo, who knows from where he came and has shown such devastating strength that they find it difficult to accept that if before they hoped this golden generation could climb the top, then they're sure Apollo is going to make that true. And finally, after thousands of years, someone who is below the half-god realm will climb the top of the heavenly path of God. After Apollo crossed and entered the 91st platform, the pressure of all 3 forces exploded and increased many times. But it was nothing he couldn't handle, and without slowing down, Apollo continued forward. However, the moment Cassandra and Ian stepped further, they both began to feel overwhelmed. Behind him, Cassandra and Ian felt the full brunt of the platform's trial. Cassandra's muscles tensed, her Titania bloodline straining to maintain her pace. Though her body was powerful enough to withstand direct blows from the strongest enemies, the unrelenting mental burden gnawed at her. Every step felt heavier. Everyone thought more clouded, as if the path was slowly wearing down her resolve. Ian, in contrast, possessed unparalleled mental clarity and soul. Resilience, traits that allowed him to remain calm in even the most chaotic situations. But his physical body, not tempered to the same degree, struggled under the crushing weight. His breath came in ragged bursts, and each movement felt like dragging chains through the molten iron. The heavenly path was merciless, a crucible that tested the complete harmony between body, mind, and spirit. Where Cassandra and Ian were exceptional in their respective strengths, they now found their flaws exposed like cracks in glass. Apollo, however, moved with a sense of ease that bordered on terrifying. His foundation was flawless, his spirit, mind, and body harmonized to perfection, leaving no weak points for the path to exploit. Each step was deliberate yet fluid, as though the path itself acknowledged him as someone destined to tread upon its sacred stones. Cassandra gritted her teeth, refusing to stop. Ian, sensing the same disparity, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. That a rare sense of frustration gripped him, and amount of preparation had prepared him for someone like Apollo. And yet, despite the odds, he was determined to go as far as he could. The crowd outside watched in stunned silence. Sensing the shift, the elders of the top clans exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that something unprecedented was unfolding before their eyes. "This one is not bound by limits," an elder muttered, his voice tinged with awe and fear. "Could it be that Apollo will really break through to the top?" Whispered another, his gaze locked on the screen that displayed the climbers. Apollo continued and crossed the 93rd platform, his pace unwavering. The energy around him crackled with divine resonance, as though the path itself recognized his worth. Cassandra staggered for a moment, but pushed forward with sheer will. Ian followed, though he knew in his heart that Apollo was no longer someone he could catch up to, step by step. Apollo climbed higher, his figure growing smaller on the distant horizon of the heavenly path. Yet to those watching, it felt as though they were witnessing the rise of a legend. The first mortal in millennia to ascend the heavenly path toward godhood. He steadily left the two behind and reached the 99th step, but it wasn't over, as he needed to step forward last time to reach the summit, or the unofficial 100th step that everyone's eyes are glued to it. As when somebody reaches the top, they will experience different things depending on the person and will create different and unique phenomena that represent the person. The sky above began to ripple, as if sensing the significance of his ascent. Elders and spectators alike leaned forward, eyes wide, waiting for the final step, the one that would define him. One more step, Apollo thought, gripping his fist. He raised his foot slowly, every muscle, every fiber of his existence focused on the step ahead. The summit vibrated as Apollo's foot made contact with the final step, triggering a chain reaction that spread across the heavenly path. Boom. The moment he took that step, the world around him began to tremble, and the entire heavenly path lit up with a bright, golden, mysterious aura that could be felt by everyone across the different platforms. The aura carried a strange power, one that seemed to clear their minds and lift their confusion. Their bodies hummed with new strength, while the profound mysteries of the laws, concepts that had once felt distant, now glimmered before them with startling clarity. Slowly, each of them began to grow stronger as their understanding of the laws deepened. This is a peculiar, soothing sound echoed through the air, as if the very essence of the universe was being retuned. The golden aura swirled gently, embedding enlightenment in the hearts of those still climbing and even reaching those watching from afar. Spectators who could only dream of touching such wisdom could only sigh, as only the genius remaining on the heavenly path can enjoy the blessing. Meanwhile, Apollo stood unmoved at the apex, his gaze serene but distant, as though he existed outside the flow of time. The golden aura didn't just wash over him. It resonated with his very being. That it swirled around him, not lifting or diminishing his power, but settling into his soul like an ancient promise fulfilled. But it wasn't over, as after the golden light started to dim, another mysterious phenomenon appeared. But it was the entire opposite. It was filled with death and devouring, and quickly half of the heavenly path was covered by such a dark aura. With that, two mysterious, translucent figures appeared behind Apollo. That on one side stood a silver golden warrior, clad in radiant white armor, his features stern and unwavering. His sword gleamed with celestial power. His very presence radiated calm purpose, as though he were an eternal giant standing against the endless tides of chaos. Opposite him loomed a black demon god, its form shrouded in writhing shadows. Death clung to it like a second skin, swirling in tendrils around a massive black hole that hovered ominously behind it. The demon's malevolent eyes burnt with hunger, an insatiable desire to devour existence itself. Both figures were massive, their sheer presence overwhelming, even as mere shadows of their true forms. The land trembled beneath their auras, and the elders and spectators watching from beyond the mirror felt a chill of terror grip their hearts. Even half-gods and ancient beings, monsters far stronger than most, felt the same unease, as if the aura these figures radiated came from something beyond their comprehension. Cassandra's breath hitched as she looked at the figures towering behind Apollo. "Is this his potential?" she whispered in disbelief. Aeon, who had stood resilient until now, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. No wonder the future is shifting. His voice trembled with a mixture of awe and dread. He's not just a variable, he's a force beyond reason itself. Apollo, with closed eyes standing between the two transparent figures. His expression remained calm, as if he accepted the existence of both extremes within himself. Then, as if responding to some unspoken command, the two figures raised their weapons in unison. The golden warrior lifted his gleaming sword high into the heavens, while the black demon king summoned the swirling black hole closer to his chest, as if ready to unleash it upon the world. But instead of attacking, both seemed to dive within Apollo's body and quickly started dispersing within him. And the moment they together entered his body, his aura started to increase rapidly. His aura climbed from the early fourth stage to the middle stage and continued to increase at a fast rate to only be stopped at the peak of the fourth rank. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Apollo stood there, his figure like a mountain among mere mortals, unshaken and unyielding. Outside the heavenly path, gasps erupted from the elders and spectators. Although because of the mysterious aura, they cannot tell what level of strength he break through. From the surroundings, it can be understood that he improved quite a lot. The mysterious phenomenon remained like that for a few minutes, and finally it disappeared, leaving everyone on the heavenly path sad, as in just a few minutes they improved more than years of hard training. Apollo also opened his eyes, and a small smile appeared on his face as he felt the improvement of his strength, and could help but feel the trouble was worth it. The heavenly path saved him a year or more of practice. Now that he has reached the peak of fourth rank, he can consolidate and be prepared for breakthrough to saint rank. The saint rank wasn't just a matter of power, it was a transformation of essence, of spirit, that he needed to be ready in both body and soul before attempting the leap. Now standing at the peak of the heavenly path, he no longer felt any pressure. Instead, he felt liberated. Not only had his strength improved, but his foundation had grown even steadier and stronger. A remarkable feat, given that it was already incredibly solid. Yet now, it had reached an unimaginable level. After that, the bright golden light appeared on everyone within the heavenly path space, and then they quickly were teleported out, marking the ending of the final round of the 10-clan assembly. The sudden shift left many stumbling as they reappeared in the grand plaza outside. The heavenly mirror, where the 10-clan assembly had begun. The crowd erupted into murmurs, processing what they had just witnessed. This year's assembly was unlike any in recorded history, with one unexpected participant standing far above all others. Apollo, Cassandra, and Ian appeared at the forefront of the trialists. The golden light around them lingered for a few moments longer than the others, a clear sign of how far they had climbed. But Apollo's aura shone brightest, powerful, unwavering, and filled with the promise of future greatness. All the elders and higher of the 10-clan sighed as they watched this. Thousands of years of dominance finally ended with Apollo's appearance. The most overwhelmed were the elders and the leader of the Rose clan. They couldn't be too happy or too sad. After all, Apollo represented their clan, which meant they would receive the most resources for which they should be glad, but it also left them uneasy, sometimes without sufficient strength, having too much of something wasn't good. And this was one of those times. The assembly overseer, an ancient figure with deep lines etched across his face, stepped forward, his voice reverberating through the plaza. The final round of the 10-clan assembly has concluded. This year's assembly will be remembered not just for its results, but for the emergence of something truly extraordinary. All eyes returned to Apollo, the dark horse from a minor Rose clan, now a figure standing at the cusp of legend. The champion is Apollo from the Rose clan. The overseer's loud voice echoed throughout the plaza, and the crowd couldn't help but feel boiling as they witnessed the legend that broke their expectations and brought such surprise. Whereas the 10 great clan elders were ashamed, especially the 8 clans that were directly eliminated during the scrimmage by Drakens alone, bringing them a great deal of shame. But just as the crowd was excited, the sky became dark, and an ominous aura seemed to cover the sky. All of the people in the world felt uncomfortable, like something was going to happen. The expressions of the leaders of the 10 great clans changed, except for the leader of the Draken clan, as they sensed that something was wrong. Interference with space-time has been detected. Forceful teleportation is beginning. What the FCK? The sudden cold voice in Apollo's mind shocked him. What happened? What interference with space-time and forceful teleportation? Before he could figure out anything, he seemed to be struck by lightning and suddenly disappeared right in front of everyone's eyes. But the people didn't have time to understand what just happened as a gigantic crimson hand seemed to cover the sky and appeared with a terrifying, soul-stirring laughter. Ha ha ha! Finally found another one. Quick, awaken the ancestor. Use the divine artifact quick. The leaders of the 10 clans, horrified by the aura of the crimson hand, tried to awaken them to fight the mighty being whose hands seemed to cover the world. Ha ha! The time has finally come. Ha ha! All of you cannot do anything. Your ancestors couldn't do anything against the great master. Without wasting your time, you should all accept it. The clan leader of the Draken clan seemed to expect this moment and laughed maniacally, like a psycho, as he looked at the mighty being that appeared in the sky with reverence and worship. The ancestors of the other 9 clans awakened and immediately used their clan's divine artifacts to stop the gigantic hand. But it was no avail. The space shattered and the world trembled from their attack. But it did not stop the assault. As the attack was about to hit the ground, something in Ian's hand began to glow. Suddenly, it enveloped a few meters of area, and he, along with Cassandra, disappeared just before the attack landed. Boom! SC! Crack! Slam! With that noise on Sky City, Apollo returned with bewilderment. As he was still in a bit of shock about what the FCK just happened, he looked at Sky City and couldn't help but tremble. Just before he was forcefully transported back, he had sensed the same nauseating aura he'd felt on Draken. But this time, it was unimaginably more powerful, a magnitude beyond anything he'd encountered before. In fact, there was no comparison at all. The difference between them was vast, if it weren't for the faint resonance with his sword's aura. He wouldn't have believed they were connected in any way. But as he was thinking about that cold mechanical voice, a gain rang in his mind. Forceful teleportation successful. Task. When the championship of the 10 clan assembly. Completed. Reward being issued. Winning the championship. Rewards 3,000 sky points. With that announcement, the cold mechanical voice in his mind disappeared. Leaving the Apollo in his thoughts, he looked at the rewarded sky points and felt that although the task was difficult, the reward didn't seem that bad, even though the last moment of transportation was weird. But he had to say that the more he stays and clears those tasks, the more he feels weird about Sky City and Tower of Sky. He wonders what the connection is and why there are so many such anomalies, as there seems to be another force competing with them. 3,000 sky points, he murmured to himself. What should I do with them? He let go of these thoughts. He had a feeling that in a few months, he would know everything he wanted to know. Currently, he only needed to continue to become stronger. He, after doing the task, was a bit tired and quickly went back to his place to rest, and then decided how to spend his points for his next breakthrough. The next day, he met with his master and soul, who were also improving at a fast rate and had made breakthroughs in their strength. His master, Aaron, had reached the late stage of the 4th rank and had increased his understanding of the law of lightning. Soul, on the other hand, finally crossed a major hurdle and broke through to the 4th rank Grandmaster level after understanding the unique law of compression. This law allowed him to compress any energy, including laws, to a certain extent to create devastating attacks. He was frankly surprised when he discovered this. There are many weird laws that do not fall under the 5 elements or fit into general categories. For example, while sword aura is common, there are also fist aura and many other unique powers that stem from individual will, creating distinct abilities that do not entirely depend on the world's general laws. It's a strange power, really, Soul admitted, flexing his hand as if feeling the energy flow. It's not as straightforward as lightning or fire, but it's powerful when used correctly. Apollo nodded, fascinated. The uniqueness of Soul's law was a reminder of the diversity in cultivation paths. His path, especially with his balanced foundation, allowed him to engage with various elements and powers that he knew that consolidating his newfound strength and preparing for the saint rank would demand careful planning. That evening, Back in his quarters, Apollo sat down to strategize his path forward. With 3,000 sky points at his disposal, he could choose powerful items, rare resources, or even access to areas within Sky City that offered insights into higher laws. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but with every step, he was shaping his destiny, ready to face whatever challenges lay beyond the horizon. His foundation was solid, even though he broke many small stages at the same time because of the heavenly path. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but think what happened there. But he cannot find anything about that from here. What he now needed to do is increase all his laws to the peak level law domain, which is 59% of the law. Currently, only his law of space and death is just above 45%, and other law domains are barely above 30%. Even his ice law, which he was supposed to be the best at, was also at that level. From now on, he was going to grind his points in the Temple of Laws until he reached his desired level of understanding of his various laws and sword aura. With that, Apollo immediately went to the Temple of Laws and started to improve his understanding of laws. As time passed, he continued to spend his points on the Temple of Laws, and when he emptied his points, he would do some tasks, as not all tasks are deadly. He continued this for 2 months. In these 2 months, everything was calm, and he didn't face any trouble or somebody come for the revenge of Salvation Society. He just grinded these 2 months. And today he finally reached his peak with nothing but to break through the Saint realm. He looked at the row of laws and swordsmanship in the system's profile and couldn't help but feel proud. Law Ice, 59%, Death, 59%, Devour, 30.94%, 5 Elements, 59%, Space, 59%. Swordsmanship, Eternal Sword Domain, 99.9%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Domain will transform into Sword World, 33. Sword Style, 15 Sword. Not only had he improved his laws, but he also created his very own 15th sword, surpassing his master and taking a step closer to completing the 33 swords. He further advanced his law of Devour to the domain level, as his mental strength was already strong enough to control the strange urges associated with this law. Apollo was finally ready to take the next step and reach the 5th rank. The realm of Saints IT was a significant milestone, as becoming a saint would allow him to stand as an equal among the realm's powerful geniuses. His age had always been a disadvantage, but now he was even going to overcome that challenge. He was already many times stronger than he had been 2 months ago, and he couldn't even guess how powerful he would become after he broke through and became a saint. Today was not just another day. It was the day he would break through to the saint realm, a step that would define his future. Apollo's heart raced with anticipation as he prepared for the momentous event. Becoming a saint would not only elevate his strength, but also be a major step towards godhood. He went back to the Star Core room and paid the required points. He closed his eyes and took a moment to gather his thoughts, centering himself in preparation for the breakthrough. Inhaling deeply, he felt the cold energy of the ice law merging with the fierce aura of death, the steady flow of the 5 elements anchoring him, while the vastness of space surrounded him. Like an endless horizon, the law of Devour pulsed within him, a reminder of the primal instincts he had tamed, and he embraced it as a part of himself rather than a threat. With one final exhale, he focused his will on the core of his being. Now, he whispered to himself, is the time. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within, igniting his soul as he channeled the culmination of his training and understanding. The air around him crackled with power, resonating with the laws he had come to master. The Star Core room filled with brilliant light, and he could feel the very fabric of reality shifting as he began his transformation. Boom. The ground trembled beneath him as a shockwave radiated outward, and for a brief moment, the entire space seemed to hold its breath. Apollo's aura exploded in intensity, flooding the room with light and sound, as though the universe itself were bearing witness to his breakthrough. The energy in the Star Core room began to be devoured by his body and soul like a black hole swallowing everything. As this happened, his body, soul, and laws started to merge within him. The first transformation of his body began as his blood, bones, and organs changed at the cellular level, that a certain mysterious divinity seemed to manifest as his blood and organs slowly transformed, becoming golden. Second, his soul, which is the most mysterious, also started to transform. Before, his soul had a rough figure of himself, but as the transformation continued, it became entirely identical, with a clear figure to the small detail. Not only does his soul seem to now astral project himself out his body like a ghost's, meaning he can, for a few minutes, break free from physical constraints. The transformation continued. Both his mage paths started to change as the new foundation runes started to form within his mind. Slowly, a new virtual palace started to appear in his mind. Virtual Palace is the major power-up of mages who break through Great Magister, and only after becoming Great Magister can mages show their true strength. A Virtual Palace for a Great Magister is like another domain for mages, but it is more directed towards spiritual power than physical presence in most domains that it also gives mages an additional boost when casting spells. The strength of a Virtual Palace depends on the technique used by mages to create it during their breakthrough. However, he didn't feel troubled, as the second part of the Primal Cosmos meditation technique, which he purchased for 100,000 creation points, includes one of the strongest methods for constructing a virtual palace. During these 2 months, he not only completed many tasks, but he was able to collect quite a hefty amount of creation points. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do the second part of the technique, that he was ready for this. And using the method, he started to build a Cosmos palace that, like the cosmos, filled with stars, had infinite potential and power. He concentrated, visualizing the cosmos, a vast, boundless space teeming with stars and galaxies, representing the infinite potential of his mind. Each star glowed with immense energy, and as he drew upon their light, he felt the first stirrings of his cosmos. Palace that it wasn't just a place. It was a realm within him, an extension of his soul and spirit that would amplify his magic to levels he could barely imagine. Boom! With the invisible barrier within him, slowly, the virtual and real Cosmos Palace started to appear in his mind, which also brought an explosive growth of his spirit, even affecting the space just with the spiritual strength. A virtual, embryonic form of Cosmos appeared in his mind and filled him with mysterious energy. Bang! And with that, his body, soul, and mind completed their breakthrough, and a perfect harmony between the three was established, and he finally reached the Saint and Great Magister realm. In this heightened state, his strength felt boundless, his senses clearer than ever. The Cosmos Palace pulsed with energy within him, its presence vast and mysterious, as though it could hold entire worlds. He had ascended to a new realm of existence, where his spirit and magic intertwined seamlessly, bringing him an incredible mastery that dwarfed his previous self. Now, as he took in the power flowing through him, he could feel the Cosmos Palace's effect. His spells would be faster, sharper, and more devastating. His spiritual strength felt immeasurable, ready to crush obstacles and face any challenge before him. For the first time, Apollo truly understood the power of a great magister, and he was just beginning to unlock the true potential of his Cosmos Palace. As for the warrior path, there's also a major change as the semi-divine energy within has become purer, just a step away from divine energy. Now he wouldn't lose to most half-gods in quality of divine energy. His body also changed, and seems to have transformed into some sort of new physique. He could not wait anymore, and quickly looked at the system panel to see how much exactly he changed. Void Creation System. Host, Apollo Fletcher, Demigod. Life Level. 5th Rank Limit Breaker, Warrior Path. 5th Rank Great Magister, Mage Path. Status. Healthy. Physique. First Turn Divine Body, Soul. First Layer Human Soul, Spirit. First Floor Cosmos Palace. Law. Ice, 59%. Death, 59%. Devour, 30.94%. 5 Elements, 59%. Space, 59%. Swordsmanship Eternal Sword Domain, 99.9%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Domain will transform into Sword World. 33 Sword Style, 15th Sword. Warrior Skills, Ice Cut, lowest grade. Boost, lowest grade. Ice Nova, middle grade. Blade Storm, middle grade. Sword Ray, middle grade. Absolute. Crush, high grade. Arrow of Ice God, high grade. Mage Skills Blink, high grade. Engraved Purple Sky Thunder Shower, high grade. Engraved Wings of Wind, high grade. Engraved Spirit Armor, high grade. Engraved 5 Elements Annihilation, super grade. Engraved Creation Energy, 64,465 points. After examining the system, he quickly noticed a few changes that piqued his interest. There were new changes in the physique and spirit sections, along with the introduction of a new soul category. The numerical values disappeared and new terms emerged. His physique seemed to transform into a first-turn divine body, while his spirit took on the form of a first-floor Cosmos Palace. As mentioned in the meditation technique, that it also stated that to break the God barrier, he needed to complete and construct a 9-floor virtual palace. But he can guess his body also, like this, needed to turn 9 turns to become a true divine body. The soul is more mysterious. He didn't know much about it, But in the Sky City with points, he can know almost everything about cultivation. Realizing the profound scope of his recent transformation, Apollo knew he had to learn more about these new changes if he was to continue advancing. The Sky City was a treasure trove of knowledge and power, where points could buy almost any information he needed about cultivation, the divine realms, and the mysteries of godhood. He, with that in mind, left the Star Core room and went for a stroll, as after the breakthrough, he felt a bit free and he needed to change his mood. For the breakthrough, he was always in a high concentration state, so he needed some time to adjust and calm his mood. These 2 months also brought many changes among the trialists. After utilizing the grand facilities of Sky City, they improved by leaps and bounds. The number of grandmasters and saints increased significantly, as even the weakest trialists who had survived so far had now reached the grandmaster realm. Master Aaron advanced to the half-step saint realm, and Aliona also seems to have broken through to the saint rank. Pussy King's strength increased rapidly as well, enabling it to confront most early half-gods directly, not to mention its unknown abilities. There was about a month before the big change in the Sky Tower, so everyone was frantically trying to improve, and the results are the current strength of trialists. The rankings of the top 100 trialists went through many rounds of changes in these 2 months, but Apollo not only maintained his position, he improved by leaps and bounds. He broke into the top 50 and nearly reached the top 20, currently holding the 23rd spot. The top 20 are the strongest geniuses of the eastern continent of Ryan, and frankly, he underestimated them. Although only geniuses from one continent were here, the strength or number of geniuses was many times higher than any world he had been in during his task. IT let him understand that Ryan isn't simple and is many times stronger and more mysterious than the worlds he had been in. He was frankly looking forward to what change would take place after a month. His mind buzzed with thoughts of his journey so far, the countless challenges he had faced, the power he had gained, and the profound transformations he had undergone. With each rank gained, he felt a deeper connection to his laws and skills. Yet even as he reveled in his progress, Apollo understood that he was merely scratching the surface of his potential. The world beyond the Tower of Sky was vast and fraught with dangers, and he was looking forward to the new challenge. For a day or two, he took a break from training to enjoy himself as he explored Sky City, visiting many interesting places. One such place was a fighting platform where warriors had equal energy and strength, unable to use their own skills. Instead, they could only fight using the abilities assigned to them at the beginning of the match. Warriors had to rely on these designated skills to defeat their opponents. Apollo fought 10 matches non-stop and won all of them. With his superb understanding, he mastered the skill so quickly that his opponent could not catch even a single attack, that he used this place for his training over his control, and it was fun as he felt the platform's ability to ban everything was mysterious and gave him some hints about his future path. After 2 days, he resumed his training and focused on grinding and collecting sky points once again, determined to become as strong as possible before the major event his sister mentioned. Time passed, and more than a month passed, and today, the time had come. The atmosphere in Sky City crackled with energy, a palpable tension that felt like the air just before a storm. Apollo could sense it everywhere. The bustling crowds, the hurried conversations, the glances of anticipation exchanged between the trialists and the mages alike. The countdown to the major event that had been the topic of whispers for weeks had finally reached its climax. He felt a bit excited as he had spent the last month grinding tirelessly, amassing sky points, and honing his skills, determined to stand ready for whatever challenges awaited him. With each step through the streets of Sky City, Apollo could see the excitement etched on the faces of the other trialists. The city felt more crowded today, as everyone was striving to be in perfect condition, having paused their tasks in the last few days. Currently, he is with Master Aaron's soul, Aliona, and Lord Idris, the only other person from the kingdom of Ryaweth. Besides him and his master, who also had survived until now, was gathered with them. They gathered at his residence, which was among the best. He was one of the 20 trialists who had become 3-star Sky Mark trialists. His residence resembled an entire world, complete with a small forest and a river. Rumors about the upcoming big event had already been spreading for the past few days, so most of them were prepared, though not as thoroughly as Apollo, who had known for months and was fully ready to. As the hours crept by, the city seemed to pulse with a hidden energy, a hum that grew louder with each passing moment. Just as anticipation began to turn into impatience, a powerful tremor rippled through the entire city, followed by a surge of mystic energy that resonated throughout Sky Tower. A radiant glow bathed the city, infusing the air with an otherworldly light. Apollo's heart quickened as the energy built around him, thick with ancient power. Every trialist could feel it, the sense that the very fabric of reality was shifting, bending to reveal a hidden layer of existence. This was unlike any other sensation he'd felt. It was as if the tower itself were calling, resonating with his very soul. He shared a glance with others who seemed equally captivated by the overwhelming presence that filled the sky. Even Pussy King, who had rarely shown any reaction to the city's wonders, showed surprised expression. The energy flowed over them like a river, stirring something primal within. Their spirits. Without warning, a powerful voice echoed through Sky City, reverberating like a wave across the towers and spires. It spoke in a language that transcended words, carrying meaning directly into the minds of the listeners. To all who have persevered, who have earned their place, the path to the inner sanctum is now revealed. Step forward, brave souls, and embrace the destiny. At that moment, a massive structure began to materialize in the center of Sky City, a gate of cosmic proportions crafted from light and shadow, as though drawn from the depths of the universe itself. Runes and ancient symbols glimmered across its surface, pulsing with the power of laws Apollo couldn't fully comprehend. This was the entrance to the inner sanctum, the heart of Sky Tower, where only the most worthy would be allowed entry. But from within the inner sanctum, three figures emerged, and the moment they appeared, everyone in Sky City felt an overwhelming force. Many even collapsed as a powerful aura erupted from their presence. They were like suns. Even from afar, all would be scorched by their intense heat. The emergence of the three figures sent shockwaves through Sky City. They hovered above the entrance to the inner sanctum like celestial bodies, each radiating an aura so immense that the very air around them seemed to shimmer and warp. Apollo struggled to keep his balance as the pressure mounted, and around him, other trialists dropped to their knees, unable to withstand the sheer magnitude of power. Each figure glowed with an intensity that was almost blinding, their forms wrapped in swirling energies representing different laws. The first radiated with the cold brilliance of an eternal winter, a biting chill that seemed to freeze space itself. The second figure blazed like a raging sun, flames licking around their form in a constant, swirling inferno. The third figure exuded an aura of void and death, shadows flickering around them, swallowing the light and casting an eerie silence. Apollo's instincts screamed at him to retreat, yet he stood his ground. Mesmerized by their presence, he recognized that these figures were no ordinary beings. They were void gods. Perhaps even stronger in the month after gathering some points. He naturally used those points to learn more about the realm of half-gods. The realms above half-gods are void god, true god, and eternal god. Break through void god. They needed to build a world inside them. It was no small wonder, then, that only a few reached such heights. The world within a void god could be as vast as a kingdom, filled with self-sustaining realms and energies. That he remembered the text stating that many of the mystical domains encountered by mortal warriors were remnants of these secret worlds, the last traces of long perished void gods. These three beings standing before him were likely void gods themselves, or perhaps even something beyond that. If they had built entire worlds within their bodies, their control over creation and destruction would be absolute. The figure clad in ice momentary gaze fell upon him, and Apollo could feel the weight of eternity in their eyes, as though the figure's inner world, filled with eons of frozen landscapes, gazed back at him. But it was just for a moment, then it stopped. The figure, clad in ice aura, calmed, statuesque stance, as if the brief flicker of life within those ancient eyes had been merely an illusion. But Apollo knew it wasn't. The other two figures, one wreathed in shimmering flame and the other in an aura of crackling void energy, radiated their own oppressive power and also became calm. The powerful aura subsidized, but the atmosphere remained heavy and difficult to breathe. This is the final test. If you manage to endure until the end, you will officially become a member of the Sky Tower, gaining numerous benefits and the chance to uncover the truth about the world. Everybody felt a thrill run through them as the words sank in. This was it. The final step that would determine if they were worthy of the Sky Tower's hidden truths and its vast power. All steeled themselves, feeling the gravity of the test, knowing that only a handful among thousands could claim victory in this ultimate trial. Everyone silently continues to hear the words as the voice goes on. The last challenge is simple. You all just have to defeat 10 opponents of similar strength. Defeating 10 guys of similar strength seems not that difficult. Just that, it seems easy. Many such thoughts appeared in trialists' minds who were confident in their strength, but they weren't entirely morons and quickly understood that it must have a quirk. And your opponents will be the trialists from the other 4 continents of Ryan, as "Oh, good luck." What? Many were surprised, but they didn't have time to think before they were directly teleported to the venue where all 5 continents would meet. The figure emitting void divine energy watched the disappearing group of trialists and asked the figure cloaked in ice, "Do you think someone unexpected will appear this time?" "Maybe. Ryan has always been home to some terrifying monsters," it replied. Then the 3 figures also vanished, leaving Sky City emptied on the other side. Trialists found themselves in a massive, ancient coliseum stretching farther than the eye could see, bordered by towering stone walls engraved with symbols of each of Rio's 5 continents. As they adjusted to their surroundings, the air thrummed with the energy of thousands of competitors gathered from the entire realm. Every continent had brought forth its finest, each one a battle-hardened genius who had clawed their way through brutal trials. The booming voice reverberated through the Colosseum, coming from an unseen source. "Trialists, prepare yourselves. Each of you will face 10 opponents from rival continents. Each fight will begin as soon as your opponent is ready. You may choose when to rest, but be warned, only a maximum of 3 hours is allowed." Apollo steadied his breathing, feeling the power and tension around him. His heart pounded with excitement and determination. And he wasn't the only one. Most of them were excited, whether it was the eastern, western, or northern and southern continents where various species roamed. All the continent sections seems to have a large number of trialists except the last and most mysterious 5th continent, Necros, where only about 100 trialists could be seen, and they were all wearing weird black cloaks that seemed familiar. To him, for some reason, as Apollo glanced toward the section designated for the 5th continent, Necros, a shiver ran down his spine. The trialists from that land were unlike any he'd encountered, clad in shadowy black cloaks. Their figures seemed to blend with the air itself, almost as if they were extensions of the darkness surrounding them. Their presence felt like a distant echo, both foreign and oddly familiar, stirring something deep within him, but a strange silence hung over the Necros section, while trialists from the other continents exuded fierce energy, ready to demonstrate their prowess. The figures from Necros stood motionless, their faces obscured by hoods. Their calmness was unsettling, unfazed, making it more creepier. Curiosity gnawed at him. These figures seemed to resonate with a similar energy to his death law, only more untamed and eerie. The booming voice interrupted his thoughts, issuing instructions for the first round. A flickering light appeared in the middle of the Colosseum, pulling first group trialists from each continent into individual combat arenas. The energy of the stadium buzzed and shifted, tension rising. Thousands of trialists appeared in various arenas, ready to face their opponents. They were both excited and anxious. It wasn't every day they had the chance to battle geniuses from other continents. This competition was truly the grand clash of all the prodigies on Ryan. Hundreds of different races also appeared, which was difficult to see. Before, there were elves, beastmen, spirits, monster clans, and many others, making the competition fiercer. All continents seemed to have such strong geniuses that even the top geniuses from the eastern continent felt pressured, knowing this wouldn't be easy. For the first time, they were up against those who had ascended along their own arduous paths, surviving brutal competitions and honing their skills under different laws and spiritual energies. Apollo looked at various battles that just started like a silver-haired, handsome elf faced off against a beast man towering over twice his height, his body lined with rippling muscles and claws that gleamed under the stadium lights. Their clash was swift and violent, each one barely keeping up with the other's agility and power. Meanwhile, a few arenas away, a spiritual being moved like a mist, evading a barrage of attacks from a monstrous serpent shifter, who hissed and struck with lightning speed. Every fight was a spectacle of techniques and abilities, a show of strength that electrified the air with anticipation. But he was more curious to see how the people from the most mysterious continent, Necros, would show him. He had a feeling that he seemed to have some sort of connection with them. But as there were less than 100 of them, nobody of them had yet to join the battle. Apollo steeled himself, his heart pounding not from fear, but from exhilaration. He knew that among these beings, some might be able to push him in ways he'd yet to experience, forcing him to unlock new depths of his power. And quickly his turn came as he was suddenly teleported to the arena. The roar of distant battles faded into an eerie silence. It was an arena designed to isolate the combatants, stripping away all distractions and placing the focus solely on the clash ahead. But a low hum filled the air, and before he appeared his first opponent, a warrior from the northern continent, unmistakably a beast man, he was tall and sinewy, with a hint of a tiger's appearance. His bronze skin was etched with tribal tattoos that pulsed faintly, channeling the primal power of his people. His eyes were feral and piercing, with a predatory glint as he sized up Apollo. The beast man was from a ferocious aura, appeared to be in the saint realm, and seemed to have terrifying powers that appeared to surpass newly broken saints. The booming voice from above echoed once more. "Begin!" Boom! The beast man jumped with exploding speed and power, shaking the arena, his movements a blur as he closed the distance in an instant, claws slashing through the air with savage intent. But Apollo's instincts kicked in, and he moved sidestep gracefully, his body reacting almost before his mind could process the attack. As he dodged, he felt the primal life energy radiating from his opponent, a force both wild and unyielding. But he didn't feel anything and was calm. After his physique turned into a first-turn divine body, his body seemed to have become not only indestructible, but whether its instinct or reaction ability seemed to surpass reason and react before his enemy fully showed his attacks. The beast man, who had hoped to catch Apollo off guard, looked stunned for a split second as his attacks met only empty air. But he wasn't about to relent. With a guttural roar, the beastman's aura flared, and a wave of raw, untamed energy burst forth from him in a desperate attempt to pin Apollo. Down. Apollo's divine body responded instantly, muscles coiling and releasing in perfect synchrony as he dodged each strike, moving and weaving with minimal wasting of movements and almost effortless precision. His body reacted as though it had its own consciousness, moving even before the beastman's next attack fully materialized. As his opponent stumbled back, frustration flashing across his face, Apollo seized the moment. He didn't need to summon his full strength. A mere fragment of his power was enough. His physical prowess had now reached unprecedented heights, so much so that even he wasn't fully aware of its limits. Even on the system panel, he wasn't mentioned as human but demigod, showing how far he had come from most humans. With a surge of strength, he launched his attack. In an instant, his fist shot forward at lightning speed, creating multiple sonic booms as it barreled toward the beastman's face. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the beastman had no time to react. Boom! Apollo's fist connected with brutal force, landing squarely on the beastman's face. The impact was so immense that a shockwave blasted outward, rattling the arena. The beastman's body was hurled back, flying outside the arena, tumbling end over end before crashing against the far wall, leaving a deep crater where he struck. The air still vibrated with the resonance of the multiple sonic booms that had accompanied Apollo's strike, each one a testament to the sheer power packed in his divine body. The crowd, which was filled with various whispers and small talks, became silent for a moment in awe, only to erupt into astonished whispers a moment later. Even among the top geniuses, such raw strength was rare, if not unheard of. Apollo stood unruffled, his breathing even, his expression calm. He hadn't even exerted his full strength, yet his body felt like it was thrumming with boundless energy, untapped reserves waiting beneath the surface. The limits of his physical power had become something he could barely measure. Even the Beast Clan, not an ordinary but a genius who was good in strength, couldn't handle a single attack from him. A thrill of exhilaration coursed through him. He was stronger than ever, and this was only the beginning of the trials. Hopefully, he will meet stronger and interesting opponents who can let him push to his limits. After his first win, quickly teleported out, but in that single attack, he caught the eyes of countless trialists, and many of them hoped never to meet him as their opponent. Apollo reappeared in the stands. A wave of whispers and tense glances followed him. His first match had been nothing short of spectacular, leaving a lasting impression on those who had witnessed it. Word spread quickly, and his name became a topic of nervous discussion among the gathered trialists from all 5 continents. But for Apollo, the fight was merely a taste, a brief spark of the thrill he sought. His mind buzzed with anticipation, wondering if any opponent here would have the strength to challenge him fully and push him to his true limits. That he wasn't interested in easy victories. He wanted to face those who could withstand his strikes, those who would force him to delve deeper into his power. Most of the time, enemies he had faced were either easy or too strong for him to face. He didn't seem to have any blood-boiling battles. But this time it might not be true because he already noticed quite a few mysterious and strong opponents. If he can face them, it might bring surprises as he waited for his next match. He watched the arena with calm intensity, studying the techniques of other trialists. He saw an elf wielding ethereal blades of pure energy, a spirit conjuring illusions that disoriented its opponent, and a monster race trialist with divine blood. He even witnessed the battle of Pussy King, who still maintained the cute cat appearance, but his strength was really strong as his cute paw destroyed his opponent in a single tap. Maybe because his strength improved, He finally saw a bit of mystery in that single paw. Shockingly, it was the law of metal, but it seemed to have reached an unbelievable level, surpassing his own 59% peak domain understanding and advancing to the realm of the law of worlds. Even at this level, it must be of exceptionally high caliber. Otherwise, Pussy King wouldn't possess such precise control. Each style was unique, a reflection of the diversity and power gathered from across Ryan as he observed the various races. Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a Necros trialist observing him closely. Cloaked in shadows, this figure stood apart from the others, their eyes glinting with a mixture of curiosity and caution. But he didn't feel anxious, but rather interested. Just then, he noticed that someone from the Necros continent had finally appeared in the arena, drawing considerable attention. He wasn't the only one intrigued. Nearly everyone from the other four continents was curious about the mysterious land of Necros that Apollo's gaze sharpened as the Necros trialist stepped into the arena. This was the first time any of them had seen a participant from the Shadowed continent in action, and the air buzzed with suspense. All eyes shifted to the figure, who stood motionless, shrouded in an aura as dark and impenetrable as a storm cloud. The Necros trialist's appearance alone commanded attention. A tall, lean figure cloaked in flowing black robes, with only visible skin as pale as moonlight and eyes that seemed to hold unfathomable depths. They moved with an eerie stillness, like a shadow slipping between realms. For a moment, there was only silence, and then the trialist's opponent. A monster clan King Kong beast of size 20 feet with silver eyes and brownish fur, let out a roar that shook the arena with tremors. The arena felt charged. Every gaze fixed on the confrontation unfolding between the Necros trialist and the colossal King Kong beast from the monster clan. The creature was a behemoth. Each step he took sent tremors through the ground, a rumble of raw primal strength that rattled even the strongest trialists watching from the stands. The Necros trialist, by contrast, remained still, a figure of shadow and silence cloaked in midnight robes, skin pale as the moon, his eyes unfathomably deep. He moved without haste, a ghost gliding between worlds, his aura so restrained it was almost as if they didn't exist. The beast let out a thunderous roar, beating his chest, his silver eyes blazing with rage. Begin. In an instant, he charged forward, each step crushing the ground beneath him as he jumped with a massive fist, intending to flatten the figure in black. But the Necros trialist barely moved. Instead, his form flickered, vanishing just as the colossal fist crashed down. A shadow slipped sideways, reappearing a mere breath away from where the fist had landed, as if they were untouched by the boundaries. The King Kong monster became more ferocious. His muscles bulged, and a silver aura covered him. With a loud roar, Fist of Demon Kong. Boom! The gigantic silver fist of the mighty ancient Kong seems to appear in the area, shocking the crowd as they feel its power. T.O., which the guy from Necros replied calmly, as he seemed to raise his hand, and with a cold, calm, yet chilling voice. Shadow Garden. Land of Engulfing. The entire arena darkened as the Necros trialist's words echoed, his calm, chilling tone weaving a spell over the stunned onlookers. Shadows pulsed and surged from beneath his feet, spreading outward like a tide, consuming the ground in an inky blackness. The very air grew cold, the chill biting into the skin of anyone nearby. The King Kong beast's fist, cloaked in a blazing silver aura, tore through the air with terrifying force. The fist of Demon Kong blazed with raw, ancient primal energy, its power enough to destroy mountains and sea alike. The audience gasped, feeling the force of the strike reverberate through the arena, as if the fist itself could crush the heavens. Yet the Necros trialist did not flinch. His raised hand seemed to absorb the darkness from the ground, and as he chanted, Shadow Garden, Land of Engulfing, the shadows pooled around him, forming an abyssal field. The darkness expanded into a void-like garden, wisps of black fog unfurling like tendrils, twisting and writhing, each one ready to ensnare and consume anything that dared to come near. The massive silver fist hurtled into the shadowy garden, but instead of colliding, it was swallowed whole. The audience gasped in astonishment as the shadows rippled, absorbing the Kong's might with an eerie, supernatural calm. Tentacles of darkness latched onto Kong's arm, spreading rapidly up his body, sapping his strength and chilling him to the bone. The monster's silver aura flickered, dimming as if suffocated by an unseen force. The King Kong monster beast's eyes widened in horror as he felt his strength draining, his mighty body bound by tentacles of darkness that seemed to grow stronger with every second he struggled, muscles bulging, But the more he fought, the more the shadows tightened, like a python constricting its prey. With a final surge, the shadow tendrils tightened, pulling the beast down to his knees, his energy fading fast. His once mighty form seemed to shrink, his silver aura vanishing into the darkness, consumed by the endless depths of the shadow garden. When the shadows receded, the mighty King Kong beast lay motionless, drained of all power. The Necros trialist stood alone in the silence that followed, his eyes still cold, as if untouched by the awestruck faces surrounding him. With a graceful flick of his hand, the shadows retreated, leaving him standing in calm stillness. Everyone observing from a distance felt their heart quicken. This was no ordinary opponent, no mere display of skill. The Necros trialist had revealed a taste of the immense, eldritch power of his continent. Apollo, on the other hand, wore a shocked expression, as the strength this figure displayed was identical to that of the individual he had encountered in the ruins near his family's territory. Not only that, it was in those ruins that his system had awakened after devouring God. Now he understood why they seemed familiar, and why their peculiar aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. Akati also meant that the god who had awakened back then was connected to the Necros continent. This connection could make them his enemies, as the system had devoured a god they had intended to awaken. His eyes narrowed as he watched the Necros trialist who was looking at him from the stands, shadows like cloaks still clinging to their form like a second skin. But how can he guess he had something to do with that? Everyone who was in ruins at that time is dead. Could it be? Is he the Shadow Lord I fought in the ruins? Could he have somehow survived? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Yet he couldn't understand why the other Necros members acted as if they were unaware. Could this Shadow Lord be hiding the truth? That must be it. He quickly concluded that, whether out of greed or some other motive, the Shadow Lord had kept the truth hidden. A fortunate turn for him. A dark satisfaction flickered in Apollo's gaze as he realized the implications. If the Shadow Lord believed he could quietly manipulate events without revealing himself, then Apollo would have the upper hand. Fine, Apollo thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. Let him play his game in the shadows, but when the time comes, I'll be ready. With his resolve strengthened, Apollo turned his focus back to the trials. There would be plenty of time to unravel the mystery behind the Shadow Lord and Necros. For now, he would use this opportunity to sharpen his power, knowing that each battle brought him one step closer to understanding, and ultimately, conquering whatever secrets the Necros held. The calm returned as one after another different geniuses from different races started to show their strength. It was not just a simple display of the strength of humans. Rather, it was a great stage for all races to shine. Yet, amid this spectacle, there was a hidden layer to the proceedings. In folded spaces. Shielded from the prying eyes of the trialists, a select group of powerful beings observed the trials with keen interest. They were far beyond the strength of any of the current competitors, beings whose very presence distorted the space around them. Their powers so vast they could see the trials unfold without being detected. Among these onlookers were the three mysterious figures who had appeared at the beginning of the final trial. One cloaked in ice, the other exuding an energy of void, and the third radiating a silent but immense authority. Their presence alone could shake the world, yet they remained hidden, watching the trials with a sense of purpose. Each had their own reasons for being there, their own agendas at play, but what tied them together was a shared, deep interest in the trialists before them as the battle raged on. They exchanged glances, each observing different aspects of the combatants, each marking the ones that piqued their interest, including Apollo, who had already captured the attention of many with his effortless display of power. It's as we suspected. The figure cloaked in ice spoke softly, his voice like the chill wind on a winter night. There are few here that surpass expectations. Indeed, the one cloaked in void replied, his tone hollow, almost otherworldly. The balance of the trialists is interesting. It will be intriguing to see who emerges as the true inheritor. Other mysterious guys also nodded as they looked at the battles that continued to go on. As the battles continued, Apollo's attention was drawn to the next significant event. His master's turn had come. Apollo felt a surge of pride and anticipation. His master had been one of the key figures who had shaped Apollo's understanding of swordsmanship. He watched closely as his master took his position in the center of the arena, his posture calm and composed, his expression unreadable. His opponent, a beastly giant covered in jagged scales and emanating a dark, oppressive energy, was already moving with aggressive intent. The contrast between the two was striking. Begin, the voice from above commanded. In an instant, the beast charged, a hulking mass of muscle and fury, its claws slashing through the air with terrifying speed. But that wasn't all, as the dark power released from its body seemed to add to the destructive power, making it claw to tear space and reach a terrifying level. Its speed also increased quite a lot, making it a difficult enemy for anyone. Master Aaron's expression was serious, as he knew the opponent could be taken easily. He needed to be careful. He also seemed to turn into lightning and, with his sword, moved at terrifying speed to match his opponent. Both figures became blurry, but it was clear Master Aaron was faster, whereas his opponent was stronger. They each have their advantages, but they seem unable to overwhelm one another as they continue to clash. Boom! 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 The arena resounded with a relentless symphony of thunderous impacts. Each clash between Master Aaron and the beast sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Afterimages of lightning and shadow streaked across the battlefield as the two combatants pushed their limits, their strengths a stark contrast, yet perfectly matched. But it didn't last for long. Slowly the difference started to appear as their understanding of laws and control over their strength began to show the difference between them. Master Aaron's form was a flickering storm of energy, his lightning-infused body darting around the beast's attacks with hair-trigger precision. His movements were refined, every strike honed for efficiency, and his sword crackling with arcs of lightning and thunder as it lashed out with destructive intent seemed to be gaining a slight upper hand. Although the beast, however, was no mere brute. With each failed swipe, it adjusted, its immense strength tempered by an unexpected agility. The dark aura surrounding it grew thicker and sharper, augmenting its already monstrous power and allowing it to tear at the very layers of space. Still, there was a difference in understanding and experience, not to mention that Master Aaron was a master swordsman, making him stronger and an expert in dealing with opponents who were usually stronger than him using his exquisite swordsmanship that he seemed to be probing, testing the beast's weaknesses as they traded blow for blow. A split-second opening appeared as the beast jumped, its overextended claws slicing through empty space. In that heartbeat of vulnerability, Aaron unleashed a move he'd been carefully holding back. His form vanished, reappearing high above with his sword raised, now fully charged with a blinding, concentrated bolt of lightning. His sword aura, which seemed to have reached the sword domain level, and his lighting law domain seemed to converge to become a brand new sword move that he seems to have created after coming to the Tower of the Sky. Thunderstorm Annihilation. In an instant, he descended, his sword striking downward with the force of a celestial lightning bolt. The sword cut through the beast's dark aura as if it were mist, piercing deep and unleashing a torrent of lightning that burst through the creature's form. Thunder roared across the arena as Aaron's strike landed with unparalleled precision and power. The opponent beast's roar echoed, but it was one of agony, its mighty figure collapsing under the onslaught that a ripple of shock passed through the crowd as they watched the battle. As a surprising outcome unfolded, Master Aaron landed gracefully, although he was breathing heavily and his eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a worthy battle. This was an interesting battle. Even though it was not the most fabulous battle on this grand stage, it wasn't a bad display by someone who isn't a saint. After Master Aaron, many others also came, whether it was Mistress Aliona, Idris from Ryaweth, or even Sol. They all had their first battle, but, maybe because of luck or other matters, they all won their first battle. But it wasn't much, and the battle continued, with some won and some lost. Apollo also fought 2 more battles, but it was just a one-sided match that ended in a single shot. In their group, only Sol lost, and thankfully he saved his life as he quickly admitted his defeat, but the rest maintained their winning streak of 3 wins. Although it wasn't as easy as Apollo, they still felt proud that as time passed, trialists gained a general understanding of each other's strengths, and many quickly started to create rankings of the strongest based on what they had observed. This ranking soon became the most talked about topic among trialists from all continents. Discussions about potential top fighters filled every corner of the waiting areas and spectator spaces. Excitement sparking between friends and rivals alike. Apollo's name appeared consistently in the upper echelons, with trialists from various races and continents already recognizing his extraordinary prowess. The ranking conversations quickly became the most popular topic, crossing borders and rivalries as contenders took stock of each other. Each fight, every display of power and skill fueled the growing sense of anticipation. Trialists kept a close eye on potential adversaries, studying strengths and weaknesses, waiting for the next clash that might determine the true pinnacle of power among them. Apollo was also interested in some names that appeared in the conversation. As they were really strong, as he focused on the murmurs, he felt a spark of excitement. These were opponents who, perhaps, would challenge him to bring out the depths of his power. Among them was Seraphine of the Glacial Sea, a mage from the northern continent known for her mastery of the heavy water domain. Kiro the Shadow Fong, a night panther beastman from the southern jungles. Kiro is a fierce predator with speed and stealth unlike any other. He can hide himself perfectly, even in the presence of strong half-gods. Lyra of the Starwind. Hailing from the Skyborn clan, a rare race with ethereal wings and a connection to mysterious energies, Lyra's strength lies in her control over the winds and starlight. Thaler, the Stormbringer, a towering warrior from the Beast clan, known to possess the bloodline of an ancient thunder beast. Zalith, the Void Warden, from a rare alien race known as the Voidwalkers. Zalith possesses an eerie innate mastery over space and its distortion. Eldera of the Verdant Glade, a nature mage from the Elven race. Eldera is renowned for her mastery over plants and her connection with ancient forest spirits. There were just a few of them, as there were as many as hundreds of such people who also showed unimaginable strength and one-shot their opponents, making it difficult to measure their true strength. Not to mention the weirdos from Necros Confident. Not a single one of them, yet still haven't lost a battle. But it wasn't just the challengers from far-off lands. Even here, within the Eastern continent, dozens stood out, warriors whose strength defied conventional limits. These individuals had honed unique and fearsome skills. Their power and presence were a testament to years of ruthless training and battle-hardened experience. At that time, Apollo's turn came again. As this was his fourth battle, he quickly teleported to the arena, and the moment he appeared, it attracted quite a lot of attention, as his name also became famous due to his last three performances. But when his opponent appeared, it caused a sensation. His challenger was none other than a trialist from the Necros continent, a region whose representatives had yet to suffer a single loss. The battle instantly became the center of attention, as it was the first to capture such widespread interest among trialists from all 5 continents, because this was the battle between two very strong opponents. Whispers swept through the crowd. Trialists who had previously regarded the battle as a simple display of Apollo's strength were now entirely captivated, drawn by the thrill of witnessing him confront one of Necros' undefeated champions. Apollo's previous victories had been decisive, earning him admiration and caution alike. Yet the Necros trialists were shrouded in shadow and legend, their strength an enigma, as none had yet been pushed to reveal their limits. His opponent stood across from him, a Necros warrior cloaked in flowing midnight robes, a subtle aura of darkness weaving around them like living shadows. Beneath the hood, cold, piercing eyes regarded Apollo, assessing, unblinking, as if they could see beyond the physical and peer into the very core of his power. He also looked at the Necros warrior with interest, as he, in fact, has a connection with them. So he was surprised when his opponent appeared to be them. But he wasn't anxious or anything, no matter who he faced. He believes now he can win. As the arena quieted, the announcer's voice cut through the tension. Begin. But neither moved. A silent standoff ensued, their auras colliding and sparking invisible currents in the air, as if even reality trembled in anticipation. Both stared each other down, as if an invisible battle had already begun. Their auras instantly filled the arena, colliding with such force that tremors rippled through the ground. The trialists in the crowd watched in awe. Even with a barrier between them, they could feel the immense pressure, as though the weight of the world itself was bearing down on them. Boom! The collision sent powerful, space-trembling shockwaves outward, pushing both fighters. Yet when the dust settled, Apollo remained standing, while the trialists from Necros had been forced back a few meters, marking Apollo's victory in their first clash. Everyone saw and became excited to see the strength of both of them. Just by the aura they showed, they surpassed 90% of trialists by a large margin. Just facing the aura of them, they would lose directly without them even needing to lift their fingers. The Necros trialist's cold eyes narrowed slightly, as if surprised by Apollo's resilience and strength. With a low snarl, he gathered the shadows around him, the dark energy thickening and forming dense, spectral chains that whipped through the air toward Apollo with terrifying speed. He does not seem to waste time. Although he seems to have lost the first confrontation, his cold eyes showed no hesitation when he attacked Apollo. Apollo's eyes narrowed in response, his movement many times faster than sound, quickly evading the dark shadow chains like they were nothing worth mentioning. He seems to appear like he is strolling in his back garden as the chains try to strangle him. His body and instincts have transcended the conventional means. He didn't even need to think anything at all to dodge most attacks. The Necros trialist's eyes grew colder, shadows swirling more intensely around him. With a flick of his hand, the chains morphed, branching out like a storm of black vipers, each one sharper and faster than the last. They twisted and closed in from all directions, aiming to envelop Apollo in an inescapable net of darkness. But Apollo's eyes glinted with a trace of amusement. With a mere flick of his wrist, he bent space around him, creating subtle distortions that caused the chains to veer off course, missing their target entirely. Gliding between the dark, writhing tendrils, he seemed to dance through them, evading each strike without effort. His body moved with a haunting stillness, every step precise, as if he knew when and from where the attack was going to come, knew by heart. With a whisper of cold air, Apollo finally retaliated. He lifted his hand, summoning an ethereal, crystalline mist that solidified into countless razor-sharp ice shards floating in the air around him. With a gesture, the shards shot forward, slicing through the space between them with deadly precision. The Necro's trialist raised a wall of shadows to block the attack, but the ice shards phased in and out of existence, bypassing the barrier through small spatial rifts. Several shards struck their target, grazing the trialist's arm, but it seemed that he also was covered with another layer of shadow that covered his entire body and skin, which quickly protected him as the ice shards seemed lost in the shadow veil. The crowd gasped, seeing the strength and sophisticated understanding and control shown by both. The Necro's trialist didn't stop and started to gather his strength. He unleashed a powerful blast of dark shadow energy, expanding it in a wide radius to consume everything in its path. But Apollo was ready. With a calm breath, he stretched out his hand, causing the space around him to warp and bend. The blast seemed to fold in on itself. Its dark power pulled away from him and redirected into a frozen sphere hovering above his palm. Apollo clenched his hand, and the sphere shattered, sending shards of dark ice scattering harmlessly into the air. The crowd gasped in awe, struck by the ease with which Apollo seemed to use ice and space law to his will. His mastery over both elements was undeniable, each move executed with precision and calm restraint. A clever use of shadows, Apollo said, his voice echoing with an icy calm. But it won't be enough to reach me. When he fought the guy from the Necro's continent in ruins, he was very weak, and the guy was seriously injured without strength, so he cannot say much about the guy. But he shouldn't be much stronger unless he improved impressively in these years. The Necro's trialist's gaze turned steely, clearly not ready to give up. Gathering his energy, he prepared for one final, desperate assault. But Apollo merely smiled, his figure cloaked in a cold, icy aura, fully prepared to meet whatever came next. The very air around him brimming with the chill of absolute stillness and the quiet hum of distorted space. The Necro's trialists for the first time showed some expression through their eyes, as their faces were still hidden. Otherwise, most trialists in the crowd started to believe they were emotionless monsters. He seemed cloaked in a shadow domain, his aura climbing as if he had activated some secret technique. His power continued to rise at an eerie pace, filling the arena with an oppressive dark energy. But it didn't end there. A mysterious force emerged, slowly beginning to devour everything within the domain. This mysterious power was all too familiar to Apollo. It was the law of devour, a concept he understood deeply. However, his opponent's grasp of it was weak by comparison, lacking a profound understanding even weaker to him. The air grew thick as the Necro's trialist domain took shape, his aura expanding like a dark tide, swallowing the light around them. The crowd gasped, some shuddering as the temperature seemed to plummet within the arena, a suffocating sense of dread filling every corner. The shadows began to writhe and take shape. Hound of shadow. And instantly the shadows within the arena turned into countless black mist-like hounds with mysterious auras, who were neither alive nor dead. Each hound growled, its eyes glinting with an unnatural, sinister gleam as they prowled forward, their ghostly forms slipping in and out of visibility. The shadow mist hounds moved as one, lunging with terrifying speed. But Apollo's figure remained steady, his ice and spatial domains layered in perfect harmony, creating an impenetrable aura around him. With a flick of his fingers, Apollo summoned an array of crystalline ice shards, each one sharp as a blade and brimming with a deep, azure glow. The shards flared to life and shot toward the advancing hounds, slicing through the shadowy figures with relentless precision. Each shard shattered on impact, releasing blasts of freezing energy that encased the hounds in layers of ice, freezing them solid. But the hounds didn't shatter or die. They simply reformed, darkness swirling back into shape drawn from the shadows of the domain itself. The trialist from Necros let out a dark, hollow chuckle. They are endless. This is my domain. You cannot escape the devouring shadows. Apollo remained calm and quickly devised a straightforward plan to face these unkillable shadows, eliminate the caster who summoned these hounds. That he was now prepared to go all out, especially with his semi-divine energy, which had grown immensely powerful since reaching the saint level. It was just a step away from transforming into true divinity. In this state, even his basic attacks would be tremendously strong if he fully unleashed his semi-divine energy. Boom! Energy erupted within him as a dense wave of semi-divine power, filled with the aura of divinity, surged out. It shook the arena, instantly shifting the atmosphere as a chilling sensation ran through the crowd of trialists, settling deep in their bones. Ice Nova. He used his old skill that he himself created, but compared to then, the difference was heaven and earth. If before it was cold mist, then now it is a heavenly calamity that could destroy cities and freeze tens of thousands of people in an instant. A thick silver mist spread outward, a frozen hell advancing with unstoppable momentum. Everything in its path succumbed to the glacial wave, swallowed in an instant, with frost that clung, froze, and shattered all that stood before it. The silver mist spread rapidly across the arena, encasing everything in an icy grip. Even the so-called unkillable hounds were momentarily immobilized, their dark forms crackling under the intense cold, though not yet destroyed. But Apollo's focus wasn't on them. They were mere obstacles. His true target was the Necros trialist. SZZZ. SZZZ. The hissing sounds echoed as the frost gnawed at the edges of the shadowy domain. The Necros trialist's eyes narrowed as the icy mist encroached upon his domain, tendrils of silver frost spiraling inward, eroding the dark aura. The shadows, usually resilient and relentless, seemed to recoil, struggling against the frost that was now devouring them piece by piece. Apollo's ice was absolute, as if each flake of silver mist held an essence of cold so profound it seeped into the very marrow of reality, freezing not just form but law itself. With one final surge, Apollo raised his hand, summoning a torrent of frozen space that cascaded down like a storm. The frost closed in on the Necros trialist, engulfing him entirely, his figure a silhouette within a crystalline cage of silver ice. The hissing of shadows and frost filled the arena, the silver mist crystallizing around him. Only his eyes, wide with frustration, were visible through the prison of frost until not an inch remained, which ended the battle. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the frost settled. Apollo standing victorious, his icy aura slowly dissipating as he released his control. With that victory, Apollo was quickly transported, but the shock of the battle remained, as the trialists from all four continents looked at him with horror. He even felt cold tingling behind him, as now all the trialists from the Necros continent also seemed to have taken an interest. This also marked the first defeat of anyone from there, but one particular trialist had an extra hatred and killing intent hidden in his eyes, which can be hidden in front of most, but cannot be hidden in front of Apollo, whose spirit and soul have already been transformed. A faint smirk played at Apollo's lips, looking at what he could do. This wasn't the first time he had faced threats masked behind smiles and restrained expressions. That Apollo's icy gaze met the trialists, unflinching and calm, and for a moment, the air between them grew electric with unspoken understanding. Turning away, Apollo let the crowd's murmur fade, feeling only the chill of anticipation and the thrill of the unknown. Master Aaron and others also looked at him with horror, especially Master Aaron, as he was the closest and the person who knew his disciple the longest, from being a kid who didn't even know what a limit breaker was to present, where he cannot even dare to guess his true strength. He knew that it was going to happen in the future, but he didn't dream that he would reach such a stage in just 4 years. He sometimes felt what kind of anomaly he accepted as a disciple. But after much thought, he became a bit proud that, no matter what happens in the future, he can still hold on to his pride, knowing that he was the one who accepted a disciple destined to dominate the era of Ryan. He can be proud for a lifetime for taking on such a monstrous genius. This battle seems to have brought ferocity to the ongoing battles, as quite a few powerful trialists met one another, bringing the competition more fierce excitement. Yet, the majority still believed that Apollo's battle was the best. Time passed, and the battles continued for a day and night. Apollo also fought several more battles, maintaining his 9-win streak, and coming just one step away from becoming a true member of the Sky Tower. During this time, he also tried to find his mysterious eldest sister among the trialists, but he couldn't spot her, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Although she was almost a stranger to him, she was still his sister, perhaps because they weren't close. Not seeing her here didn't affect him much, yet he was still curious. She was incredibly mysterious, and he doubted anything could easily happen to her, and he wondered what she might be doing now. Others also fought battles, and it seemed the selection process was well managed. Still, a few unlucky ones encountered stronger opponents, an unavoidable outcome when hundreds of thousands of trialists are gathered here. Someone is bound to be unlucky. Fortunately, his master Aaron and Miss Aliona were not among the unlucky ones. They had each won 8 matches and were just a few steps away from reaching their goal at the same time. As the battle was calmly going on, finally another big battle came that brought the attention of almost all the trialists. It was the battle of the trialists from the Eastern Continent, and his opponent was from the Western Continent. But it was just the identity of the two that was extraordinary, as they represented one of the strongest forces on their continent. Both were the princes of the respective empires. The Eastern Continent trialist was the 7th prince of the Sacred Light Empire, and the other was the 8th prince from the Empire of Sacred Elements of the Western Continent. Among the 3 human empires, these two have had an ongoing rivalry for thousands of years, and hence, when it was the turn of their battle, it made trialists from the Eastern and Western continents blood boil, as the crowd realized who was stepping into the arena. An electric tension filled the air. The stage was set for a clash that extended beyond mere strength. It was a confrontation of legacies, of ancient rivalries that spanned centuries. That on one side, the 7th Prince Zazel of the Sacred Light Empire was tall and resplendent, his aura radiating a blinding brilliance that seemed to push back the shadows around him. On the other, the 8th Prince Galix from the Empire of Sacred Elements, his figure cloaked in swirling elemental energies. This was more than a battle. It was a symbolic showdown between 2 empires whose histories were written in conflict and ambition. Each prince represented one of the most powerful human empires, and their rivalry fueled a fervor that spread through the crowd like wildfire. As Zazel and Galix took their stances, it was clear that they would hold nothing back. "Begin!" The announcer's voice rang out, barely cutting through the roaring crowd. In an instant, Zazel surged forward, his speed amplified by the radiance surrounding him. He summoned a lance of light that he wielded like a thunderbolt, the air around it shimmering with intense heat. Boom! But Galix was prepared, raising his hand as a wall of swirling water materialized before him, deflecting the brilliant lance and dissipating its heat with a hiss of steam. This wasn't the end, as Zazel transformed, and wings of golden light appear behind him, illuminating the entire arena and filling it with the law of light, seemingly trying to suppress all other laws. Galix didn't hold back either. The mysterious law of 5 elements, embodying a world brimming with power and vitality, surged from him, challenging the almighty light that tried to suppress anything. This intensity from the start shocked the crowd, as both seemed to be going full throttle from the beginning without wasting or holding back. The arena crackled with energy as Zazel and Galix unleashed their full might. Zazel's wings of golden light spread wide, casting a fierce, purifying glow that made every shadow retreat, filling the space with the powerful presence of the law of light. His radiant aura was not only beautiful but oppressive, as though he intended to overwhelm every law and element around him, making his light the sole dominion. Galix, however, stood firm, undaunted by the blinding brilliance. His eyes narrowed, and with a steady breath, he released the law of 5 elements. Around him, the elements came alive: fire, water, earth, wind, and wood, each manifesting in perfect harmony, forming a shimmering world of energy that felt as vast and ancient as nature itself. The arena grew wild and vibrant, as if he had summoned an entire ecosystem to stand by his side. Each element resonated with its own power, yet they wove together seamlessly, challenging the supremacy of Zazel's light. The crowd watched in awe, feeling the intensity of these forces clashing. Neither prince held back, both pouring everything they had into the arena, their auras clashing in an explosive display of elemental might and divine light. It wasn't an ordinary battle, as they not only represented themselves, but also their entire empire and its history of tens of thousands of years. They here cannot back down. Both have to do everything to achieve victory on this grand stage. And if even they survive and return, the loser will still lose everything. So it is the battle that will determine their entire life. They can lose any other battle, but this battle, the rivalry of generations, they cannot lose. Not only that, their strength was also very strong, as both were actually ranked within the top 15 of their respective rankings. The clash wasn't just a hype. Even the big and mysterious figures in different layers of space were watching the ongoing battle with interest. Don't they belong to the Empire faction? What happened? There seems to be some bad blood between them, asked one mysterious figure with octopus-like tentacles. Something must have happened in the last 10,000 years. That's probably why they're filled with hatred now, said another figure, cloaked in a cold, mysterious aura. Haha. Well, I wonder how they'd feel if they knew their ancestors were close and shared some tangled connection. Laughed a third figure, hinting at something with a sarcastic expression which other mysterious entities remained silent, but they still looked at the battle with interest, wanting to see how Empire's current generation's strength. Apollo watched the battle intently, in addition to it being a clash between the eastern and western continents. He had a somewhat friendly relationship with Zazel, whom he'd met last month. They had some small talk when Apollo sold resources he had found during his tasks in different worlds, resources that Prince Zazel needed. Through this exchange, they got to know each other. That transaction had sparked a friendly rapport between them, a quiet understanding despite their different paths. Watching Zazel now, Apollo noticed his usual confidence and intensity on full display. Zazel's mastery over the law of light was impressive, almost blinding in its purifying and suppressing effect, and the crowd responded to his radiance, sensing something extraordinary. Yet Galix, the eighth prince of the Empire of Sacred Elements, held his ground with equal tenacity. His control over the law of 5 elements brought a fluid, formidable force that resisted Zazel's light like a force of nature. Both the princes were extremely strong, as not only did they seem to have reached early half-god level, but their strength was beyond their ranks, making the battle eye-opening for most of the trialists. They didn't want to waste time, so they brought out their strongest attacks, aiming to end the battle in a single confrontation. As the battle reached its peak, both princes unleashed power that left the onlookers awestruck. Zazel's brilliance intensified, the golden wings on his back fanning out with a fierce, radiant glow that seemed to melt the air around him. With a commanding shout, he channeled all his energy into a colossal lance of light, its tip shimmering with the potency of a small sun. He had no intention of holding back. This was a strike to end it all. Lance of light. Galix, undaunted, summoned the full might of the law of 5 elements, swirling around him. Each element, earth, water, fire, air, and ether, melded together into a vast chaotic storm. 5 elements of divine light. Galix also didn't hold the famous divine ability of the 5 elements sacred empire. The arena trembled as Galix unleashed his ultimate technique, 5 elements divine light. His command rippled through the battlefield, igniting a vortex of raw elemental power that encased him in a blinding aura of shifting colors. The crowd was hushed, spellbound by the intensity of the duel between the two princes. Neither Zazel nor Galix had any intention of yielding. This was a duel meant to define not only their own strengths, but also the honor of their empires. The impact was instantaneous, a cataclysmic clash of light and elements that seemed to rupture the very layers of space around them. A deafening roar filled the arena as arcs of pure light and streaks of elemental power shot in every direction, forming a storm of opposing forces. The trialists watched in awe, barely able to comprehend the level of understanding on display. The sheer power radiating from the clash sent shockwaves through the stands, forcing many to shield their faces. The two princes stood locked in this fierce confrontation, pouring every ounce of their strength into their techniques, as the lance of light clashed against the divine light of the 5 elements in a stalemate that shook the arena's very foundations. With one final, desperate push, both princes unleashed a surge of energy that sent a blinding explosion rippling outward. The collision created a shockwave that resonated like thunder, the arena enveloped in a torrent of blinding radiance as the dust began to settle. It was Zazel who emerged from the blinding chaos, battered and exhausted, but still standing, his golden wings, though frayed and dimmed from the strain, flared one last time in a dazzling burst of light, dispelling the remnants of the elemental vortex. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixed on the two princes, waiting for any sign of the outcome. Galix staggered, his form wavering as the protective storm of his 5 elements divine light faltered. In a final act of defiance, he took a step forward, his eyes burning with resolve. But his body betrayed him, buckling as he fell to one knee. Zazel, equally drained but fueled by the intensity of his empire's pride, took a slow, deliberate step forward, lifting his lance of light, now dimmed but still intact. The crowd erupted into cheers and gasps. The magnitude of the victory sending waves of exhilaration through the trialists and spectators alike. Zazel had won by the narrowest of margins, a single breath. But in that instant, it was enough. The clash between the two empires had come to a conclusion, if only for this moment, and Zazel stood as the victor. Even Apollo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel the weight of Zazel's resolve. He knew that a fraction of hesitation or weakness would have meant Galix's triumph, and yet Zazel had held on. This was a testament to Zazel's unbreakable spirit, a reminder of the razor-thin line between victory and defeat in the world of gods and warriors. After this exciting battle, a few more intense battles appeared, as maybe it was the last battle before they joined the Sky Tower. So the opponents were stronger, and quickly his turn came. He was looking at the last battle, usually with his trouble attracting luck. He should face some strong opponent. Yes, oh, he was expecting it to be a strong opponent, but when his challenger appeared, his hopes were immediately shattered. His opponent was unexpectedly a beast man, not from a powerful tribe, but from the mole clan. Yes, a mole who likes to dig. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel weird. Could it be he didn't have the same aura of protagonist to attract trouble? But that shouldn't be. He did many times face unknown danger. Could it be his luck returning to normal? On the other side, the mole beast man was both angry and frustrated. His luck was terrible. He had to face Apollo. But what made it worse was the nonchalant expression on Apollo's face. Though he knew he wasn't as famous as Apollo, he felt he didn't deserve to be looked down upon. Begin. The mole beast man attacked instantly, not caring about anything else. But just as he got close to Apollo, the world seemed to spin, and the last thing he remembered was being sent flying out of the arena before he lost consciousness. The battle ended almost before it began. Soon as the mole beast man launched himself toward Apollo, he barely had a chance to blink before Apollo's hand shot forward with a controlled burst of energy that Apollo's precise strike struck the beast man squarely in the chest. The force both immense and restrained, ensuring his opponent was defeated without killing him. The mole beast man flew backwards, his body twisting midair before he tumbled out of the arena. Apollo stood still, barely moving from his original position, his expression unreadable as he watched the mole beastman's quick defeat. He silently teleported out of the arena while the crowd wasn't surprised but disappointed, as it seemed Apollo's opponent wasn't strong enough to bring out his strength. But it didn't matter, as his master and others quickly congratulated him on winning his 10th battle and securing his place in the Sky Tower. Nearby trialists, though unfamiliar with him, also congratulated him eagerly, trying to establish a closer connection. Apollo nodded in thanks to each congratulatory word, his gaze calm as he accepted the attention with his usual composure. Master Aaron was the first to reach him, clapping a hand on Apollo's shoulder, his pride evident. Well done, Apollo. 10th win, and with ease. Apollo offered a faint smile. Not the challenge I'd expected, but it's over, he replied, his eyes subtly scanning the crowd of trialists who had gathered around. Many of them wore expressions of admiration, their intent clear. They sought to earn Apollo's favor, knowing his strength and reputation could be invaluable allies in the unknown awaiting them within the Sky Tower. Although he kept a polite distance, Apollo accepted their congratulations, his aura composed and enigmatic. He understood the value of cultivating alliances, even as he kept his true strength carefully hidden. After this, the battles continued. His master, the Pussy King, and mistress also fought, thankfully winning their 10th matches and joining him among the victors. The battles went on until the final trialists secured their 10th and final victory. Boom! The moment the last battle ended, a massive black tear appeared in the space above them. Slowly, dozens of mysterious figures emerged, looking down at them with calm, expressionless faces. But they weren't all strangers. They were the same mighty figures the trialists had seen at the start of this final test. The figures remained standing in the sky, saying nothing, making the already eerie place even more silent, and no one dared to speak. All the trialists waited in silence until a massive, throne-like chair appeared in the center of the sky. The throne appeared gradually, almost as if emerging from a very unknown, mysterious depth. Dark, swirling shadows formed its outline, solidifying into a seat of imposing stature. Its surface was adorned with ancient, intricate runes that pulsed faintly with a power that made even the bravest trialists hesitate to look directly at it. Seated upon the throne was a figure cloaked in silver robes with only black eyes that seemed to see the depth and secrets of everything in the world. A heavy silence blanketed the arena as the figure raised a single, gloved hand. Every gaze was drawn to him, every breath held in anticipation. Finally, a voice emerged, deep and echoing, filling the minds of the trialists as if bypassing sound altogether. "Congratulations," he intoned, his voice resonating with a quiet but undeniable authority. "You have passed the first trials and earned your right to join the Sky Tower. But know that this journey has only begun. I am Victor, the domain lord of the Valnoria galaxy, where Ryan and hundreds of thousands of other inhabited worlds reside." His voice was calm and emotionless, yet his words shocked the trialists. Although they knew countless planets and worlds existed, hearing the truth directly, and that he was the domain lord of such a vast number of worlds, was astonishing. The revelation struck the trialists like a bolt of lightning. Though they had all heard stories of vast realms and distant galaxies, few among them had truly grasped the immensity of what lay beyond their own worlds. Now, standing before a being who governed not only Ryan, but also hundreds of thousands of other worlds, they felt a powerful sense of awe and a chilling insignificance. That Victor's presence was overwhelming, his calm, detached demeanor exuding an authority so absolute that it bordered on terrifying. This was a figure who had seen epics rise and fall, who held power that transcended empires. The trialists looked to each other, a mix of fascination and fear in their eyes. "You are the geniuses of this era, chosen to join the Sky Tower, which will change your lives and allow you to witness unimaginable things and reach unimaginable heights. But before joining, you must each find the floor of the tower to which you belong and will enter. And let me remind you, in Sky Tower there aren't halls or some groups, but the tower is divided into 13 floors, each floor representing the great power. Each floor is ranked as the first floor being the weakest and the 13th floor being the strongest in Sky Tower." As he said that, quickly a giant golden pillar appeared in the sky, radiating divine aura. Looking at the pillar, the mysterious domain master Victor said, "This is the pillar of the sky. It will measure your talent, foundation, and strength to determine which floor you will join. The number of times it lights up will determine the floor you'll join, and if it glows once, you'll join the first floor. If it glows twice, the second floor, and so on." The trialists looked up in awe at the towering golden pillar, its surface shimmering with a divine radiance that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the universe. The pillar of the sky was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its glow was both beautiful and intimidating, as if it were alive and held the wisdom of countless ancient beings. Victor's voice resonated once more, cutting through their wonder. "Step forward, one by one. Let the pillar read your essence. Not resist. Any attempt to hide your true nature will only limit your potential," he cautioned, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The crowd was tense, and each trialist's heart raced with a mix of anticipation and fear. They understood what this test meant. The floor they joined would determine their status and the power of their future. Those who could reach the highest floors would gain access to insights and resources reserved for only the rarest talents in existence. That everyone's thoughts were on what floor they would reach. Even the dozen mysterious bosses were also looking at this with more interest, as this was where they would know who would belong to which floor. Each floor serves a different purpose and holds varying levels of strength. Even the weakest floor of the Sky Tower, the first floor, is countless times stronger than the combined power of Ryan. While talent determines a person's starting point, the individual and the opportunities they encounter set the upper limit. Thus, every floor has powerful guardians who are not necessarily weaker than those on higher floors. For each trialist, talent would dictate their starting point, but how far they would rise, how many floors they could ascend, depended entirely on their willpower, understanding, and the rare opportunities they could seize. Trialists were hesitating, but finally a bold, young trialist from a distant empire strode forward first. His performance wasn't bad. He showed decent strength as a saint, so everybody was looking forward to seeing what level he could reach. He placed his hand on the pillar, his face set with determination. As he touched it, the golden light began to pulse, then glowed once, dimmed, until finally it faded only after the first pulse of glow. The first floor, a cold mechanical voice echoed and announced the result, shocking all the trialists. "What? With my talent and strength, how can I be on the first floor?" He was shocked. He couldn't believe it as he proudly came forward first. Even though he knew he wouldn't be the best, he still believed in his talent that wasn't much lower than strong geniuses. But the result seems to show something else. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as the others absorbed this unexpected revelation, each one silently recalibrating their expectations. Not only his, but also other trialists' expressions changed, as most of them might not be as good as him. Meaning the first floor can only be their option. A nervous tension spread among the trialists, some stealing glances at each other, Wondering if this was a test, they were all doomed to join the lowest level point. One of the figures hovering above, with an amused expression, leaned forward as if savoring the reactions. Interesting, he murmured to his peers, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. Looks like the geniuses of this era might need a dose of humility. In the silence that followed, another trialist stepped forward, nerves visibly rattling his calm facade. He placed his hand on the pillar, eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear, the golden light pulsing faintly in response. Would it shine again for the first floor, or would this next contender prove worthy of a higher floor? But sadly, it still only glowed one time, which made everyone feel cold as they couldn't help but the difficulty. The trialists now all are proud geniuses who, from birth, felt they were superior to most geniuses. Yet now they were suddenly told they were at the bottom level, which was a huge blow. For such a scenario, the most mysterious figures in the sky seemed to have expected it and knew beforehand this was going to happen, as they seemed to watch calmly. Although many became more anxious and were hit, the test continued without a pause, and like before, most of them were able to light only a single glow. It continued for the 19th time until the 20th. Trialist appeared, as the 19th trialist returned to the crowd, head hanging in dismay. A heavy silence settled over the area. The accumulation of one disappointing result after another weighed heavily on each of them. The once bright spark of confidence these trialists carried had faded into doubt, their dreams of rising to the highest floors now overshadowed by the harsh reality of the test's rigor. Then, the 20th trialist stepped forward, a tall, composed young man with a sharp gaze, his expression untouched by the tense atmosphere around him, clearly showing that he was a bit different than most. The crowd's focus shifted, the weight of 19 single-glow results pushing all hopes onto this confident newcomer. He approached the pillar with steady resolve, his every step brimming with quiet determination and confidence. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the pillar, and the golden light pulsed, brightening with intensity. One pulse. A tense pause, then, the light glowed again, a second pulse radiating outward. The crowd's gasps filled the silence as a third pulse followed, brighter and more powerful than the last. Third floor, the mechanical voice declared, its tone as indifferent as ever. That a wave of awe rippled through the trialists. For the first time, someone had reached beyond the first floor. Eyes widened and whispers erupted. Although it wasn't a shockingly high result, it still boosted the morale of all trialists as they aren't the lowest. This was the glimmer of hope they had needed, a sign that perhaps, despite the difficulty, it was possible to reach higher realms. The young man stepped back, his face calm, but eyes glinting with satisfaction as he rejoined the group. The trialists around him exchanged looks, their crushed spirits now reignited with a spark of determination. In the skies above, the mysterious figures are observed with calm expression. With that, the test continued, and quickly more than hundreds of trialists tested, but mostly were able to glow the pillar with only a single light. Few were able to glow it with a second light. But the moment the trialist from the Necros continent appeared, the crowd quieted slightly. Every trialist from Necros was known to be exceptionally strong and deadly. Among the 100 or so, only 3 had lost due to unfortunate luck, as they had faced opponents too powerful to overcome. As the trialist from Necros approached the pillar, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Unlike many others, they appeared unaffected by the crushing pressure of the test. The first Necros trialist, a tall, female figure covered in a black veil, stepped forward, placing her hand on the pillar. She closed her eyes in concentration. The crowd watched with bated breath as the golden light flickered to life, then pulsed once, twice. It didn't stop as it continued to shine a third time and slowly seemed to flicker. With a final push, the pillar finally glowed for the 4th time, shocking the audience. 4th floor, the cold, mechanical voice announced. The crowd stirred in awe. She had reached the level that others had struggled to attain, becoming the first to join the 4th floor. Even the mysterious giants standing in the sky couldn't help but glance at Necros continent trialists. Finally, someone decent. One of them commented, while everyone silently watched without showing expression. She stepped back, her expression as impassive as before, and the next trialist approached. After the Necros trialist display, a renewed energy spread through the crowd. Though the challenge was daunting, seeing someone reach the 4th floor brought a mix of awe and a glimmer of hope to the rest. Trialists who had been disheartened were now even more determined to prove their worth. One by one, the trialists stepped forward, but, as before, most could only muster a single light. Occasionally, a second light would flicker to life, earning brief nods of approval from the audience, but none could match the extraordinary result of the Necros contender. The murmurs of the crowd showed some excitement whenever the pillar displayed 2 or 3 pulses, yet those moments were fleeting. The sheer difficulty of the test was becoming evident to all, especially as more powerful trialists stepped forward only to light 2 or 3 pulses. Even some other geniuses from the Necros continent also appeared, and although most of the trialists from there were extremely strong, they still stopped at the 3rd floor. But it seems some finally appeared who seemed to break the Necros trialist record. The crowd's anticipation reached a peak when the young man from the eastern continent approached the pillar of the sky. His movements were calm, yet brimming with confidence, and his presence radiated a mysterious aura that commanded attention. But Apollo was the most surprised, as it was none other than James that he met at the Hunter City. He was like the protagonist without any backing coming from a civilian family. He surprised everyone, and even he learned a lot through battling him and understanding his sword aura. So, he's here too, Apollo thought, a faint smile playing on his lips, and it seems he's grown far stronger. Now, although he seemed to be hiding his true face using some sort of technique or treasure, he still could not hide that mysterious sword aura that he could never forget that he truly was surprised, as there had been thousands of battles before, and hence he didn't notice it before. But now that he appeared right in front of the sky pillar, he quickly noticed him. He also changed a lot in matters of strength, as he surprisingly seems to also break through the saint level. It was worth noting that he was only 7 or 8 years older than him, meaning he was in his early 20s and had already become a saint realm warrior. With this in mind, Apollo couldn't help but feel curious about how many times the pillar would shine for him. James stopped in front of the pillar of the sky, his hand hovering over its gleaming surface. The air around him grew sharper, as if his very presence could cut through the atmosphere itself. As he touched the pillar, an intense golden light erupted, brighter than any before. The first pulse came almost instantaneously, followed by the second in quick succession, each glow illuminating the sky. The third pulse appeared moments later, its brightness commanding silence from the audience. Many held their breath, anticipating whether he could go further, but Apollo's eyes narrowed as he observed James' energy surge into the pillar, a hint of sword aura blending into the golden radiance. The crowd erupted into gasps and murmurs as the fourth pulse burst forth, steady and brilliant. But the spectacle wasn't over. The pillar trembled faintly, a rare occurrence so far in the test. Then, with a sharp flash, the fifth pulse ignited, its radiance surpassing all the previous glows combined. The fifth light flared forth, eliciting an audible gasp from the audience. The pillar shimmered and trembled, as though struggling to contain the overwhelming force James was pouring into it. But a moment later, the sixth pulse illuminated the sky, surpassing anything anyone had seen. Thus far, the mysterious figures in the sky, who had remained calm and detached, now glanced at each other in slight surprise. As the seventh light blazed alive, the crowd erupted into chaos. 7 pulses? Someone exclaimed. Is that even possible? Apollo watched intently, his expression unreadable, but inwardly, his excitement grew. This is the James the First, remember? No, he's even stronger now. The pillar's radiance seemed to falter momentarily, as if it had reached its limit. The crowd held their breath, waiting to see if it would go further. And then, with an earth-shattering burst, the 8th pulse erupted, its brilliance surpassing all the previous lights combined. The golden glow engulfed the entire arena, bathing the trialists and spectators in its divine radiance. 8th floor, the cold, mechanical voice finally announced. The crowd fell into stunned silence, and no one had expected this. Even the domain lord and great mysterious leaders in the sky exchanged glances, their composed exteriors betraying hints of intrigue and approval. An 8th floor trialist, fascinating, one of them remarked. Such talent is rare, even in eras past, another added, his gaze fixed on James. The dozen leaders standing in the sky were truly shocked, as even though they were only able to reach the 7th floor during their time, they can be said to be the peak of their world, standing tall above all. But now James suddenly surpassed them. Currently, here only the domain lord Victor is the one who reached the 8th floor, and which is why he was quickly able to become domain master. James stepped away from the pillar, his expression as calm and composed as when he had approached. Despite the awe and admiration directed at him, he gave no indication of pride or arrogance. Apollo's lips curled into a slight smile. He's reached the 8th floor. The crowd was still murmuring in shock as the next trialist stepped forward, but the arena had been marked by James' extraordinary performance. His name would now echo through the ranks of the trialists as one of the most exceptional contenders in this generation. Most were shocked because the performance of James wasn't too eye-catching. Even if few had seen him fight, it wasn't impressive as there was no name of James among those rankings made by trialists. But he still surpassed everyone, showing such a shocking result that James' awe-inspiring performance seemed to light a fire in the remaining trialists. The once muted tension in the crowd transformed into a roaring wave of determination. Trialists who had hesitated now surged forward, their competitive spirits ignited by the sight of someone reaching the 8th floor. Trialist after trialist placed their hands on the golden pillar, the arena erupting in bursts of light. While most still only managed to light 1 or 2 pulses, the frequency of higher results began to rise. A young elf mage stepped forward next. His presence was calm, like a glacier in the midst of chaos. As's hand touched the pillar. A cold aura spread, and the light responded with steady, rhythmic pulses. Point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. The crowd cheered as the 4th light shone brightly, making him the 2nd trialist to reach that level. Next, a dual saber wielder from Southern approached. His movements were sharp, his blades strapped tightly to his back. As he touched the pillar, the lights pulsed fiercely, almost violently. Point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. And just as the crowd thought he was done, 5. The 5th pulse erupted, drawing gasps and applause. These geniuses are finally stepping forward. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Point 1 by 1. The latent talents revealed themselves. The fiery-tempered trialist from the volcanic ridge of the southern continent reached the 4th floor with his talent. A scholar-looking guy from the eastern continent again lit up 5 pulses, his mastery of spiritual arts clear in the glowing energy that surrounded him. Even those on the sidelines, initially discouraged by the earlier results, began to feel their spirits lift. Trialists began to push themselves harder, believing that perhaps they, too, could achieve greatness. The mysterious figures in the sky watched with subtle satisfaction. It seems Ryan might produce more geniuses this era than the last, the Domain Lord murmured, sitting quietly as he observed the test. Apollo stood silently, observing his trialists step forward, their results varying from modest to exceptional. He could feel the energy in the arena shifting, becoming more charged with determination. Finally, it was his master's turn, who was also calm and steadily walked to the pillar. Unlike the other trialists, who approached with either hesitation or fervent determination, Master Aaron's every step exuded unshakable confidence. Reaching the pillar of the sky, Aaron placed his hand on its golden surface. For a brief moment, nothing happened. The silence grew oppressive, as though the pillar itself were assessing the depth of his power and foundation. Then, with a sudden burst, the first light ignited. Point 1 before the crowd could react. The second light followed. Point 2. The pulses came faster now, like the crackle of thunder splitting the sky. Point 3, point 4. The 4th pulse blazed with such intensity that the entire arena was momentarily bathed in radiant light. Trialists shielded their eyes, and a murmur of awe swept through the crowd. Could he reach 5th? The crowd's anticipation peaked as the golden pillar hesitated, then pulsed again. 5th. The air grew electric, quite literally, as Aaron's aura resonated with the pillar. The cold, mechanical voice echoed across the arena. 5th floor. A wave of shocked gasps and cheers erupted. Trialists exchanged astonished glances, acknowledging Aaron's remarkable achievement. Yes, there are not many who have joined the 5th floor. Master Aaron removed his hand from the pillar and had a smile on his face as he was satisfied with his result. It had to be mentioned, he was considered the weaker side of the trialists, but with such a result, he surpassed 99% of the trialists instantly. Apollo couldn't help but smile faintly as he watched his master. He truly surprised him. It seems his master talent is quite impressive. Even on this current grand stage, he didn't lose to most of them. After this, Mrs. Allion also took her test and, surprisingly, joined the 4th floor. Even Idris from their kingdom of Ryaweth displayed remarkable talent and also secured a place on the 4th floor, making their small group stand out. Now, among them, only Apollo and Pussy King had yet to take their tests. With time, monstrous geniuses started to appear that made the pillar glow with 6 or even 7 bright lights, shocking all the trialists. Finally, after some time, it was Apollo's turn, which attracted everyone's attention. The crowd became silent and looked eagerly, not wanting to miss the moment. He is famous, as he was among the major geniuses who left a deep impact, not to mention all. The geniuses who were ranked by the list of trialists performed extremely well, some reaching the 7th floor. Although still James had the highest record, that doesn't mean others didn't expect to reach that level. Apollo stepped forward with an unhurried gait, his tall figure and mysterious aura commanding the attention of everyone present. The silence in the arena was palpable as all eyes focused on him. Reaching the golden pillar, Apollo stopped and gazed at it for a moment, his expression unreadable. For a brief instant, he seemed to release a quiet pressure as though the entire arena revolved around him. Taking a steady breath, he extended his hand and placed it on the pillar. The first light the pillar shone almost instantly, a golden brilliance that seemed to acknowledge his extraordinary foundation. Second, third, fourth, fifth, the aura around Apollo intensified, his calm expression unchanging. The golden pillar paused for a moment, as though weighing his worth before it pulsed once more. The sixth light. This glow was radiant, dazzling even the mysterious figures floating above. Some exchanged glances. Their interest peaked. The seventh light. The arena fell completely silent. The seventh pulse left everyone stunned. Apollo had joined the ranks of the most elite trialists so far, standing on par with the monstrous geniuses who had appeared earlier, but was far from over. As the brightness of the sky pillar didn't diminish at all, but increased, and quickly, the eighth glow appeared, shocking all, even the domain lord. Yet it wasn't over, as the Apollo's potential seemed limitless, and the glow on the pillar continued to increase. The ninth light. Now, the air grew thick, almost suffocating. Some trialists fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer energy emanating from the pillar. Yet Apollo's hand remained firmly on the pillar, and the glow only continued to grow. Tenth light. The golden brilliance turned blinding, forcing many to shield their eyes. Even the mysterious figures in the sky showed visible reactions, some stepping closer, others murmuring among themselves. Someone finally reached the 10th floor after 70,000 years. But it wasn't over. 11th light. The crowd erupted into chaos, their disbelief reaching its peak. Victor's calm facade cannot be maintained anymore, and finally cracked, his eyes narrowing as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Even if he somehow expected the 10th glow, the 11 broke his mind. But the bright glow didn't dim, and quickly it shone again. The 12th light. At this point, the pillar itself seemed alive, pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm. The space quaked, and cracks appeared in the ground beneath Apollo's feet. The energy was no longer confined to the pillar. It spread across the sky, painting it in streaks of gold and silver. "This is impossible," one of the mysterious leaders in the sky couldn't control and shouted. But the pillar seems to flicker as it seems to be trying to push upwards, making them feel unimaginable, as if they were going to see the birth of something unfathomable and unbelievable. Boom! The 13th light. With a deafening roar, the pillar erupted in a blinding column of light, reaching into the heavens. The air vibrated with a power that seemed to transcend time and space. Trialists, mysterious figures, even Victor himself. No one could look directly at the pillar now. The aura of sky pillar seemed to tear through the very layer of the world, distorting space-time. Its aura was so potent that unimaginably ancient beings, existing beyond the bounds of time and space, began to awaken. In a distant realm shrouded by countless stars, a figure stirred from slumber. Slowly, the figure opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through space-time itself, locking directly onto the place where Apollo was undergoing his test. Finally, after waiting for countless eons, the time has come. The 10th divergent has arrived. The mysterious figure seems to be talking to himself. Tell the 5th to take care of him. The mysterious voice penetrated space-time, and then he seemed to make his move. And then instantly, the mysterious aura because of Apollo's test disappeared, and only the eternal calmness remained as it closed his eyes again. That time, with the space of Sky Tower, the mechanical voice for the first time seemed to falter as it spoke. 13th floor. The energy began to recede, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The pillar dimmed, its once immaculate surface now faintly cracked, as though it had pushed beyond its limits to measure Apollo's potential. Domain Lord Victor was the most shocked, as he knew something that most members didn't know and the reason why he attached more importance to Ryan. According to legend, 1,000,000 years ago, a prodigy from Ryan caused the sky pillar to shine with a 13th light, sending unimaginable shockwaves through the ancient beings of the Sky Tower. Naturally, this event made every domain master ruling the Velnoria galaxy pay close attention to Ryan's trials. Ryan also did not disappoint them, as countless powerful warriors emerged over the millennia. Many of them had already ascended to become influential figures on various floors of the Sky Tower. Victor raised a hand, silencing the crowd. "Today, history has been made," he declared, his voice ringing out across the arena. But the moment he was about to say something, space and time froze. Everyone seemed to have stopped. Only Apollo seemed unaffected, but was shocked seeing this unbelievable sight. Before he could process further, an unknown figure emerged from the heavens. First, it was no more than a faint ripple in space. A distortion so subtle it might have gone unnoticed, but within moments, the ripple widened, and a being descended, a being whose very presence seemed to warp reality. The figure was cloaked in a robe of shimmering silver, its surface reflecting countless stars and galaxies. Their features were obscured by a faint, radiant light, but an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. Each step he took toward Apollo seemed to echo across dimensions, resonating with a power that transcended comprehension. Apollo instinctively stepped back, his heart pounding. "Who are you?" he managed to ask, his voice steady despite the extraordinary pressure filling the air. The figure stopped a few paces before him. His calm and resonant voice carried an unfathomable weight. "I am Etherian, keeper of records," the figure began, their tone as steady as the pulse of the universe itself. He paused, letting the gravity of their words settle over Apollo. Then, unexpectedly, the faintest trace of a smile appeared in their radiant aura. "But you can call me Fifth Brother." Apollo's eyes widened, the revelation catching him completely off guard. "Fifth Brother," he echoed, his voice tinged with disbelief. The disparity between the title Keeper of Records and the casual familiarity of Fifth Brother left him momentarily speechless. The celestial figure nodded slowly, their form flickering with faint amusement. "Do not let the titles confuse you, Apollo. Names are but labels. What matters is what they represent and the ties that bind them." For a moment, Apollo could only stare. The implications of this being addressed with such familiarity were staggering. "Why would someone like you call yourself my brother? What connection could we possibly share?" Meftharian nodded, his celestial aura pulsing gently, a faint amusement flickering in their eyes. "Naturally Fifth Brother, because you are the sixth junior according to Master." Apollo's eyes widened slightly. "Master? Sixth junior?" he echoed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "What are you talking about? When did he have another master?" Meftharian's expression remained calm, though the faint amusement lingered. "Our master, the one of the three who laid the foundation of the Sky Tower itself, has chosen 5 disciples in the earliest epochs of creation. Each was entrusted with a part of his vast legacy, destined to shape the course of existence in their own time." He paused, his gaze locking with Apollo's. "I am the 5th disciple, and after billions of years, you, Apollo, are the 6th. Apollo took a step back, his mind racing. "That's impossible. I've never even met this so-called master. How could I be one of his disciples?" Meftharian raised a hand, gesturing toward the faintly cracked pillar behind them. "The 13th light you awakened was not just a measure of your potential. In fact, if it comes to talent, 12 is the highest level, but the 13 light is different. It's more of an anomaly that shouldn't exist or isn't bound by the universe and transcends it." Transcends universe. It sounds awesome. Apollo was surprised, as he didn't expect the 13th light to have such meaning. "Haha, awesome. It's more than you can imagine. Oh, you know how many have such talent and fate throughout the history of the entire universe, from the beginning of time to the creation of the universe?" he asked Apollo, who couldn't answer and could only look at Meftharian. "9, only 9 such beings in such a long span and infinitely large dimension that time itself loses its meaning. But now it has changed, as the 10th person has appeared," he said with a smile as he looked at Apollo. He was shocked. He didn't expect that there were previously only 9 people before him who reached the 13th level in the infinite universe. How could he not be shocked? As although he didn't know much, he could guess the sheer massiveness by comparing the size mentioned by Domain Lord. Even then, in billions or more trillion years, there were only 9 such people that he instinctively clenched his fists, staring at Meftharian. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, almost to himself. "I'm strong, sure, but to stand in the same league as beings who defy the universe itself." Meftharian's smile didn't waver, but his gaze grew sharper, as though peering into Apollo's very soul. "Doubt is natural, 6th junior. But let me ask you, what makes you so certain this is not you? Perhaps it is your talent, your relentless will, or perhaps something more unique to you." Apollo's thoughts immediately turned to the system, the entity that had guided him, empowered him, and pushed him to where he was now. Could it be the system? He wondered, a flicker of unease rising in his chest. Meftharian seemed to sense his turmoil. "You believe this is the result of something external, don't you? Some stroke of fortune or divine intervention?" Apollo hesitated, then nodded. Meftharian chuckled, a low, resonant sound that echoed through the frozen space. Perhaps whatever adventure you have might be powerful and helpful. But let me tell you something, 6 Junior. Even the most powerful tools or blessings mean nothing without the strength of the one who wields them. In the end, it's you who matter the most. Just believe in yourself, and you will eventually find your way. Meptharian's gaze softened. You are more than just the sum of your circumstances, Apollo. The 13th light is proof of that it is not simply a measure of talent. It is a declaration of freedom from the constraints of reality itself. He didn't fully understand what it meant to be not bound by fate, but the thought stirred something deep within him, a fire that burnt brighter than ever before. So, Apollo said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him, if I'm the 10th, then what happened to the others? The 9 before me. Meptharian's expression turned solemn, his celestial glow dimming slightly. Each of them carved a path unlike any other, shaking the foundations of the universe itself. What is more interesting is the 9th person to reach the 13th level is also someone from Ryan, just like you, who appeared 1,000,000 years ago, shocking all the 3 ancestors of the Sky Tower. What? Someone from Ryan? Apollo was surprised and asked. Yes, and you might have heard of him, as he was the famous sword god of Ryan. Apollo's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword god of Ryan? Meptharian nodded, his expression serious yet tinged with a faint smile. Indeed. The 9th person to awaken the 13th light, and with the fate to transcend the universe's constraints, hails from the same land as you. His legend has echoed across countless dimensions. A name revered and feared alike, Sword God Valorn. Apollo's thoughts raced. The Sword God of Ryan was a name he'd heard only in passing, whispered in awe by those who spoke of legends. Stories painted him as a figure of unparalleled strength and mastery, capable of severing mountains and stars alike with a single swing of his blade. But to think that Sword God had also stood where he now stood, had also awakened the unattainable 13th light, it was almost too much to process. I thought he was just a myth, Apollo muttered, half to himself. Meptharian chuckled softly. Many do. But I assure you, he is very real. His feats shook the cosmos, and his path carved a legacy that even the Sky Tower's ancestors could not ignore. Okay, that's it. Now to the important thing for which I came, he said, his tone suddenly serious. With that, he quickly brought out a token that seemed to hold the secrets of the cosmos, marked with the radiance of a bright star. Take this, brother. Once you're ready, activate it with your spiritual force. That IT will transport you to the Universal Dojo, the place of our master. Then we can talk more. As he spoke, the mysterious token floated toward Apollo, merging seamlessly with him before vanishing from sight. Yet Apollo could sense its presence deep within. He knew instinctively that he could summon the token whenever he wished. With that said, Meptharian disappeared, and instantly the stopped space-time again started to move, and everything returned to normal, like what he felt was some dream. But the presence of a mysterious token proved that it all was true. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the faint echo of the token's energy humming within him. The Universal Dojo, our master. The words reverberated in his mind, carrying an inexplicable gravity and expectation. The cracked sky pillars still glowed faintly, bearing witness to Apollo's extraordinary feat, but now seemed to be repaired, and the glow on it seemed to have changed from 13 to the 8 glow, and the cold mechanical voice seems to echo again. 8th floor. Seeing this, he felt a bit confused, and the reaction of the crowd was also unexpected. Hiss, the 8th floor, it's equal to James. Yes, finally, a second person has reached such a level. The crowd of trialists began whispering among themselves, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. However, only Apollo understood what had truly happened. Could it be because of 5th brother? Did he do something to make them forget what just happened? He murmured to himself, suspicion flickering in his eyes. But what else could it be? If 5th brother could stop time and freeze 10,000 trialists, even domain lords, then it wasn't surprising that he could make 10,000 people forget something as well. Master Aaron and others from their group, Aliona, Idris, and even Pussy King, seemed unaware of anything unusual. They, like the rest of the trialists, were caught up in the amazement of Apollo matching James' record. Taking a deep breath, Apollo let his face relax into an expression of calm confidence. He turned to Master Aaron and his group. It's done, he said simply. Let's see what comes next. The crowd continued to buzz with excitement, and trialists lined up eagerly for their turn at the sky pillar. Among their group, the only Pussy King left who didn't have tested, and frankly, Apollo was also looking forward to what kind of result it would show. And with time, it was finally Pussy King's turn, The elegant white cat stretched lazily, its fur gleaming like freshly fallen snow. Despite its nonchalant demeanor, there was an undeniable air of mystery surrounding the feline. The crowd, initially skeptical, began to murmur. A cat? Is it going to test? Could it be a contracted beast? Or perhaps something more? Apollo, standing nearby, folded his arms and smirked. He had been traveling with Pussy King long enough to know that the annoying cat was anything but ordinary. The thought of what kind of result the sky pillar might show intrigued him deeply. Pussy King sauntered forward, tail swishing lazily, as if it were above the petty concerns of mortals. It reached the sky pillar and sat down in front of it, licking a paw, not caring for others. The trialist watched, half expecting the test result to be ordinary. The moment Pussy King extended a single paw and placed it delicately on the sky pillar, an aura erupted. First, second, third. Instantly, a third glow appeared. It was so fast that it shocked everyone, as it was better than James. But it didn't stop there. Fourth, fifth. The lights continued to ignite in rapid succession, each more brilliant than the last. Why now? The murmurs had turned into outright exclamations. This isn't normal. What is this F-kin cat? Sixth light. The silvery radiance grew more intense, an almost sacred energy radiating from the sky pillar. Seventh. The arena fell into complete silence. Trialists stared, their disbelief turning to awe. Even the top-ranked geniuses among them couldn't help themselves. Point 8. A wave of power rippled across the arena, its intensity so overwhelming that it forced some of the weaker trialists to step back. It's equal to James now. No, this cat might surpass him. The sky pillar trembled under the strain, bursting with a brighter glow. The crowd erupted into chaos. Ninth light. Did that cat just surpass everyone? FCK, everyone losing to the F-kin. Cat point 10,000 geniuses lost to a cat. How can this happen? This is insane. The voice broke into a frustrated yell. How can this even be true? But the sky pillar didn't stop because of the trialist's shock. The 10th light began to flicker into existence. The silvery aura shifted into something otherworldly, pulsating with ancient energy that seemed to transcend the very layers of the tower. Yet, as it went on, the group of trialists' minds collapsed as they glowed with the 10th light, which intensified until it reached the 11th light. 11th light. The cold mechanical voice echoed once more. 11th floor. The silence that followed was deafening. Trialists exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief as they seemed to be brutally destroyed by a cat. Pussy King flicked its tail nonchalantly, its expression cool and indifferent. It strode back toward Apollo, who struggled to suppress his amusement. Well, Apollo remarked, his voice steady despite the chaos around him, it looks like you've officially ruined a lot of egos today. The cat paused, tilting its head slightly to glance at him with what could only be described as smug satisfaction. Its eyes seemed to say, who needs their approval when you're already a legend? Apollo chuckled softly, watching the destruction. Pussy King nodded as it, after shocking and shattering countless pride, calmly sat down. In fact, he was more confused about why Apollo's talent only showed 8 lights. He believed it should be more, and more he thought was wrong. He felt like some force was interfering, and he immediately knew that he didn't think much about it. There was a higher force acting on it. But the shock was overwhelming for everyone, even the leaders and domain lord. The sky were horrified as they understood how amazing the result was. Expect the mysterious 13th floor, 11, and 12 floors combined wouldn't have more than 200 people, and it's still the accumulation of billions of years of Sky Tower. Yet such talent appeared here, and it was a cat. They cannot calm down, as they know it is beyond their ability, and someone from the higher floor will definitely come for the cat. The last few remaining also completed the test, but nobody reached the Pussy King level. However, there was still a surprise as another person appeared who reached the 8th floor. And surprisingly, it was the guy Shadow Lord from the Necros continent who had beef with Apollo. He was proud and looked back at Apollo, as according to him, Apollo also reached the same level. But such taunt didn't affect him as much as for him, as they weren't at the same level at all. After this, the test finally ended, and all 10,000 trialists finally joined the Sky Tower, the supreme, transcendent force in the universe and countless dimensions. Out of tens of thousands, most trialists only managed to join below the 3rd floor, that a total of 1,100 reached the 4th floor, around 400 made it to the 5th floor, and approximately 60 advanced to the 6th floor. Only 9 participants managed to reach the 7th floor, and finally, just 3 made it to the 8th floor. Then there was the shocking exception, Pussy King, who astonishingly reached the 11th floor. With that, the selection of the Sky Tower on Ryan officially came to an end, and the Domain Lord voice rang in everyone's mind. You all have 2 days to do what you want to or meet with your family or loved ones. After that, everyone will teleport back to here and then be sent outside to different parts of the universe, where new challenges await all of you. The announcement left the trialists in deep contemplation. For many, it marked the beginning of their ascent. For others, it was a reminder of how far they still had to go. They were all immediately teleported outside the Sky Tower of their respective continents. Then, like a chameleon blending into its surroundings, the sky-piercing tower vanished right before their eyes, leaving everyone stunned and filled with wonder. Even though they were within the Sky Tower for 4 months, the number of people outside didn't decrease much. Still, millions of people were gathered there like some festival. For a moment, the world was still. Then a collective gasp arose from the millions gathered outside, watching the Sky Tower disappear before their eyes. The IT left behind nothing but an open sky. As it disappeared, the crowd that was still gathered there quickly tried to find their respective clan members or geniuses. The vast crowd erupted into a frenzy. Families, clans, and sects scrambled to locate their respective geniuses among the returning trialists. Shouts echoed through the air. Where's my son? Did he come out? Where is the prodigy of my Azure sect? Where is the prince? He will definitely return triumph. Apollo stood apart from the chaos, observing the scene with a mix of curiosity and detachment. Beside him, Pussy King yawned, as if utterly unimpressed by the commotion. Some hugged their comrades with tears of joy, grateful to still have each other. Others stood silently, mourning the absence of those who didn't make it back. Master Aaron, Mrs. Aliona, and Idris were also standing beside them, looking at all this and sighing. Although many survived, even though they lost, still most died doing tasks, and many lost their lives in the last battle. Some moments later, they reunited with their kingdom's people and the few surviving members of the Ryaweth kingdom. Though they had lost the battle, these individuals managed to preserve their lives. While the number was small, about 11 or 12 had survived. As the group from Ryaweth gathered, there was a mix of emotions. Apollo remained at a distance, taking it all, and he had long grown accustomed to the harsh realities of such trials. The weak perished, the strong endured, and the world moved forward, indifferent to the losses. Apollo glanced at the horizon, his mind already calculating the next steps. The journey was far from over. The respective geniuses from various forces quickly reunited with their clans and factions. Representatives from powerful forces, upon learning the general situation, wasted no time in extending olive branches to the standout geniuses from weaker or smaller factions, hoping to recruit them into their ranks. Apollo and his group received the most invitations, as they were the most audacious and eye-catching among all the geniuses, with both Pussy King and Apollo in the same team. Young Master Apollo, an elegant woman clad in shimmering robes, approached with a deep bow, the insignia of the Starfire Pavilion gleaming on her chest. Our Pavilion Master would be honored to extend you an invitation. Name your price. Wealth, resources, techniques. We will provide anything you desire. Before Apollo could respond, another voice interjected. Nonsense. The Golden Dragon sect has no equal. Young Master Apollo, join us, and you'll have access to our legendary Dragon Ascension technique. It is the path to unparalleled power. Even smaller factions and rogue cultivator alliances clamored for attention. Meanwhile, invitations directed toward Pussy King were no less extravagant, as nobody would now be an idiot to think that a cat is something ordinary. Though the cat seemed utterly unimpressed, they barely managed to send everyone back before boarding the sky ship of the Sacred Light Empire to return to their kingdom. With only 2 days to visit their families and loved ones, time was of the essence. The sky ship of the Sacred Light Empire was far superior to their previous vessel. It was capable of traveling many times faster and could return them to the kingdom of Ryaweth in less than 20 hours. They didn't talk along the way. Instead, they rested and adjusted their minds, as they didn't have time to rest and sort out the things that just happened. The next day, they arrived at the Ryaweth kingdom, and the Sacred Empire's ship even dropped him directly in the Fletcher family's territory so that he didn't have to waste time. A gigantic skyship appeared in the sky above Fletcher Castle, shocking everyone within the territory. As for them, it was the first time they had seen something this massive and mysterious. Even some servants were trembling, looking at the sky. But as Apollo came out of it, Grandpa William, his father, and his mother, who were also anxious, had their eyes glow with bright light, and a smile appeared on their faces. Although only a few months had passed, Apollo had changed significantly. Now, Even if he didn't intend to, he naturally exuded a divine aura that compelled weaker beings to feel an instinctive urge to bow before him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. However, his grandfather and parents immediately recognized him to owe them. He was unmistakably their son or grandson. There wasn't a single ounce of doubt in them. They all just knew it. Apollo, Grandpa William called out, his voice trembling with joy. Apollo's divine aura softened as he approached them. The moment he stepped onto the castle grounds, his otherworldly presence seemed to ease, replaced by the warmth of familiarity. Louise was the first to move, rushing toward him and embracing him tightly. Despite the power now emanating from him, Apollo remained still, allowing her to hold him. "You've changed," she said softly, her voice filled with both pride and relief. "But you're still my son." His father placed a steadying hand on her shoulder and nodded at Apollo, his usual stern expression breaking into a rare smile. "Welcome back, Apollo, that you've grown." Grandpa William chuckled, his eyes shimmering with pride. "I told you he would shake the world one day. Didn't I say it?" Apollo smiled faintly. "Grandpa, you say that about every little thing I do." The old man laughed louder, stepping forward to pat Apollo's shoulder, though his eyes widened slightly at the subtle resistance of Apollo's physique, harder than steel. "Well, this time, I'm not exaggerating, am I?" As he looked at the gigantic skyship in the sky, the family reunited. The surrounding servants began to recover from their shock, murmurs rippling through the gathered crowd. "Young Master Apollo has returned. He looks divine. Did you see that gigantic ship in the sky?" "I am not blind. How can I see this monstrosity?" The murmurs grew louder as everyone speculated about the journey Apollo had undergone and the significance of his return. Apollo turned to his parents and grandfather, his expression softening. "There's a lot to tell you, but first, let's go inside." Grandpa William grinned. "Yes, let's. And you'd better not hold back. I want to hear every detail." The family began to make their way into the castle, leaving the stunned onlookers and servants behind. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Apollo was home. The skyship also left, and the Fletcher castle didn't return to normal, but instead became more hectic as they organized a party for Apollo's return. The Fletcher family spared no effort in organizing the feast. The castle's grand hall was adorned with decorations, and tables were laden with an abundance of delicacies, ranging from rich roasted meats to exquisite desserts that melted in the mouth. Even the air was alive with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Apollo sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his family and the most loyal servants of the household. They all ate and drank, whether it was his father, mother, grandpa, or others. Even the servants, who were usually in the background, were brought into the festivities. Each received generous rewards, enough to change their lives forever. Coins and treasures were handed out, and the joy on their faces was uncontainable. The entire day, they all talk about almost everything that happened in the Sky Tower and let them know how large the entire universe is, and the incomparably large Ryan isn't much. Knowing this, they were shocked. They felt proud of Apollo, but worried at the same time that now he was going to leave the world and face many unknown dangers beyond their comprehension. Especially his mother, who couldn't help but say worriedly, "Apollo, hearing this fills me with pride, but also with worry. The universe is vast, and its dangers are beyond what we can imagine. They're going to leave this world, aren't you, and face things we can't even comprehend." Apollo met her gaze, his expression resolute yet gentle. "Mother, I can't grow if I stay here. The unknown is dangerous, yes, but it's also where the greatest opportunities lie. I have to go if I'm to achieve my destiny." The hall fell silent for a moment as his family processed his words. Then Grandpa William, ever the optimist, broke the tension with a laugh. "Well, if anyone can survive out there and thrive, it's you, Apollo. And don't worry about us, we'll be here, waiting for your triumphant return." The mood lightened, and the festivities resumed, though an undercurrent of bittersweet emotion lingered. For all the pride they felt, they also knew that this was only a temporary reunion. As the night wore on and the castle grew quieter, Apollo stood by a window overlooking the bustling celebration outside. The servants, now free from their duties, danced and sang in the courtyard, their spirits lifted by the night's generosity. Pussy King leapt onto the windowsill, yawning lazily. "Kid, tell me truthfully, how many lights you made the sky pillar shine?" It seems to have wanted to know about it for some time, and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, guess." He laughed and teased. Pussy King narrowed his eyes, his whiskers twitching in mild irritation. "Don't toy with me. Boy, you're clever, but I've seen enough to know when someone's hiding something big. Spit out already." Although he didn't fully understand the meaning of his talent of the 13th light, since his fifth brother had made sure that nobody remembered it. He had to follow through, as who knows how many dangers he would face if it spread. Seeing this, Pussy King didn't ask anymore. The next morning arrived swiftly, the vibrant energy of the previous night's celebration still lingering in the air. Apollo wasted no time, shifting his focus to more pressing matters. Standing in the training courtyard of the Fletcher estate, he began to instruct those closest to him, especially his grandfather, William, who had recently reached the peak of the second rank. William stood before Apollo, his posture straight and his expression determined. Despite his advanced age, his spirit remained vigorous. Apollo observed him with a critical eye, his voice calm but firm. "Grandfather, your foundation is solid, but at the peak of the second rank, precision in controlling your energy is paramount. Now that resources aren't a problem, it has become easier. Not to mention his grandpa's talent wasn't too bad. He should be able to break through in a few months." Under Apollo's careful supervision, William felt his control improving, each session bringing him closer to the threshold of a breakthrough. He didn't just teach his grandpa, even his father, uncles, or soldiers. He gave them some guidance. But this small hint was a great help to all of them, as his current strength and understanding make it indeed a great benefit for all of them. Time passed, and the 2 days given to him quickly came to an end. The moment had finally arrived. Apollo stood with his parents and grandfather, all of them wearing slightly worried expressions. Despite their concern, they didn't try to stop him. He could feel the mysterious call deep within, an undeniable pull. The Sky Tower was summoning him. "The time has come," Apollo said, his voice steady yet tinged with emotion. "Grandpa, father, mother, I'm leaving now. I don't know when I'll return, but I promise to come back as soon as I can. Please be careful while I'm away and take care of yourselves." His mother, Aliona, reached out to brush his hair, her eyes glistening. "My son, no matter how vast the universe is, take care of yourself. Your safety means more to us than anything." Pussy King yawned lazily at Apollo's feet, but then leapt onto his shoulder, purring softly. "Don't get too sentimental now, kid, that you've got bigger things ahead." Apollo chuckled softly at the cat's words. The Sky Tower's mysterious call grew stronger. Resonating with his very soul, he took a deep breath and stepped back. "I'll return," he said again, his voice firm. "When I do, we'll have more to celebrate than ever before." A brilliant glow enveloped him, and an invisible force began to lift him and Pussy King from the ground. The family watched, holding their breath, as Apollo ascended into the sky. In moments, Apollo disappeared into the heavens, leaving only a faint shimmer in his wake. The Fletcher family stood there in silence, gazing at the empty sky, their hearts filled with a mixture of pride, sorrow, and hope. "He'll be fine," Grandpa William said at last, his voice steady. "It's Apollo we were talking about. He can do miracles and make the impossible possible." With that, the family began to turn back toward the castle, the spark of determination ignited by Apollo's parting driving them to continue growing stronger in his absence. The mysterious token within glowed brightly, and then Apollo landed softly in a vast, luminous city in a wide space filled with countless stars that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The architecture was otherworldly. Towers of crystalline light pierced the sky. Floating platforms glided through the air, and intricate glyphs shimmered faintly along every surface. The city pulsed with a rhythm that felt alive, its energy vibrating through the very air he breathed. Looking around, Apollo realized he was alone. Pussy King was nowhere to be seen. He frowned slightly, but quickly dismissed his concern. The tower's mechanisms were mysterious and deliberate. If the cat was sent elsewhere, it was for a reason. "Looks like I'll have to start on my own," he muttered, his voice steady as he took in his surroundings. Just as he was about to move, a person appeared like a scholar, with calm and free charm right in front of him. He looked ordinary without anything special, but the entire opposite made him understand that the person right in front of him was strong and unfathomable. As Apollo's gaze locked onto the figure before him, his instincts screamed of danger and power masked beneath an ordinary guise. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, clad in simple yet elegant robes of soft gray, lined faintly with silver patterns resembling constellations. His features were unremarkable, save for his eyes, deep, tranquil pools that seemed to reflect the sun and moon themselves, holding the wisdom of ages. The scholar-like man offered a faint smile. His demeanor was calm, that a breeze seemed to flow around him despite the stillness of the city. "You must be Apollo," the man said, his voice steady, resonating like the hum of the stars around them. "I've been waiting for you." Apollo's body tensed, every fiber of his being on high alert, even though he knew the person wouldn't hurt him. "Who are you?" Apollo asked, his voice steady yet edged with caution. He subtly activated his spiritual senses, trying to gauge the man's strength, but found his efforts met with a void. The man chuckled lightly. "You may call me Eldarian," he replied. "I am one of the overseers of the fifth void, eternal nexus, the place we are right now, exactly. The fifth lord has tasked me with ensuring you understand where you are and what lies ahead." "By fifth lord, you mean fifth brother Meptharian, right?" Apollo asked. "Yes, it is indeed senior fifth lord," the scholarly man replied. "Although many aren't even permitted to speak the lord's name. You, Sir Apollo, are an exception, so yes, you are correct. The Lord has sent me to be your guide and help you understand what kind of place the eternal nexus is. Shall I lead the way?" he asked calmly as he looked towards him. "Yes, please lead the way." Eldarian gave a small nod, a faint glow emanating from the glyphs on his robes as he turned and began walking down the crystalline path. Apollo followed, his eyes scanning the surroundings with both awe and caution. The city stretched endlessly, its structures seemingly alive with energy, pulsating faintly in ancient rhythm with the distant hum that filled the air with cosmic energy. Yes, they walked, Eldarian spoke, his voice calm, but resonating with a weight of knowledge. The fifth void eternal nexus is more than a city. It is a realm itself forged by the will of the fifth lord. It holds the vast knowledge as the fifth lord had gathered countless knowledge from a vast universe and countless dimensions, in fact. Because of this, Lord gained the title Keeper of Records. Here not only will you find countless techniques, secret skills, unknown secret histories, and methods from countless paths followed by different races from numerous dimensions, but also some of the most ancient and rare heaven and earth treasures can be found here that almost have become extinct outside in the cosmos. Apollo silently listened and couldn't help but be shocked as he continued to hear all. The more they moved, the more he felt the ancient and mysterious cosmic energy within this place that slowly was nourishing his body and improving it. Perhaps because he already possessed a solid and exceptionally strong foundation, his improvement was almost negligible. However, for others, like his family members, just by living in this place, their talents would naturally improve. For them, reaching the level of a saint or even a half-god would be entirely within reach. He couldn't help but marvel, feeling this shocking thing. But it also means saints and half-god wouldn't mean anything here, as if they just lived for some time, they would become half-god. He noticed quite a lot of people from different races, but even the weakest seemed to be stronger than half-gods. Although it seemed they were moving very fast. And after a few minutes, they appeared in front of a large gate-like structured portal. They calmly entered and instantly let them teleport and instantly appear on some sort of celestial body like the moon. The entire place was quite cold and freezing, but for both of them, it was nothing that he also felt quite a connection with the place, and he felt his mind clear and his ice energy and ice law improving. That Apollo's eyes narrowed as the cold, crystalline beauty of the celestial body unfolded before him. The ground beneath his feet sparkled like frozen starlight, and faint auroras danced across the horizon. "You feel it, don't you?" Eldarian said, his calm tone breaking the silence. "This is the lunar moon star, one of the countless subdomains within the fifth void eternal nexus. Each celestial body holds unique properties tied to fundamental energies or laws. This particular realm resonates deeply with the ice element and the law of ice." Apollo nodded, closing his eyes momentarily to focus on the connection he felt. The cold wasn't oppressive, it was clarifying. His thoughts flowed like a tranquil stream, unclouded and precise. The faint aura of ice energy surrounding him grew denser, as if the moon itself were feeding his comprehension. "Interesting," Apollo murmured. "Even without actively meditating, my understanding of the ice law is deepening." Eldarian smiled faintly. "There are countless celestial bodies like this. Each domain here is designed to refine those who can resonate with its essence. And from on this lunar moon star will be yours and will be under your control," he said calmly. But these words surprised Apollo. "What? This lunar moon belongs to me?" Eldarian nodded with a faint smile, his composed demeanor unchanged. "Indeed, Sir Apollo, this celestial body, resonating deeply with the ice law, has been granted to you by the fifth lord. That it is now your domain to command, cultivate, and explore." Apollo took a moment to process this, glancing around at the frost-covered expanse, the towering glaciers shimmering like stars under a cold light. He could feel a faint, steady pulse beneath his feet, as though the lunar moon itself acknowledged his presence. "Then let's go and meet your subordinates." "Sir Apollo," Eldarian said with a mysterious smile. "What? Subordinates? Isn't this place desolate and empty?" He was surprised, but before he could say something, a powerful pull came, and then he teleported and appeared right in front of a large pavilion, right in the middle of the lunar star moon. Apollo blinked as the teleportation energy dissipated, leaving him standing before an awe-inspiring pavilion that seemed to glow with the same frosty brilliance as the lunar star moon. The structure was colossal, its icy spires reaching into the heavens, glimmering with intricate glyphs that pulsed faintly. With cosmic energy, the sheer presence of the pavilion spoke of ancient authority and untapped power that Apollo's sharp eyes took in the fine details. Inscriptions on the walls, shimmering like constellations, and banners that fluttered gently in an unseen breeze. Empty. How can the Lord give you an empty place? In fact, this place is quite famous, as many people stay here to increase their ice law understanding, but, more importantly, try to understand the rare lunar law. Before Apollo could reply, the grand doors of the pavilion creaked open, releasing a wave of frost-laden air. From within emerged figures, one by one, their presence filling the area with a palpable sense of power. There were a dozen in total, each distinct in appearance yet unified by an aura of reverence and strength. Some bore humanoid forms, while others were clearly of diverse and exotic origins. A being with crystalline wings, a towering figure encased in an armor of ice, and a woman whose flowing hair shimmered like snowflakes caught in moonlight. The one leading the group stepped forward, a figure with a royal bearing and eyes like frozen stars. They bowed deeply, their voices echoing with deference. Master Apollo, we are the guardians of the lunar moon, chosen to serve and protect this domain, and now to serve you. Apollo's gaze swept over them, his surprise evident. Guardians? Eldarion chuckled softly. Lunar moon isn't just a place to comprehend the lunar moon law. There's much more to it. In fact, the faint presence of a law you sensed outside is merely a byproduct. The true essence lies at its core. The most critical part of this place, that it produces lunar essence, a substance that aids gods in understanding the law at the conceptual level, a level only gods can reach. That it is the source of their power and their eternal life. Many gods from the Sky Tower spent their hard-earned points in hundreds or thousands of years to get that lunar essence so that you can guess this place's importance. Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind racing as Eldarion's words settled in. The mention of lunar essence struck him with both awe and intrigue. It was a substance capable of aiding gods to comprehend the law at a conceptual level. Such a resource was beyond anything he'd ever imagined possessing, let alone controlling. So this lunar moon produces a resource that even gods covet? Apollo asked, his tone steady despite the enormity of what he had just learned. Eldarion nodded, his calm smile unwavering. Indeed, Sir Apollo. Lunar essence is an unparalleled treasure, its rarity exceeding that of most heavenly materials found in the cosmos. It crystallizes directly from the lunar core, the heart of this celestial body. That is why the Guardians needed to exist, to ensure its protection and to serve the one worthy of controlling such a domain. After that, quickly the leader and others introduced themselves. The leader of the Guardians, still exuding an air of icy authority, took a step forward. I am Varian, the captain of the Lunar Guardians, he said, his voice resonating with confidence and deference. We are honored to serve you, Master Apollo. One by one, the other Guardians stepped forward, introducing themselves with pride and respect. Selene, a graceful woman with silver hair flowing like moonlight, her presence serene yet exuding an unyielding strength. I am Selene, keeper of the lunar wards, tasked with maintaining the protective barriers of this realm. Kale, a towering figure with an aura like a frozen tempest. Kale, master of the ice blades, I am assigned as the personal guard and will protect the young lord with my life. Lyria, a soft-spoken but sharp-eyed archer with wings. Lyria, sentinel of the outer perimeters, that I keep watch for any disturbances in the lunar moon's domain. Their introductions continued, each guardian displaying a unique role and skill set, painting a picture of a well-balanced team dedicated to their duties. They were not merely guards, but stewards of this celestial body, ensuring its harmony and safeguarding its secrets. Captain Varian is the leader and strongest, followed by the three that others were also countless times stronger than him. But these four were at the top of the food chain here on the Lunar Moon Star. Thank you for your introductions, Apollo said, his tone steady and authoritative. I am honored to have such capable individuals by my side. Although he couldn't determine their loyalty, it was evident that he possessed a significant level of authority within the Sky Tower organization, possibly even more impressive than he initially believed. But he knew it was just because he was the sixth disciple of some mysterious almighty supreme of Sky Tower, whom he hadn't even met. The most important thing was to use his status and power to increase his strength, as no matter what individual strength mattered the most, if you were strong, everything will come to you on your own, and he didn't need to think that much at such a time. Eldarion observed the exchange with quiet satisfaction. Now that introductions are complete, it is time to master the rune at Lunar Core, Sir Apollo. Once you do, the lunar moon will fully recognize you as its master and control the entire runic formation on the entire moon. Varian stepped forward, gesturing toward the towering pavilion behind them. Shall we go? Apollo nodded, a flicker of determination lighting his eyes. Lead the way. As Apollo stepped into the towering pavilion, he immediately felt an overwhelming presence. The interior of the structure seemed to defy logic, its vastness stretching far beyond what the outside suggested. It felt as though he had entered an entirely separate world. The air inside was thick with energy, ancient, dense, and filled with mysterious power. The entire place, like a town, had different buildings within it. He also saw some more people, either soldiers or members of Sky Tower, who came here to understand and get a hint about the conceptual level of LAW. As he ventured deeper into the pavilion, his awe only grew. The space was not just a chamber. It was a thriving town, brimming with life and activity. Structures of various designs sprawled around him, each radiating unique energies. The buildings seemed crafted from the very power of the moon, their walls shimmering with pale light and mysterious runes that Apollo's gaze swept across the scene, taking in the diverse crowd. Some figures meditated in front of glowing rune altars, their expressions serene and focused. Others studied complex diagrams etched into the ground or shared quiet discussions about the laws of the cosmos. One soldier, clad in silver armor adorned with lunar motifs, noticed them quickly and saluted. Varian nodded and let them do their work and quickly led the group towards its core and heart of the place. As they pressed forward, the group moved with purpose, the towering rune altar at the heart of the pavilion growing steadily closer. Its presence was magnetic, radiating an energy that seemed to ripple through the very layers of the space around it. Each ray of light from the altar sent a faint vibration through the ground, as though the lunar core itself was alive and aware of its approach. That Apollo's eyes fixed on the altar, its brilliance a beacon that drew him forward. The mysterious linked patterns etched into its surface shimmered with shifting hues of silver and blue, resembling the phases of the moon in their perpetual dance. The air grew cooler and heavier as they approached, charged with an ancient energy that resonated deeply with his own aura. Eldarion, walking beside him, gestured toward the altar with a subtle motion. There it is, the heart of the lunar moon. The rune altar connects directly to the lunar core, the source of this celestial body's power and the key to unlocking its mysteries. Apollo's steps slowed for a moment. Taking in the monumental structure, he could feel the rune altar's pull, a silent invitation that seemed to bypass words and reach directly into his essence. The mysterious token given by the fifth brother started to glow with mysterious energy. Varian, leading the group, turned slightly to glance at Apollo. It recognizes you already, he said, his voice low but clear. The closer you get, the more it will reveal its secrets. Apollo's fingers tightened slightly, and the token appeared in his hand as its energy began to seep into his hand. Not harshly, but as if it was searching, probing, and sinking with him. He could feel its pull deep within his core, a sensation both foreign and familiar. The rune altar ahead responded in kind, its shifting hues of silver and blue intensifying, the glyphs etched upon it coming alive. The patterns began to dance, forming complicated sequences that seemed to speak a language older than time itself. Varian stepped to the side, as if to allow Apollo the full focus of the altar's gaze. "Approach when you are ready," he said. Apollo stepped forward, his expression steadied. He could feel the eyes of the guardians on him. With each step closer to the rune altar, the token's glow grew brighter, its energy wrapping around him like a protective shroud. As he reached the base of the altar, Apollo paused, his gaze fixed on the intricate glyphs swirling across its surface. The energy emanating from the structure seemed to pulse in sync with his own heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Apollo extended the token toward the rune altar, the glow now almost blinding. "Let's see what secrets you hold," he murmured, his voice calm, yet filled with determination. As the token and altar's energies prepared to converge, he instantly felt a surge of mysterious energy envelop him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing in a blank void with a massive silver star shining brilliantly before him. "What is this?" he murmured, his voice tinged with shock. He couldn't believe or comprehend what he was seeing. But before he had time to ponder, a sudden force pulled him into the colossal star. And the next moment, he found himself back where he had started, dazed and bewildered. But all was far from over as he felt a huge pain in his head, and different images and memories started to appear in his mind. Apollo seems to be lost in those images and broken memories that span who knows how old. His breath came in. Shallow gasps as visions unfurled before him. Fragments of an ancient past, flickering like stars in the void of his consciousness. He saw beings of unimaginable power, traversing endless galaxies, forging realms, and battling forces that defied reality. He glimpsed vast celestial landscapes. Thriving with energies so potent they seemed alive, he saw the rise and fall of civilizations, each more magnificent and enigmatic than the last. Not only that, but an ancient technique also seemed to appear in his mind, filled with mysterious secrets of an unknown time. The pain in his head intensified as the technique's name etched itself into his mind. Eternal Lunar Starlight Codex. This ancient technique promised unparalleled mastery over cosmic and conceptual energies. Apollo felt its weight, its potential. It seems to directly point at the conceptual law of the lunar law of the moon and law of the star, two rare cosmic laws. With its help, he changes his ice energy into lunar ice energy, which is many times stronger than simple ice energy. As the last fragment of memory settled into place, Apollo opened his eyes. They glowed faintly with a silver luminescence, a remnant of the colossal star's energy still coursing through him. Eldarion and the Guardians observed in silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and respect. Varian finally broke the stillness. "Master Apollo," he said, his voice steady yet reverent, "it seems the lunar core has granted you a gift far beyond what any of us could have imagined." Apollo straightened, his mind still reeling, but his composure returning. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Now not only can he control almost all of the runic formation and the lunar moon's power, but he also has an ancient secret technique for his future path. Varian gestured toward the towering rune altar. "Master, now that the lunar core has accepted you, the remaining formalities are complete. The moon's power is yours to command. The moon's power is yours to command." However, his tone grew cautious. Even such a gift must be handled with care. Apollo acknowledged the warning with a small nod. "I understand," he said, his voice measured. He turned his attention inward, feeling the subtle yet profound changes the core had wrought within him. His perception of the surrounding energies had sharpened. Every strand of lunar energy now felt like an extension of himself. He could sense the faint hum of the runic formations crisscrossing the lunar moon, their intricate patterns resonating with his will. With a single thought, he can activate it and use it to attack with a devastating blow or defend the entire moon. "Let us return," Apollo said gently, as he needed some time to fully understand the power of the core and the ancient technique. It was better for him to understand other things about the place. "Yes." Then immediately they left the core altar and went to a different place within the small world. Eldarion and the Guardians followed respectfully, and the group exited the core altar and began to explore the sprawling interior of the pavilion. Every corner of this space radiated a unique charm, as if it were a miniature cosmos condensed into a singular domain. There were shimmering gardens where crystalline plants emanated faint lunar energy, and waterways of liquid starlight coursed through the terrain, flowing in harmony with the moon's essence. Varian took the lead in providing explanations, and showed many places within the lunar pavilion, as it serves not only as the heart of this celestial domain, but also as its central hub. Within it, they will find areas specifically designed for cultivation, artifact refinement, and meditation on the laws of the cosmos. After some general introduction, Apollo finally has a general understanding of his new place, which should be his new home for quite a long time. Eldarion and others then left him alone as they dropped him in front of the central hall, the place where he was going to stay at AS for matters related to Sky Tower, rules, regulations, and other things. He can check them directly through the token. Hence, nothing much is needed for them to show. They left him with the means to contact them when needed. After all of this filled the central mansion where he was going to stay at, it was a masterpiece of celestial architecture, its design reflecting both simplicity and grandeur. The hall seemed alive, pulsating faintly with lunar and starlight energy, as though welcoming his arrival. The massive double doors, engraved with intricate runes that shimmered in hues of silver and pale blue, opened on their own at his approach. The moment he stepped inside, Apollo was greeted by an expansive interior that felt more like a vast starry sky filled with mysteries. The central hall was vast, its ceilings adorned with constellations that shifted and twinkled as though they were real stars. The floor was a smooth expanse of white stone veined with silvery streaks, radiating a calming energy that resonated with the lunar core within him. Apollo wandered through the halls, taking in the details of his new residence eagerly. Meditation chamber, a tranquil space filled with a soft, silvery mist. The energy here was dense yet calming, perfect for cultivating and meditating on the cosmic laws, a faint hum of the lunar and starlight. Energy seemed to guide the flow of his thoughts. Library of the Stars, a chamber lined with towering shelves of ancient texts and floating crystalline tablets. Many glowed faintly, awaiting activation. Artifact Refinement Forge, a state-of-the-art facility, equipped with an array of mysterious tools and runic formations. Apollo realized this would be a critical space for creating and enhancing artifacts, especially those attuned to lunar and cosmic energies. Starlight Observatory, a dome-like structure at the mansion's peak, offering a breathtaking view of the cosmos. The dome was enchanted to magnify celestial phenomena, making it the best place for improving his spiritual thoughts. Finally, he entered the Master's Chamber, a serene yet majestic space centered around a large, circular bed that seemed to float slightly above the ground. Above it, a glowing orb mimicking the light of a full moon bathed the room in a soft glow. From here, he can connect to the lunar core and see everything on the lunar star moon. With all such great places, he can improve rapidly and quickly become a void god and enter the true stage of the universe. Apollo sat on the edge of the bed, letting out a slow breath as he processed everything that had transpired. Alone for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Apollo allowed his thoughts to wander. The eternal lunar starlight codex, the lunar core, the guardians, and the immense responsibility of his new territory were all a lot to take in. He closed his eyes and started to focus on other things about Sky Tower and slowly started to urge the token to know the details and rules while resting. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Although the lunar star didn't have day and night, as it doesn't have an atmosphere and is in the middle of a mysterious galaxy filled with countless celestial bodies, they can still figure things out according to the time. Last night, he looked through most of the things about Sky Tower and knows a lot more about the forces in the universe. What immediately caught his attention was information about the power structure of the universe, ranked in a strict hierarchy. Star-level force, the lowest rank, comprising any power with a void god-level being. At its core, such entities qualify as star-level forces. Galaxy-level force. Powers with the strength of a true god belong to this rank, granting them dominance over entire galaxies. Universe-level force. These forces, led by eternal gods, hold the power to shake the very fabric of the universe, earning them the title of universal-level forces. Transcendental-level force. At the pinnacle of power, these forces consist of beings who have surpassed eternal gods, breaking free from all constraints to roam countless dimensions. They embody true transcendence. And without a surprise, Sky Tower is a transcendent force that has the power to shake countless dimensions with a single move. This information left Apollo both awed and contemplative. He could not help but think about his powerful fifth brother, not to mention his master, who could be a transcendent being capable of destroying the universe. He couldn't help but feel proud and under pressure as a disciple of such a strong person whose thoughts can destroy planets and stars. But now he didn't think about that. He needed to become strong, as he is just a saint, which might be strong in Ryan, but outside in the universe, it's nothing. Now he finally understood why he had lost to that lowly during the Dimension Battleworld trials. She was undoubtedly at the half-god level, and not an ordinary one at that. There was no way he could have defeated her at the time. Even his current self, who was now countless times stronger, might still struggle against her. After all, the lowly hadn't taken him seriously from the beginning to the end, leaving him unsure of her true strength. But since now he had a chance, he had to take revenge on her for his defeat. And with that in his mind, he started to plan how to improve quickly. He was first going to transform his ice energy into lunar cold energy, higher and more powerful energy, as this transformation would amplify the potency of his abilities, allowing him to step into an entirely new realm of power. Not only that, but his ice domain also needed to evolve into a lunar ice domain. Domains reflected a true understanding of their power, and the transformation into this celestial enhanced domain would drastically increase his offensive and defensive capabilities. A lunar ice domain was not just a manipulation of ice. It embodied the ethereal and conceptual energies tied to the moon and stars, making it a force many times stronger than ordinary laws. Apollo began to plan for the transformation. The first step was to meditate within the core of the lunar moon, where the purest lunar essence was abundant, that he needed to harness this essence to refine his energies and push the metamorphosis forward. He needed to understand the ancient technique of the eternal lunar starlight codex to transform his ice energy. Once my energy and domain are upgraded, my strength will multiply several times over, he muttered, his resolve hardening. Apollo wasn't going to do any missions or something else in the Sky Tower right now. He was given quite a high status directly due to his mysterious master and senior brothers. But he was going to take full advantage of that. He had no intention of entertaining stupid, idealistic notions like, I shouldn't take advantage of my status, or I should slowly work hard to grind resources. That kind of thinking was useless to him. Since he had already reached the upper echelons of power, he intended to use every ounce of that advantage to increase his strength. Responsibilities could come later, once he was strong enough to shoulder them down the other side. Pussy King, Master Aaron, and others also joined their respective floors, and they joined as new members without any surprise. They weren't lucky like Apollo with countless facilities and resources. Because of his status without doing anything, he receives 100,000 sky points every month, which is something he didn't earn in total. But now it is his basic pay, and it's not static as it will improve with his strength. In fact, it was like a basic allowance because he is weak. Others needed to work hard even though they joined, as it wasn't a charity. They needed to contribute something to receive the resources and facilities. But Apollo was already ahead of all of them. With that thought, he immediately started to understand the ancient technique. By activating the token, he was transported directly in front of the lunar core and slowly transformed his energy. Apollo sat cross-legged before the lunar core, his expression calm, yet filled with anticipation. The core's radiant light bathed him in silver, its celestial energy flowing like a living river as he activated the eternal lunar starlight codex. The runes embedded in the core resonated with him, creating a mystical harmony. The transformation process wasn't instantaneous. His ice energy resisted at first, its natural structure incompatible with the more profound and refined lunar cold energy. He gritted his teeth as he concentrated, guiding the flow of energy with precision and control. Slowly, strands of silver began to interweave with his frosty aura, purging the impurities from his elemental energy. The transformation was painstakingly slow but undeniably profound. Each thread of lunar cold energy that replaced his ice energy carried with it a depth of power that made his previous strength seem mundane in comparison. The temperature around him dropped to an unimaginable degree, frost forming mysterious patterns on the pavilion's floor as the lunar core's energy seeped into his body. As the hours passed, Apollo's aura shifted dramatically. The lunar cold energy continued to infuse his entire body, giving his previously transparent ice a dazzling silver sheen, shimmering with the cosmic light of the moon and stars. That it was no longer simply cold. It was ethereal, imbued with the mysteries of stars and lunar laws. By the time the process concluded, Apollo opened his eyes to find them glowing faintly, like twin moons in the darkness. That he clenched his fist and felt the boundless strength coursing through him. Lunar cold energy, he murmured, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. So this is its true power. Not only had his energy transformed, but his understanding of the ice domain had also undergone some small changes. While the transformation wasn't much, he could already sense the vast potential lying within it. For Apollo, the difference was palpable. Every step he took toward his new path made him feel more invincible. But right now, he just transformed a minuscule amount of his life energy. If he wanted to fully transform his energy, he needed to understand the eternal lunar starlight codex much more deeply. Only then would it be possible for him to fully transform his energy and fully master the lunar law. Apollo leaned back slightly, allowing himself a moment to savor the progress. He still had a long way to go, but now he stood several steps closer to his ultimate goal. After taking a moment again, closed his eyes and started to transform his energy and slowly understand the ancient technique and law. But even with his peerless understanding and talent, it wasn't going to be done in a few days. That it would take him 4 or 5 months to fully transform his ice energy, and more for his law domain and further improvement. That it would have taken other geniuses decades, even more. So he was already unbelievably fast. Not to mention that he didn't need to care about anything and just needed to cultivate. So with that in mind, he seems to be lost in it. And time continues to pass. And like that, a year passes quickly. The timeless environment of the lunar star moon, devoid of day and night, blurred his perception of time. Lost in a vast ocean of cosmic understanding, Apollo didn't do anything else the entire year. He continued to use the resources of the lunar star and transform his energy and law. During this time, the lunar star moon itself remained tranquil, its surface undisturbed by the profound transformations occurring within its core, its denizens, and the sky tower beyond. The lunar star moon appeared unchanged, its cycles of energy and stillness continuing without disruption. Few, if any, even knew that a new master had quietly taken control of this celestial stronghold. For Apollo, this solitude was a blessing that allowed him to fully immerse himself in his cultivation, uninterrupted from any trouble, and hence he improved tremendously. His presence was none within the lunar moon, but his understanding of law and strength improved a lot in just a single year. This time, he was sitting right in front of the lunar core, and his aura was covered in a mysterious, ethereal aura filled with a silver chill that seemed to glow like a bright moon. The serene glow of moonlight that surrounded Apollo flared with a sudden brilliance, momentarily illuminating the vast chamber within the lunar star moon. The tranquility of the moment was shattered by the overwhelming surge of his aura as it climbed to new heights. His body glowing faintly with a silvery luminescence revealed a sharp intensity as he gazed ahead. The transformation of his energy and the depth of his understanding of the lunar law had reached a critical threshold. Every ounce of his progress over the past year culminated in this moment. Peak of Saint Rank. With that, Apollo instantly opened his eyes and burst out a powerful aura filled with an aura like moonlight that seemed serene but could destroy the sea and mountains. Apollo rose slowly, the silver aura cascading off him like a flowing mantle of light. A faint smile touched his lips as he clenched his fist, testing the newfound power coursing through him. The transformation was undeniable. Not only did his strength reach the peak of Saint Rank, but his understanding of law also broke through and reached a brand new level. His ice domain had fully transformed into the lunar ice domain, radiating an energy that could freeze not just the body, but the very essence of an opponent and destroy it. It didn't merely transform within a year. He went a step further and achieved a significant breakthrough. His lunar ice domain shattered the 59% barrier and ascended to the level of a world of law. His domain had finally evolved, transforming into a true world of law, and his transformed lunar ice domain became the lunar ice world. Apollo rose. The silvery aura surrounding him cascaded like liquid starlight, flowing around his form with an elegance that belied its devastating potency. A faint smile played on his lips as he flexed his fingers, feeling the raw, unyielding strength of his transformation. The transformation wasn't merely theoretical. The lunar ice world radiated energy so profound that it could freeze space itself and obliterate anything without leaving a trace. So this is the might of lunar ice, Apollo murmured, his voice low but filled with satisfaction. Law, lunar ice, 60%, star, 50%, death, 59%, devour, 33.94%, five elements, 59%, space, 59%. He looked at the law section on the system panel and could not help but feel great. Although lunar ice law reached just 60%, it is a brand new level that has stopped countless saints for their entire lives, making them unable to reach it. It wasn't simple. As in just a year, he completely understood the lunar law and pushed it forward to new heights. Even though he had the help of the lunar core, it was something that needed 100 years, but he did it in a year. The lunar ice law at 60% wasn't just an increment. It represented a transition into a new realm of understanding. He also understood the rare law of stars to domain level within the year. Stars, the core of countless celestial systems, symbolize creation and destruction, embodying infinite energy and power. That Apollo's ability to grasp and elevate such a complex law so rapidly was a testament to his unparalleled comprehension and talent. 1 year, Apollo murmured, his voice filled with quiet pride. A single year to reach heights that others could only dream of in lifetimes. Despite his satisfaction, Apollo's gaze soon hardened with resolve that he knew this was only the beginning. The road ahead was fraught with challenges that would demand even greater understanding, strength, and willpower. The foundation is laid, he thought, clenching his fist, the silver glow of his aura pulsing faintly. Now it's time to build upon it. He had already reached the peak of the saint realm, and now he needed to prepare for the next breakthrough, which is a very important stage for his future path. The laws he wielded were his weapons, and he intended to sharpen them further, so then he could achieve a perfect breakthrough towards the path of godhood. But it wasn't easy, as it became harder and harder to improve laws as they reached a higher stage. Not to mention, he needed to break through in strong laws like space, death, and five element laws. And the fact they weren't the most troublesome thing, but the breakthrough in swordsmanship was the main problem, as it not only needed the understanding of other laws in the high state, but needed to combine with his swordsmanship understanding to break through the sword world stage. He understood the enormity of this endeavor. Unlike cultivating laws, which could be bolstered by resources like the lunar core, achieving sword world demanded something more intangible, insight born of battle, solitude, and relentless pursuit, as it was his own creation. But he was working hard for a year and even moved much, so today, after a year, he was going to look around the place. Although the place where he was staying was a pavilion, it was extremely big, bigger than most cities in Ryan, and was filled with many strong warriors from different places. Not to mention, other places on the lunar star moon are connected through a teleportation portal to move around. Since he had completed his initial goal, he was going to visit all these places, as they were now under him and were his responsibility. "It's time to explore what I've been entrusted with," Apollo murmured as he stood at the center of the pavilion's grand hall. He activated the token, which was connected to all runes on the lunar star moon, that a faint glow enveloped him as he vanished from the pavilion, reappearing moments later at the gateway to another region of the lunar star moon. The air felt alive, charged with a feral intensity that Apollo had not encountered near the serene lunar core. The violent lunar energy here lashed out, unpredictably, like a storm trapped in a bottle, making the environment feel both thrilling and oppressive. The crystalline landscapes shimmered under the eternal starlit sky, their jagged edges refracting light into dazzling, chaotic patterns that mirrored the untamed energy around them. This was a stark contrast to the tranquil stability of the central pavilion, where the lunar core exuded a steady, meditative flow of energy. Here, the lunar energy seemed to roar, as if it were a ferocious beast, resisting any attempt to control or comprehend it. Apollo paused, his gaze sweeping across the alien beauty of the terrain. He could feel the difference not just in the environment, but in his very being. The energy here pushed against his own, testing his control and understanding. He recalled the information he had studied about this place. This region of the lunar star moon wasn't always this chaotic. That IT had been used for eons to imprison and contain star beasts, powerful and ferocious entities. Born from the cosmos, these beasts were creatures of pure destruction, their violent natures imprinted on the very fabric of the land. Over millions of years, their presence had warped the environment, saturating it with an uncontrollable, cosmic force that even the ancient formations of the lunar star moon struggled to control. He stepped forward, feeling the wild lunar energy claw at his aura. Absorbing or understanding such energy would be a monumental challenge even for him. Yet he recognized the potential it held. If he could harness this energy, his control over the lunar ice world and his mastery of the lunar law would reach unprecedented heights. Not to mention, there are other benefits, as these rough energies are the best kind of energy to temper the flesh and bones. Even though his body is strong as a half-god, he still feels the tingling sensation in his body. There's even a dedicated place for body refining here called Starlight Tower. The tower, renowned throughout the Sky Tower, was a legendary location for body refinement, why channeling the intense lunar energy and the concentrated power of starlight. It offered an unparalleled environment to temper the flesh, bones, and even the very cells of a cultivator's body. There were quite a few warriors from Sky Tower who were there, and every one of them was strong. The weakest he saw was a half-god, and they weren't ordinary half-gods, but extremely strong half-gods that he wasn't sure to defeat. Apollo quickly made his way towards the Starlight Tower. He had read about it before, but seeing it with his own eyes was another matter entirely. The tower rose majestically in the distance, its surface shimmering with radiant starlight that seemed alive, constantly shifting and pulsing in tune with the lunar energy surrounding it. Faint runes carved into its exterior glowed faintly, ancient inscriptions designed to channel and amplify the energy within it. As he approached the Starlight Tower, the atmosphere grew heavier. He felt the combined pressure of lunar energy and starlight intensify, pressing down on him like a mountain. Even with his strength, he couldn't completely ignore the weight. It was clear why this place was considered a treasure. Even for gods, one warrior caught his attention. A towering figure clad in simple, battle-worn armor. His every step seemed to shake the ground, and the faint scars crisscrossing his body shimmered with divine energy. Apollo's sharp intuition told him that even among half-gods, this individual was extraordinary. "Even the weakest here are monsters," Apollo murmured his tone both serious and intrigued. These warriors had likely spent years, decades, or even centuries refining their bodies in this place. And here he was prepared to stand among them. This energy will carve strength into my bones and flesh, and the Starlight Tower will forge me anew. He resolved, stepping toward the entrance. He then calmly went into the Starlight Tower, as he was the current lord. He didn't need to pay any sky points, and directly entered and appeared in a large, empty space filled with terrifying, concentrated lunar energy and starlight. As Apollo stepped into the Starlight Tower, a sudden wave of pressure greeted him, making the air feel almost tangible. The lunar energy and starlight were so concentrated that they seemed to weave through the space like shimmering threads. For an ordinary warrior, just standing in this environment would be a challenge. But Apollo's eyes shone with quiet determination as he moved forward, completely unbothered. The interior of the tower was vast. Ancient runes glimmered along the layer of space, pulsing in rhythm with the energies coursing through the space. Apollo noted the distinct layers of energy. The lunar energy, wild and ferocious, seemed to lash out like a raging tempest, constantly testing the durability of the body. Meanwhile, the starlight was calmer, its brilliance gently seeping into the pores, nourishing and purifying. Together, these energies formed a perfect balance of destruction and regeneration, a haven for those seeking to push their physical limits. His gaze swept across the expanse until it landed on an area where the energy seemed particularly volatile. A bright strand of lunar energy crackled in the air like miniature lightning storms, and beams of concentrated starlight descended like pillars from the ceiling, forming pools of energy so dense that he could feel the terror from far away. He immediately understood it was the Starlight Pool and the place where he could improve his divine physique, which hadn't improved much since his major breakthrough in the Saint Realm. Without hesitation, he walked steadily toward the Starlight Pool, which brimmed with concentrated liquefied lunar and starlight energy, the energy radiating from. The pool was so intense that, even standing right in front of it, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Each breath he took made his body and blood churn. He determinedly went into the pool. But the moment he went in, he felt a burst of ferocious, concentrated wild energy gushing through his body, ravaging everything in its path. The liquefied lunar and starlight energy, far denser and more volatile than he had anticipated, surged against his body with the force of an unrelenting storm. Each wave of energy seemed alive, clawing at his divine physique, tearing at his muscles, and hammering against his bones. Apollo felt unimaginable pain, which he had never felt before. His divine physique, which was never damaged, seems to be cracking under the enormous energy. Despite the agony, Apollo's expression remained resolved. His fists clenched tightly as he steadied his breathing. Each inhale pulled the ferocious energy into his body, and each exhale forced his will upon it, taming the violent force. Piece by piece. "This is nothing," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice steady even as his body trembled under the onslaught. He calmed and carefully guided the destructive and out-of-control energy through his blood and veins. At first, they seemed to be torn and about to explode as they passed through his internal organs. But after destruction, there was creation. The cracks in his physique began to heal almost as quickly as they appeared. But the cycle of destruction and restoration was relentless, pushing him to his absolute limit as his body was torn apart. It also started to heal and become stronger and sturdier. Every time cells are torn down, new and stronger cells quickly regenerate, and this cycle continues to go on 1 times, 10 times, 100 times, and so on. Seconds felt like hours, and every moment demanded his full concentration. Yes, the pain reached its peak. Apollo let out a sharp breath and opened his eyes, the silver glow in them now fierce and unyielding. He knew the more time he could spend within the pool, the more benefit he would receive. So he gave it his all. He leaned deeper into the energy, embracing the pain rather than resisting it. Slowly, the chaotic energy began to harmonize with his aura. Although it didn't decrease the pain, the transformation process became quicker. The battle between Apollo and the Starlight Pool had only just begun, but already he could feel the first inklings of transformation. His body, forged anew by this celestial energy, was evolving and becoming stronger. He can feel the major changes happening, and his divine body is going to break through. This painful process continues for half an hour until the exact moment arrives and his physique begins its final transformation. The concentrated lunar and starlight energy surged wildly, roaring like a cosmic storm within him. Each molecule of energy tore through his body with relentless ferocity, only to be assimilated and transformed by his indomitable will. Apollo's skin glowed with a radiant silver aura. His blood, infused with the celestial energy, seemed to burst with a godly aura. Every fiber of his being was alive, vibrating with the raw, violent power of the stars and moon. Then, it happened. An unknown shift began deep within his core body. The uncontrolled energies that had been wreaking havoc suddenly coalesced, aligning themselves into a linked, harmonious flow. Boom! With that final burst, Apollo's body finally broke through the first transformation of the divine body and reached this second turn divine body. He quickly came out of the pool and sat a little far in the corner, as he needed time to adjust. And even after the breakthrough, the ferocious energy in the starlight pool was still terrifying. After calming down, he slowly felt the changes in his physique, which from the outside didn't seem to have changed, but from the inside, it was completely different. He focused inward, sensing the profound shifts in his being. His concentration of golden blood increased, and it coursed like molten starlight, carrying immeasurable vitality. Each drop is brimming with celestial energy and can destroy large boulders in just a single drop. His muscles, bones, and organs now pulsed with the combined strength of the moon's serenity and the stars' fierce radiance. Perfectly balanced and indestructible, Apollo opened his eyes, his iris glowing faintly with blue and silver, reflecting the unison of the moon and stars. He clenched his fists experimentally. The power surging within was intoxicating, yet completely under his control. He felt his strength increase many times, with an estimation of 10 times stronger than before. Now, he can punch early the half-gods to their deaths with raw strength and take their attacks head-on without a problem. Injuries that would have once slowed him down could now heal rapidly. His body's resilience to extreme environments and elemental forces had reached an astonishing level. Second turn divine body, Apollo whispered, his voice resonating with newfound authority. This is only the beginning. He needed time to stabilize these changes and adapt to his new capabilities. Rising to his feet, he glanced back at the starlight pool, its ferocious energy still swirling with unrestrained power. "I'll return," he murmured. For now, he had overcome one challenge and taken another significant step toward the path of godhood. With a calm yet commanding stride, Apollo left the starlight tower and returned to his place. As for today, it was enough. The lunar star moon was filled with countless remarkable locations, each offering unique opportunities. There was the Furnace Palace, where treasures were forged using the mystical lunar furnace, and the Spirit Ascension Mountain, a place designed to amplify spiritual strength. The entire moon was a treasure trove of important sites, each vital to his growth that he knew he would need time to explore and understand them all to fully harness their potential. Resolute in his decision, he had already made up his mind. He would not leave this place until he had broken through to the half-god level. With that thought, his daily life began, and he started to spend his points at AT first. He brought some special resources for his different laws. For his space law, he acquired space crystals, rare, shimmering artifacts that radiated spatial energy, enabling deeper insights into the vast and intricate mysteries of space. To further his 5 elements law, he purchased 5 evolution fruits, each imbued with the essence of the 5 fundamental elements. That he even bought sword leaves that were born in the forbidden land of swordsmen, giving the leaves a special aura and thus helping in understanding swords. For the breakthrough into the half-god realm, he needed to increase his law understanding to the law world realm, and hence he didn't hold back in spending the points he received in a year and spent almost all of them on massive resources. Sitting cross-legged in his pavilion, surrounded by his treasures, Apollo began absorbing their energy, focusing entirely on his cultivation. He again entered the close cultivation, and using resources, he quickly started to break through in various laws. His first breakthrough in laws happened 3 months later, which was his 5-element law. Next was just 2 months later, and surprisingly, it was his law of death. As with the help of the divine artifact Book of Death, he quickly reached the law world level. Almost 10 months later from the beginning, finally, space law also reached the world level, leaving only the sword behind. However, it wasn't an easy feat, even with the assistance of the sword leaves. His eternal sword aura was far from ordinary. It required the fusion of multiple laws and a profound understanding of swordsmanship to advance to the sword world stage. 2 years passed, and it was already more than a year that he concentrated his time on sword aura, but he still hadn't broken through, as he always felt one step away from reaching the sword world level. For the first time in his life, he seems to have met a bottleneck, a real, true bottleneck. But he wasn't anxious, he believed in his talent. But he wasn't cocky enough to think that he would never face any problems. Now, since he wasn't able to break through normal means, he was going to try different methods. And the most simple and direct method is naturally fighting. Apollo was going to fight again in the battle dimension world. Everyone in the universe can join the battle dimension world from anywhere, and he can now naturally join that without needing a special place with a mysterious token that can connect to the battle dimension world. With his current bottleneck, it was the perfect opportunity to immerse himself in the chaos and intensity of combat. Apollo activated the token, and it resonated with his energy, enveloping him in a brilliant silver glow. His mind seemed to blank out, and the next moment he appeared in another space. Do you want to enter Dimension Battle World? Yes/no. Yes. Please select the mode of battle, 1 versus 1/battle of survival. He quickly decided he was going to do an individual struggle, 1 versus 1. The user is already registered. User Apollo's mind is being transported to Dimension Battle World. After that, he instantly appears in the large, empty arena, which is the same as before. Hopefully, this time, he won't meet the monster right from the start. Start. Opponents being matched 1.2.3. Opponent found. Preparing for the duel. A portal of swirling energy appeared at the far end of the arena. From within stepped a tall figure clad in dark armor, their face obscured by a helm adorned with mysterious runes. He carried a massive battle axe that seemed to hum with suppressed power. Opponent, Alaric, the Iron Tempest. Rank, 1,644,754. Apollo's eyes narrowed looking at the rank. T had to mention not being fooled by ranking, as it was the ranking for within the entire universe. The ranking in millions wasn't bad considering countless life forms live in the universe. Anyone who ranks within the million can be called the great genius of the universe, and every force treats them as their great treasure. Apollo rolled his shoulders, his silver aura pulsing faintly as he prepared for the battle. Let's see how much of a great genius from the universe truly is. The system's voice echoed in the arena. Match commencing. Prepare for combat. Alaric hefted his massive axe, the runes on its blade glowing a fierce red. His laughter was deep and guttural, filled with the confidence of someone who had fought and won countless times. Not to mention, he saw Apollo was unranked. The unranked are not even within the 10 million. Hence, he felt more confident. Apollo also can see this, but he only fought once and lost it, so it is true he was unranked as he never won a battle, even if it was one time. You look calm, Alaric said, his voice booming across the arena. I like that. Let's see if you stay that way after my axe sever your head. Apollo smirked faintly, his eyes sharp and focused. You'll find I'm full of surprises. As the countdown began, the tension in the arena grew palpable. Apollo could feel the weight of Alaric's powerful aura pressing against him. But he didn't flinch. He came here to find stronger opponents, and he was looking forward to meeting guys who could push him to the limits. 3, 2, 1, begin. The arena erupted in a surge of power as the two warriors clashed, their energies colliding like crashing waves. Both of their auras were ferocious and wild, surpassing the most half-gods, showing the quality of the ranking. Alaric made the first move, leaping into the air and swinging his massive axe. The weapon radiated a fierce aura, similar to sword aura, but distinctly different. It was axe aura, brimming with destructive power and an oppressive, mountain-splitting force. Apollo also didn't evade. He with his bare fist punched the axe with colossal power. Boom! Both their attacks collided and created shockwaves that made the space tremble, yet both of them weren't pushed back. What the FCK? Apollo remained calm, but Alaric was anything but. He hadn't expected a scrawny-looking guy like Apollo to catch his axe barehanded. Relying solely on the strength of his flesh and bones, his attacks, capable of splitting mountains, had been effortlessly stopped by his opponent's bare hands. His attack wasn't something that most of the half-gods could take, but seeing such results, the proud grin on his face disappeared. But he didn't have time to think much, as Apollo was the one who took the turn to become aggressive. After his divine body breakthrough, he didn't stop coming to the Starlight Tower to temper his physique. He made improvements and already reached the late stage of his second-ranked divine body, and attacks below the void god level will hardly hurt him. And now that he had a chance, he wanted to go wild with his raw strength. He stepped forward and, with unimaginable speed, rushed forward and started to attack with a barrage of fists, with each fist containing earth-shattering power and could kill normal half-gods. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Alaric didn't expect he would also swing his axe, and with lightning speed, the axe and fist collided one after another, creating shock waves one after another, shaking the arena and tearing space. The sound of their battle was deafening, Alaric gritted his teeth as he felt his arms strain with each swing of his axe, that Apollo's fists were relentless, like hammer blows from a celestial forge, raining down with unyielding precision and terrifying power. How is he so strong? Alaric thought, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Each strike from Apollo was heavier than the last, and his movements were extremely fast and accurate. He had fought many, and quite a lot were stronger than him, but he never faced someone who suppressed him with his raw strength with his fist only to, in a minute of the clash. He was thrown like a rag doll all around the arena as he was completely overpowered. But he wasn't going to let it end like this and attack the final time with all his strength with his secret trump card. His axe glowed fiercely, and space around him shattered by the weight of the aura, and above him a great axe seemed to appear that was like a mountain, even affecting the gravity. Oh! Apollo, surprised by the change, looked at Alaric with interest and didn't try to stop him. Come on, show me what you got. Thousand Mountain Gravity Axe. And with that, he swung the gigantic axe that, like his name, came towards him with the crushing force of 1,000 mountains, suppressing the entire space within the arena. The colossal axe descended with apocalyptic force, its aura heavy enough to distort space itself. The oppressive weight blanketed the arena, making even the air feel suffocating. The sheer gravitational pull caused cracks to spread across the ground, and the entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. Apollo stood still, his silver aura flaring to life around him, but he looked up at the descending axe with calm, yet focused eyes. Not bad, but it isn't enough. He didn't have any idea of to evade. He clenched his fist, gathered all his strength, and punched finally with all his strength directly towards the mountain-sized attack. Boom. The collision was cataclysmic. Energy rippled outward in a violent shockwave, tearing apart the arena space and causing cracks to spread in all directions. The sheer force of the impact was deafening, shaking the dimension itself. The oppressive weight and gravitational force pressed down on Apollo, causing the ground beneath him to disintegrate. But then, a deafening crack echoed through the arena. The massive axe began to fracture, the cracks spreading rapidly from the point of impact. "Break!" Apollo roared, his voice cutting through the void. Crack! The axe shattered into countless fragments of energy, dispersing into the void like a broken constellation. The force of his punch didn't stop there. It barreled forward, the aftershock slamming into Alaric. The impact sent him flying across the arena, his body skidding to a halt in a deep crater. Apollo lowered his fist, calming down as he exhaled. Alaric wanted to stand up, but the damage was too much, and slowly he could watch Apollo's calm eyes as he disappeared. Losing the battle, a mechanical notification appeared in his vision. Victory. Rank is being calculated based on opponent rank and performance. After a second, the voice rang again with new information appearing. Username, Apollo, no of battles, 0-2-1, lost 0-1. Ranking, 1,644,743. Looking at the new information and ranking, a smile appeared on his face. He can rank such directly because he defeated a stronger opponent just now. Otherwise, it would take him time to reach this ranking step by step. He knows that after reaching the top million, they will receive special treatment. So his initial target is to reach that. And hence, with this, he continued his challenge one after another. Maybe because of his ranking, he didn't meet weak opponents. Even the weakest he met was around 3 million rank, and the strongest almost made the top million. He fought 8 more matches in a single breath, and he won every single one of them with overwhelming strength, as it didn't matter which race they were from or how peculiar their strength was. All ended by him. His ranking also changed as he won these matches. Username, Apollo, Noah Battles. 10, win 9, loss, 0-1. Ranking, 1,006,743. Apollo's ranking had already climbed near the top million, but to break into that prestigious tier, he needed to issue a challenge to the 1 millionth genius, often referred to as the gatekeeper geniuses. His current ranking was enough for the challenge, so not waiting for any more, he quickly sent the challenge request. But it wasn't going to be immediately accepted. He might need to wait a few days, which he can wait that he came out from the dimension. Battle world for 2 days and went to rest waiting for the guy to accept his challenge point. 2 days later, the challenge was accepted, and he was ready to face the millionth genius in the universe. He quickly entered the dimension battle world. The notification he had been waiting for appeared in his vision. Challenge accepted. Preparing the arena for your battle. A faint smile crossed his lips. Finally, he murmured. Without hesitation, he appeared in the arena. Unlike the last battle, this time, the arena seemed darker, with a strange, oppressive atmosphere. Not only that, this time, the arena wasn't empty, but was almost filled with millions of people sitting in the crowd, making the atmosphere more electric, filled with pressure and excitement. Apollo was well aware of the significance of this match, as it naturally drew widespread interest. Opting against a private duel, he chose a public match instead. Although it would garner attention, he would also receive a percentage of the profits generated from the duel, making it a lucrative opportunity as well. That time. Finally, a portal appeared in the middle of the arena, and the crowd immediately became silent. All their eyes gathered at the center. From the portal emerged Apollo's opponent, a towering figure who exuded an overwhelming presence. Clad in sleek, jet-black armor covered with mysterious runes, his very steps seemed to leave faint cracks on the ground. His crimson eyes scanned the arena like a predator assessing his prey. Opponent, Arion, the Crimson Blade. Rank, 1,000,000. Arion's weapon, a massive greatsword crackling with blood-red energy, rested effortlessly on his shoulder. Its sinister aura seemed to amplify his imposing presence, making even veteran warriors in the audience shudder. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers and applause, chanting Arion's name like a mantra. It was evident he was a crowd favorite, known for his ferocity and unyielding combat style as the guardian of the genius. Usually, the millionth rank is quite a difficult rank to maintain, as everyone is trying to challenge him, which leads to very short lives for guardians of geniuses, as it can change every week. But Arion is different. He has already maintained his status for almost half a year. It was clear his strength was higher than his rank showed, but he didn't try to move upward, but like a stuck-up old man, stayed at the same rank, not letting the new geniuses cross the barrier. Arion smirked as his eyes fell on Apollo, his voice dripping with disdain. So, you're the challenger? I was expecting someone more formidable. Apollo, unfazed, simply stretched his arms, his silver, icy aura igniting like a calm, yet unyielding flame. You'll see soon enough. Battle will begin in 10, and the crowd grew restless, their cheers rising in volume. Bets are being placed at a frenetic pace, the audience divided between Arion's proven reputation and new challenger Apollo. Could again Arion stop the challenger, or finally the challenger will break his winning streak? Everyone was eager to see the exciting fight. 3, 2, 1 fight. Arion wasted no time, charging forward with a burst of speed that belied his heavy armor. His greatsword swung downward in a devastating arc, splitting the space with a deafening roar. Apollo moved at the last moment, the blade grazing past him and slamming into the arena floor, leaving a deep fissure of hundreds of meters. Without missing a beat, Arion followed up with a horizontal slash, his movements fluid despite the weapon's size. Apollo ducked and retaliated with a lightning-fast punch, with the strength of destroying a mountain. Arion also sensed this and dodged the punch at the very last moment. But the punch was so strong it created shockwaves that made the crowd roar in excitement. As it seemed the battle was going to be interesting, that Arion's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of grim determination. Interesting that you're not just talking. He raised his greatsword high, its crimson energy intensifying. The ground beneath him cracked as an oppressive force spread across the arena. Crimson whirl. The arena was engulfed in a blood-red hue as Arion activated his unique technique. Apollo felt the shift immediately. The air grew heavier, the space around him warped, and his movements became slightly sluggish. It wasn't a simple law world, but a special technique that used the law of blood and the law of killing to form a special world that is countless times stronger than a simple law at the world level. Even with an understanding of the law of the world, breaking through would prove challenging. Arion himself had mastered 2 laws to the 75% law world level, creating a unique fusion. This special world was exponentially more powerful than a simple single law of the world. The oppressive energy of Crimson World bore down on Apollo like a tidal wave. The once vast arena now felt claustrophobic, its air dense with bloodlust. Even the ground under his feet pulsed as though alive, resonating with the overwhelming fusion of the law of blood and the law of killing. Apollo's movements slowed, and he felt the crushing weight of the world suppressing his every action. Impressive, Apollo admitted, his voice calm despite the strain in his limbs. He could feel the sheer intricacy of the fused laws, a level of control far beyond the ordinary. Apollo's silver aura flared brighter, attempting to push back the oppressive energy, but even he could feel the toll it was taking. Crimson World wasn't just suppressing his movements. It was actively trying to erode his energy, sapping his blood and strength with each passing moment. Even because of his strong divine body and golden blood, the effect was decreased many times, but still it was troublesome. Well then, Apollo muttered, his silver aura morphing into sharper, sword-like tendrils around him. I guess I'll have to get serious. He closed his eyes briefly, drawing his focus inward. The pressure around him lessened as he invoked his understanding of the sword, weaving it with his eternal sword aura. The arena trembled as Apollo's aura began to shift, a razor-sharp intensity cutting through the oppressive atmosphere of the crimson world that Arion's smirk faltered. "What are you doing?" Apollo opened his eyes, their silver glow piercing through the crimson haze. Breaking free. With a sudden burst of energy, Apollo's eternal sword aura erupted in a dazzling display. The fusion of his swordsmanship and sword aura tore at the fabric of Arion's crimson world, creating cracks in its oppressive field. Arion growled, raising his great sword high once more. "You won't break my world so easily." Crimson Tempest. The greatsword unleashed a storm of blood-red slashes, each one carrying the destructive might of Arion's laws. The arena seemed to quake under the assault as the slashes surged toward Apollo like an unstoppable tide. Apollo stood his ground, the tendrils of his silver aura converging into a single, silver, radiant sword above his head. "Let's see how your Crimson Tempest fares against my sword." He swung the sword in a wide arc, its sheer brilliance cleaving through the incoming blood and killing storm. The clash of energies sent shockwaves rippling across the arena, the audience gasping as Apollo's strike carved a path straight to Arion. Arion's eyes widened. He couldn't believe how easily Apollo cut through his crimson world, but he didn't falter. Channeling the full power of his crimson world, he roared, "You will fall." He became tense as whenever he used his move. He quickly suppressed his opponents instantly, but this time wasn't the case. It was unbelievable. With a single sword strike, Apollo could break free from most constraints. Not to mention, Arion could sense that Apollo's sword aura was incredibly mysterious and eternal in nature. The most shocking aspect, however, was that it had yet to reach the sword world level. Yet it could still cut through his crimson world with ease that he had never encountered. Such a strong and enigmatic sword aura before. Apollo dashed forward, his movements no longer suppressed. Each step seemed to cut through the crimson world itself. 13th Sword. Heavenly Net of Destruction. Instantly, his sword released, and the sword slashed in the form of a net and covered Arion. The radiant sword aura expanded into a web of countless interwoven slashes, forming a seamless trap that left no openings. Each thread of the net shimmered with lethal energy, radiating a profound and eternal sharpness that seemed to transcend space itself. Arion barely had time to react as the net closed in. His crimson world tried to resist, but its fragmented remnants were no match for the precision of Apollo's attack. The oppressive force of Arion's fused laws crumbled further under the pressure of the attack. "Impossible! How can it be this perfect?" Arion roared, swinging his greatsword wildly in an attempt to disperse the incoming net. Each swing collided with the slashes, but for every thread he cut, two more replaced it. Surging toward him with unstoppable precision, Arion's greatsword emitted a desperate, crimson glow as he poured all his energy into a final swing. "Crimson Rebirth Slash!" He bellowed, unleashing a massive wave of blood-red energy in all directions. The wave surged outward, colliding with the net in an explosive clash. Boom. The arena trembled violently, and the crowd erupted in cheers and gasps as the shockwave rippled through the space. Dust and debris obscured the view for a moment before settling. When the dust cleared, the result was undeniable. The heavenly net of destruction had remained unbroken, its threads shimmering with an otherworldly light. Arion, on the other hand, stood with countless cuts in the center of the net, his greatsword shattered and his body surrounded by countless threads of sword aura. Arion's face was pale, his breathing ragged, but he didn't have the strength to say anything as slowly he disappeared from Dimension Battle World. With a flick of his hand, Apollo dispelled the net, the sword aura dissipating into the air like mist. "Victory, Challenger Apollo." With the announcement, the spectators became wild and cheered as they saw the new genius break the barrier of the Guardian and join the top geniuses of the universe. Apollo's ranking was updated once again, propelling him further up the leaderboard. He reached the 1 million ranks, replacing Arion and joining the top million group. With his victory, his ID on Dimension Battle World seemed to have been updated, and he was now able to access some new information and features. First was after becoming the millionth genius. From now on, will receive Chrono Coins, the currency used in the universe as he fought the battle. He will also get the cut from the cut paid by audiences. He will get a discount on every purchase of most items in the universe. Not to mention, he can access secret information, But since he currently is just at the lowest level of geniuses, all of these facilities have limited benefits, like the discount, which is only 5%, but if he was in the top 100,000, it would be 10%, and so on. IT might be a great help to others, but for him, it was icing on the cake, as he was a member of the Transcendent Power Sky Tower, and he had quite a high status, which made all of these less desirable. However, Apollo's primary focus now was on improving his understanding of Sword World. While the battle had seemed easy, it still allowed him to gain new insights. He realized the importance of engaging in more battles, accumulating experience, and deepening his knowledge by confronting and feeling the essence of various laws. His sword is different as he has taken the path of eternal omnipotence, meaning he needed his sword to perfect and even combine all of them to break free from any constraint, becoming a true eternal sword. He needed to continue to learn and improve every step he took. Hence, facing different opponents with unique fighting strengths and laws was the best way for him to improve. He didn't wait and immediately challenged the 999th ranked genius. Normally, such duels would be scheduled within a few hours, but if the opponent was unavailable, the system would automatically redirect the challenge to the next higher ranked genius. This ensured no unnecessary delays in the ranking battles. While he was waiting, his battle outcome with Arion made him famous as the news spread that Apollo's duel with Arion had become the talk of the Dimension battle world. Spectators, and even some of the higher-ranked geniuses, were intrigued to learn that the newcomer had so decisively defeated Arion. The emergence of a new challenger in the top million, a rank that symbolized true genius across the vast universe, was always a significant event. But it attracted much attention because Apollo's sword aura shocked everyone, as they were not ignorant and understood the unbelievable thing that just happened, that a sword domain cut through a special world, not a simple law world, but a combination of two strong laws, which naturally was a shocking thing. Such news naturally attracted many geniuses, especially swordsmen, all over the universe. The Dimension battle world also has public forums, and it was lit up with theories about him. Who is Apollo? A hidden genius or the next universal prodigy? His sword aura is unlike anything I've seen, that it's not just destructive, it's transcendent. If he's already this strong, how long before he challenges the top 100,000? Meanwhile, Apollo ignored the commotion. For him, the fight wasn't about fame. It was about sharpening his sword and stepping closer to his ultimate goal. That a few hours later, his challenge was accepted, and he again appeared in the arena. But this time the arena was even more packed, as the spreading of news about him had brought more spectators. He didn't care, as he was here to fight and improve. His opponent this time was a woman. Though not human, Apollo didn't care about her origins. All that mattered was the battle. She was an assassin-type fighter, gifted with incredible reflexes and an understanding of the world of Mirage, a law that could confound most opponents. However, such tricks were of no concern to him. The moment the battle began, Apollo charged forward with unwavering confidence. His speed surpassed hers effortlessly, and his precise strikes made her elusive movements seem sluggish. With a single, decisive swing of his eternal sword aura, he shattered her mirages and severed the very fabric of her unique mirage world. The clash ended as swiftly as it began, leaving no doubt about his superiority. Such a result continued, as in a single day, he fought 4 more battles after this before ending the day. After these continuous battles, Apollo could clearly sense his swordsmanship improving. The eternal sword aura seemed to deepen in complexity and strength with each duel, and the feeling of an imminent breakthrough into the sword world became stronger with every meditation session. Meanwhile, in the Dimension battle world, chaos erupted. Footage of Apollo's battles began circulating widely, drawing attention from countless swordsmen across the universe. His eternal sword aura was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its mysterious and profound essence left warriors in awe, inspiring some and overwhelming others with its sheer presence. Many swordsmen found themselves entranced by the mysteries of his strikes, as though his sword carried the very essence of eternity. But this was only the beginning. Apollo refused to slow down. Every day, he issued challenges to those ranked above him. With unyielding determination, he fought 5 matches daily, defeating stronger and more skilled opponents each time. His relentless climb continued for an entire month, pushing his name to the forefront of the universal battlefield. His fame spread like wildfire, and discussions of his talent and unique swordsmanship dominated the conversations of swordsmen and warriors throughout the cosmos. Today, he was feeling different, as he already felt his breakthrough. But before that, He was going to fight another swordsman, which he selected for his breakthrough. In a month, he fought 150 battles and improved not only his sword understanding, but also created his 16th sword. He is looking forward to using it. Today's opponent was a significant jump in ranking, as he was within the top 100,000, ranked 94, 567 th. This was much higher than Apollo's rank of 456 for 78 th. However, during the past month, he had earned some fame, and his sword aura had attracted the attention of many swordsmen, which led the higher-ranked opponent to accept his challenge. The match drew an unprecedented crowd. The challenger, Arcturus, was no ordinary opponent. Ranked 94,567th, he was a swordsman renowned for his mastery of astral flow swordsmanship. Arcturus appeared in the center of the arena, his presence exuding confidence and calm. His sword, a blade shimmering with faint starlight, rested lightly in his grasp. He regarded Apollo with a hint of curiosity, his voice calm, yet carrying weight. "You're the one everyone's been talking about. The swordsman with a unique sword aura that I hope you live up to the rumors." Apollo's lips curved into a slight smile. Same. Hopefully, astral flow swordsmanship would also live up to his name. The crowd hushed, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. As the duel was announced, the crowd gathered, their murmurs filling the air. "This is going to be interesting. Arcturus is a master of swordsmanship and is extremely strong." "Yeah, but have you seen Apollo's sword aura? It seemed unimaginably powerful and mysterious." The atmosphere crackled with excitement as the match began. Begin. Arcturus was the first to move, vanishing in a blur of starlight. His blade seemed to emerge from every direction at once, as though the stars themselves were attacking. Apollo didn't flinch. He raised his sword, its silver sheen glowing faintly, and parried the strikes with effortless precision. Each collision rang like a symphony of clashing cosmic power. "Not bad," Apollo remarked, his voice calm amidst the storm. "But it isn't much." With a sharp motion, he countered. His sword moved, splitting space into fragments, creating trails of slicing void energy that disrupted Arcturus's rhythm. Arcturus's calm demeanor cracked slightly as he narrowly avoided the devastating energy arcs. "Impressive, but let's see how you handle this." He raised his blade, drawing power from the stars above. A constellation-like array formed in the air, and the arena was bathed in radiant starlight. Astral swordsmanship with a starry world aura descended, locking the space around Apollo and bombarding him with cascading strikes from every angle. The crowd roared, many certain that Apollo would be overwhelmed, but amidst the swirling starlight, a single silver aura shone brighter. Apollo raised his sword, his eternal sword aura surging like an unyielding tide. With a calm breath, he launched sword slashes that collided with numerous aurora sword energy slashes. Clang, slash, boom. The arena vibrated as silver and aurora blades collided, illuminating the space with radiant flashes. The astral energy struggled against the eternal aura, but each beautiful and precise strike was met with equal ferocity, and Apollo's sword carved through the aurora sword energy like a river splitting the land, dispersing the oppressive astral light piece by piece. The crowd gasped, astonished. Although it wasn't an all-out attack, how easily the attacks were countered showed Apollo's strength. Arcturus frowned, his starry array of energy trembling as cracks began to spread through it. His strikes, though magnificent, failed to suppress Apollo's unrelenting advance. Apollo took a step forward, his movements resolute. Each slash of his blade grew heavier, sharper, more refined, seeming to carry not just force but the passage of time itself. The eternal aura surged higher, devouring the starlight with an overwhelming presence that could not be contained. He himself had the power of starlight and the lunar moon. Hence, even if his mastery was weaker than Arcturus's, he was still overwhelmed by his sword aura. But his main focus wasn't on overpowering him, but, in fact, learning how he incorporated his star law in his swordsmanship and doing the same with his eternal sword aura. He already is on the verge of a breakthrough, and the more he fought, the more he felt it coming to fruition. "So this is how you use the stars in your sword," Apollo muttered under his breath, his gaze intense yet contemplative. The clash wasn't just about domination. It was a pursuit of understanding. Apollo felt the rhythm of Arcturus's star law, the way it flowed through his swordsmanship, blending with intent to manifest his astral swordsmanship. The brilliance of it resonated deeply within Apollo, sparking inspiration. With every moment, the eternal aura sharpened, resonating not just with time, but now, beginning to integrate faint traces of the star law. His slashes carried not just eternity, but now a glimmer of the starlight they devoured. a testament to Apollo's ability to internalize and adapt in the heat of battle. The pressure of the imminent breakthrough was palpable. His movements grew more natural, more transcendent, as though he were stepping into a higher plane of existence. Arcturus faltered, his strikes slowing as confusion mingled with awe. He could feel the shift in Apollo's presence, and quickly understood what was going on. But knowing this, his expression worsened as it was too terrifying. He was one of the strongest geniuses in the universe. But now, someone was using him to train himself and improve during their battle. And he was improving rapidly. As they struck each other, it was such a shocking thing that he couldn't believe that was happening right now. Among the spectators, strong individuals also noticed this and felt shocked at what they were seeing. Is he learning mid-battle? No, it's more than that, one murmured, their eyes narrowing. He's integrating the essence of his opponent's techniques into his own. Another, an older swordsman with a grizzled face, leaned forward, his tone grave. This kind of comprehension is monstrous. If he continues like this. Arcturus's expression darkened, a mixture of fury and incredulity flashing in his eyes. To be a stepping stone for anyone, let alone someone still climbing the universal ranks, was an insult his pride couldn't bear. And yet, the truth was undeniable. In the arena, the oppressive atmosphere thickened. Arcturus, gritting his teeth, summoned the full power of his star law, the astral brilliance flaring so intensely that the crowd had to shield their eyes. I won't be used like this, he roared, his sword becoming a streak of blinding starlight as he launched an all-out attack. Aura stafal destruction. His aura changed, and the world of star, filled with countless stars, seemed to appear and cover the battlefield and started to shine brightly at the same time. Increasing his sword power exponentially, it was like the stars were connected like a constellation, and together they seemed to form a sword of stars, shining brightly and empowering the attack. The battlefield was awash in dazzling starlight. The oppressive energy of Arcturus's aurora starfall destruction engulfing everything, the stars. In his law world, connected like threads of fate, forming a celestial sword of overwhelming brilliance. The very layers of the arena trembled under its might, and a low hum resonated as if the universe itself acknowledged the strike. The crowd held their breath, the intensity of the moment silencing even the most boisterous onlookers. Apollo stood amidst the starlit chaos, his silver aura unwavering. His eyes gleamed with calm determination, his eternal sword aura responding to the celestial pressure with a newfound intensity. Each heartbeat brought clarity, each moment refining the essence of his swordsmanship. This moment, feeling the overwhelming aura of the aurora swordsmanship, his eternal sword aura seems agitated and seems to start to merge with the star law he understood and started to transform into something more unprecedented. He raised his sword, the eternal aura swirling around him like a storm. The silvery energy expanded, tinged now with a glow of starlight. Apollo didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, his presence unyielding, and unleashed his 16th sword. Eternal Eclipse. Boom! His eternal sword aura at that instant seems to break the mysterious barrier and seems to fully enter the sword world realm. His aura climbed many times, and the space within the arena started to tremble. Even the crowd felt the tingling sensation in their eyes as they dared not to look at Apollo's sword. The eternal sword domain transformed into a brand new eternal sword world, filled with various laws, creating a semi-eternal universe of a sword-like world filled with unimaginable power. The sword sang with power as Apollo's strikes surged forward, a perfect balance of power. His eternal sword aura clashed with the constellation sword, swallowing its brilliance without being overwhelmed. The stars seemed to dim, their energy drawn into the void-like force of Apollo's strike. The arena quaked violently as the two attacks collided, the shockwave tearing through the air. The astral sword began to fracture, its once glorious radiance faltering under the pressure of Apollo's eternal aura. The stars shattered one by one, their fragments dissolving into silver light. Arcturus's eyes widened in disbelief as his ultimate technique crumbled before him. Impossible, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the roaring energy. Apollo's sword beam pressed on, unrelenting. The moment stretched, and with a final, resounding crack, the astral sword broke apart entirely. The sword energy slashed didn't stop. It continued to move on after destroying the astral world until fully annihilating Arcturus. The crowd was frozen in a mix of awe and disbelief, their cheers caught in their throats. Apollo's figure stood amidst the swirling remnants of energy, the shattered fragments of starlight dissolving into nothingness around him. Arcturus, the once mighty swordsman who had stood as a swordsman of the upper ranks, was gone, defeated entirely by the overwhelming might of Apollo's newly ascended power. Apollo slowly sheathed his blade, the resonating hum of his aura dissipating as calm settled over the arena. The semi-eternal universe of his sword world began to retract, folding into the depths of his being with a quiet finality. "Winner challenger, Apollo." Mechanical voice echoed the place, but he seemed to not care as his gaze was steady. But a small smile remained on his face as he had finally achieved what he wanted to do for more than a year. A murmur began to ripple through the spectators, growing into a deafening roar of cheers and gasps. He obliterated Arcturus. Unbelievable. A sword world so powerful it transcends laws themselves. High-ranking figures from various forces of the universe who had been observing among the spectators now stood in stunned silence. For many of them, this wasn't merely a victory. It was the beginning of a new legend that Apollo's sword world wasn't just strong. It was unprecedented, a realm that seems to have blended countless laws, creating a power that defied convention to those who understood the depth of his achievement. It was clear Apollo's path wasn't limited by the boundaries of the known universe. Still immersed in his thoughts, Apollo teleported out of the dimension battle world, paying no heed to the chaotic applause or the stunned faces around him. As he disappeared, his name flashed across the leaderboards, soaring past hundreds of thousands of others until it stopped and replaced Arcturus rank 94, 647. The universe had taken notice. The swordsman of countless worlds had a new name to fear and revere. Apollo, the eternal sword. Apollo, coming out from the dimension battle world, was feeling great and carefully feeling the change in his sword aura after its breakthrough. He felt a brand new feeling that he had never felt before. It wasn't like he didn't understand the law of world level before. But the breakthrough in Sword World was completely different from your usual breakthrough. He felt almost omnipotent, like everything was within his control. He had the absolute say, and even the other laws seemed to bend to his will, like he could forcefully control other laws that he didn't understand within his sword world. The feeling was intoxicating, almost addictive, but he quickly came back to reality that he understood it wasn't genuine power in the grand scheme of things at best. His sword world, with its domineering strength, allowed him to overpower some laws. However, this was negligible, merely a drop in the ocean compared to the true, boundless laws of heaven and earth that govern the universe. But it was still unbelievably strong. Now, if he goes all out, he should be able to defeat some void gods, and it is still when he hasn't broken to half-god level. He had already made the preparations, having trained for more than 2 years. Now, he can finally step forward toward the path of godhood. All his laws except devouring have reached world level. His body and spirit have also reached an extremely high level. He improved all he could and reached an extreme state in these years, and just needed to let the water flow on its own, and he would break through. Without wasting time, he came to the lunar core, as it was the best place for his breakthrough and was filled with energy. Apollo seated himself at the center of the lunar core, a place brimming with an ethereal silvery energy that resonated with the profound depths of the lunar essence. That he closed his eyes, steadying his breath, and allowed his consciousness to sink into his inner world. His sword world hummed with newfound power, with other laws like space, death, 5 elements, and other laws also joining to create the strongest foundation for his breakthrough. The breakthrough was not merely about reaching a new rank. It was a complete transformation. Body, spirit, and laws converging into a singular entity, capable of stepping onto the path of godhood. Apollo felt his laws stirring, each one awakening like slumbering beasts ready to ascend. The lunar core responded to his internal transformation. Silver streams of energy rose like waves, circling around him, enveloping his body in a cocoon of lunar radiance. Apollo felt his spirit expand, touching upon the boundary that separated mortal understanding from divine enlightenment. In this profound state, he began the final step. Whether it was physical or spiritual, everything started to change and transform. Boom! The barrier that stopped countless geniuses was invisible to him, as his foundation was too strong, and he instantly shattered the barrier and stepped into the realm of half-god. The moment he crossed the barrier within his body, the major transformation began. All the laws with his eternal sword world as an anchor seemed to converge within him and start to create an internal world within his body. This was a surprising and unbelievable phenomenon that wasn't supposed to happen, but was happening. That if other gods see this, They will be shocked, as only by reaching the void god realm can one create a small world within his body. It can be said to be synonymous with God, as they have the power of an entire small world, making them so much stronger than half-gods. But he wasn't troubled by such a phenomenon, as he wasn't a newbie now. He had deep knowledge and understanding of his path after joining the Transcended Sky Tower and knew some special beings could achieve this in the half-god realm. He continued to go on. His aura climbed, and within him, a massive and terrifying torrent of laws was merging and collapsing at the same time to create perfect harmony. The eternal sword world resonated louder with different laws, the semi-eternal space now collapsing inward, condensing into a powerful and more perfect internal world. The pressure was immense, threatening to tear him apart. Yet, Apollo endured, his spirit unyielding, his focus absolute. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted within his consciousness that a blinding radiance exploded outward, and his internals seemed to transform, and a semi-real small world seemed to slowly be created within him. The myriad laws within it fused seamlessly, seeming to create a self-contained cosmos, filled with vast and infinite mysteries. As the world within his body stabilized, changes also took place within his spiritual mind palace, as it also started its transformation and started to merge with his various understandings of laws, creating a virtual to semi-real, infinite, mysterious mind palace that would remain standing until eternity. After undergoing both physical and spiritual transformations, the evolution of Apollo's life force began in earnest. The already semi-transformed divine life force within him surged, taking a monumental step forward. It fully evolved, merging seamlessly with his internal world. This integration initiated a profound metamorphosis, as his life force began to transcend its previous state, transforming into the exalted and pure form of divine energy. The three transformations were finally completed, marking a monumental moment in Apollo's journey. With his body, spirit, and life force fully evolved, he shattered the shackles of mortality. He had transcended the limits of human potential and taken the first step onto the divine path, becoming a half-god realm life form. His aura, which had been violent and out of control, making the space tremble, seemed to return to calm and slowly disappeared. And he seems to turn into a mortal without strength, but only the strong would notice the horror within the ordinary. Apollo, after this, finally opened his eyes with a smile as he finally made a breakthrough. He looked at the change in himself. Void creation system. Host, Apollo Fletcher, demigod/demon god. Life level, half-god, warrior path. Archmage, mage path. Internal world, 10%. Mind palace, 10%. Status, healthy. Physique, second, turn divine body. Soul, second layer human soul. Spirit, second floor cosmos palace. Creation energy, 94,465 points. A lot had changed, but the most significant transformation was the emergence of the internal world and the mind palace. He understood that the percentage mentioned referred to the degree of their completion. In his current state, only 10% of both had taken shape, qualifying them as a semi-world and a semi-mind palace. Only upon reaching 100% completion could they truly be called an internal world and a mind palace in the fullest sense. The journey to a fully realized internal world and mind palace would demand relentless effort, but Apollo welcomed the challenge with quiet resolve. He flexed his hands, marveling at the enhanced strength of his peak second turn divine body, which was now just a step away from the third turn, pulsing with vitality far beyond mortal limits. His second layer human soul and second floor cosmos palace had grown in tandem, harmonizing perfectly with his ascended state. Apollo smiled faintly. 10%. A small step, yet the foundation of eternity. The path ahead was clear. He needed to refine his internal world and mind palace to completion, pushing the boundaries of his power. With his breakthrough complete, the road to full godhood was open. For now, he turned his focus inward, letting his newfound strength settle and adapt. The universe was vast, and Apollo was ready to carve his place within it as a true force to be reckoned with. Now that he had broken through, it was time for him to travel the universe. While he wanted to meet his fifth brother, who didn't appear once after he came here, he got the best resources, so it wasn't bad. He also, during his time here, was able to contact his master during the time and learn his master's situation, as he seems to have joined the fifth floor with Mistress Aliona and become a member of the transportation regiment of Sky Tower. They have told him about the wonderful places in the universe that are filled with unknown secrets and opportunities. The tales of the universe's wonders and the mysteries of its distant corners had ignited a burning curiosity within Apollo. He also knows that the higher the strength, the more difficult it is to improve. This is also why most strong beings like to travel, as inspiration and a strong mind are needed the most in later stages. He had made remarkable progress in almost every area. But he realized that further improvement in any direction would no longer come as quickly as it had before. So, why not take this opportunity to explore the universe? After all, since arriving in this fantastical realm, he felt it was only fitting to experience its wonders firsthand. Even in his previous life, he had a deep interest in astronomy, but that was not easy. Not to mention, even if possible, that was just a fraction of the universe and is nothing compared to the present. So, he made up his mind as he was going to begin his journey of the universe. After taking 2 days to rest and recover, Apollo decided to prepare for his journey into the wider universe. Using his accumulated points, he purchased some life-saving treasures, ensuring he was equipped for any unforeseen dangers. With everything ready, he made his way to the space portal that connected the lunar star moon to the vast expanse beyond. Unlike many others who needed to buy or commission a spaceship, he had no such requirement to as the Lord of Lunar Star Moon. He already possessed a formidable spaceship, one imbued with advanced technology and mystical energies, making it more than capable of traversing the universe. He ordered his subordinates to bring out his spaceship, and moments later a gigantic spaceship, bigger than an island, appeared in the sky. The gigantic spaceship, a combination of engineering and magic, hovered above, casting an immense shadow over the lunar star moon. Its sleek, metallic surface shimmered faintly, etched with glowing runes that pulsed in harmony with the space. A fusion of cosmic energy and ancient technology. The vessel, named Eclipse Sovereign, was not just a spaceship, but a fortress capable of navigating the dangerous void of the universe. The hatch slowly opened, and a small group of people quickly came out from it and bowed to him, their voices echoing in unison. Lord Apollo, the Eclipse Sovereign is prepared for departure. All systems are fully operational, and the crew awaits your command. The group leader, a sharp-eyed woman with silver hair tied in a neat bun, stepped forward. She was not only the captain, but also one of the guardians, and she was going to follow him and protect him during his journey. Lord Apollo, she began with a steady voice. I am Selena Wren, at your service. We've prepared your quarters and ensured the vault is stocked with necessary supplies, including the life-saving treasures you've recently acquired. The Sovereign's defenses and weaponry have been tested and optimized for long-range and close-quarters engagements. Apollo gave a small nod, his gaze sweeping over the crew. Good work, Captain Selena, he said, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Okay, then, let's be ready to leave. Our destination is the Astral Void Station. From there, we'll chart a course deeper into the universe. Despite being called a station, Astral Void Station was far from an ordinary settlement. Its size dwarfed the entirety of Ryan, stretching out in all directions like a colossal hub in the middle of the void. Positioned strategically in the vastness of space, it served as a bustling space station for countless travelers navigating the universe. According to the star charts, Astral Void Station was the closest major waypoint to their current location. Its reputation as a trade and travel hub made it an ideal stop to gather supplies and intelligence. As Apollo approached the spaceship, its immense size became even more imposing. The gangway lowered with a hiss, and he ascended, his steps steady and unhurried. Once aboard, he took a moment to admire the interior. The bridge was a marvel of futuristic design, with a panoramic view of the stars and an array of advanced control systems. His quarters were equally impressive, a blend of luxury and practicality, designed for both comfort and training. Captain Selena, Apollo called out as he settled into the command chair. Take us out. It's time we set foot into the unknown and claim what the universe has to offer. Selene saluted, her voice firm. Yes, my lord. Initiating launch sequence. The Eclipse Sovereign hummed to life, its energy core flaring as it rose higher into the atmosphere. The shimmering runic barrier of the lunar star moon parted, allowing the ship to ascend into the infinite expanse of space. As the stars stretched before him, Apollo leaned back, a faint smile gracing his lips. His journey into the universe had begun, and he was determined to carve his name across its boundless void. After the spaceship went through the space portal and appeared outside in the empty void, it started its boring journey, and it would take more than 2 weeks for him to reach the Astral Void Station. The 2 weeks was also considered a short time, as most spaceships used by most warriors in the universe would take half a year or even more. To travel such a distance in the universe, a year of travel is considered near as most distant places need hundreds, if not thousands, of years. So Apollo went to his place to meditate and consolidate his strength and waited to arrive at their destination. Time passed, and 2 weeks quickly passed. Apollo was meditating in his room when the voice of Serena awakened him. "Lord, sorry to disturb you, but we have arrived." Apollo opened his eyes, the faint glow of his eternal sword aura dissipating as he emerged from his meditative state. The air around him felt heavy, a lingering testament to the immense energy he had been refining. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his attire, the dark, star-etched robes settling over his shoulders like a mantle of authority. His sharp gaze turned to the holographic interface in his quarters, where Captain Selene's face appeared. "Okay, Captain Selena, I'll head to the bridge shortly," Apollo said, his voice even, yet carrying a trace of excitement. "Yes, my lord," Selene replied, her image fading from the screen. Stepping onto the bridge, Apollo was greeted by the crew salute. Beyond the panoramic windows of the spaceship, the spectacular view could be seen. Astral Void Station is a gigantic landmass in the empty void of the universe. The station floated in the vast void, its structure resembling a gargantuan cluster of luminous orbs interconnected by glowing pathways, energy conduits, and portals filled with light, sending ripples of power. Across its expansive network, ships of various sizes and designs are docked at the station's numerous docking platforms, each representing factions, sects, and warriors from across the universe. The outer regions of the station were bustling with activity, while the central sphere radiated an imposing aura. This was where the most powerful entities gathered, the seat of influence in the Astral Void Station. "Magnificent," Apollo murmured, his gaze taking in the scale of the city, whose full size was bigger than he thought. There was still some distance away, yet it still was an unimaginable feeling. "Take us to Dock 47 in the Central District," Serena commanded the navigation team. The ship began its descent toward the designated docking zone, its runes flaring brightly to signal its arrival. Other ships made way, their leaders wary of the Eclipse Sovereign, whose aura of power and authority was unmistakable. As the ship docked, Apollo and Selena went outside to explore the place. Stepping off the ship, Apollo was greeted by a wave of vibrant energy. The air hummed with the confluence of countless laws, treasures, and powerful entities converging in one place. The dock was a bustling hub, filled with warriors, merchants, and adventurers, each radiating a unique presence. Apollo's arrival didn't go unnoticed. His striking appearance, combined with the legendary top-tier spaceship behind him, drew curious and cautious gazes. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Who is that? He arrived in a top-tier ship. Must be from a powerful faction." Apollo, followed by Serena, ignored the murmurs, his focus sharp. His first objective was clear: gather information about the city's opportunities and secrets. With a calm stride, he made his way toward the Void Mansion branch in the outer region. Void Mansion is a universe-level force that is famous for its information-gathering ability in the universe. They can buy any kind of information and about anything, given a certain price. Apollo's strides were deliberate as he and Serena navigated through the bustling crowd. His towering frame and serene confidence made him seem untouchable, while Serena, walking just behind him, exuded sharp vigilance. The Void Mansion branch was a sight to behold even in the outer region of Astral Void City. Its sleek, obsidian structure rose like a monolith among the surrounding buildings, pulsating faintly with a mysterious energy. Its entrance was adorned with unique runes, shimmering faintly with power to ward off any intruders foolish enough to disrupt its sanctity. The mansion's emblem, a dark, swirling vortex encapsulated within a silver ring, hovered above the building, a constant reminder of its universe-spanning influence. As Apollo approached, the guard stationed at the entrance straightened there, gazes momentarily flickering with caution. But Serena, beside him, took out a small purple card, which changed the guard's expression. The guards then didn't stop them as they calmly entered the building. The moment they went in, they felt space shift and appeared in an entirely different space. "Welcome to the Void Mansion." And then suddenly a beautiful lady greeted them with a practiced bow, her voice steady despite Apollo's and Serena's overwhelming presence. "How may I assist you today?" Apollo inclined his head slightly, his tone calm but commanding. "I want information regarding opportunities within Astral Void Station. Additionally, I need details on the major forces operating in this region. I am Lyria, an information broker of this branch. It is our honor to assist you. Please, follow me to a private chamber where we can discuss your needs in comfort and privacy." Apollo gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Together with Serena, He followed Lyria through a corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely before collapsing into a compact space. The transition was dizzying, but neither Apollo nor Serena showed any signs of discomfort. The chamber was vast yet intimate, the walls shimmering with a soft, silver light that felt calming. The center was a circular table with chairs that seemed to adjust themselves automatically to the dimensions of the one sitting. She gestured for them to sit and took her place across from them. She placed a small device on the table, which projected a holographic interface in midair. Symbols and charts danced across the screen that Lyria's fingers glided over the interface. Your request is comprehensive. The cost will depend on the level of detail you require, but being the holder of a purple card, I assume payment won't be an issue. Serena's lips curled into a faint smirk, and Apollo said nothing, letting the unspoken assurance hang in the air. Lyria continued, her tone professional. This is the home to countless factions and individuals vying for dominance. She paused, bringing up a holographic map of the city divided into distinct regions. The station is controlled by 4 primary factions: the Ecliptic Alliance, the Thorned Sanctuary, the Crimson Dominion Transportation, and the Arcane Keepers. Each dominates a sector and specializes in unique areas, from trade to military might. She shifted the projection, highlighting several key points. As for opportunities, the Soul Trials are among the most prestigious events. Participation not only brings fame, but grants access to resources and restricted areas. The Gateway Ruins portal, located just outside the station, are another source of intrigue, rumored to hold remnants of ancient civilizations and technologies. Entry, however, requires special keys, often auctioned in the 100 Alliance auction house. Apollo absorbed the information, and his mind was already working to prioritize his objectives. Serena remained silent, standing behind him. She also didn't know much about this place, as she never even bothered to stay here. Only a few times did she come here to take the long-distance portal and nothing else. What about the troubles that needed to be careful of? Apollo asked, his tone even, but with an edge that demanded complete answers. She thought for a fraction of a second before answering. The place is a web of relation. Many operate in the shadows: assassins, rogue warriors, and rogue factions not aligned with the major powers. Additionally, for the last 100 years, the Abyss demons suddenly started to appear within the station, occasionally devouring entire districts of people without warning, shocking the warriors as a reminder that not even the powerful are truly safe anywhere. Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the Abyss demons. The idea of sudden, unpredictable threat that could wipe out entire districts stirred both curiosity and caution in him. His gaze flicked to Serena, who also seemed a bit surprised hearing about Abyss demons. Abyss demons? Apollo's voice was calm, but it was filled with curiosity. The Void Mansion's broker nodded, her expression serious. Yes, they are an enigma, even among the ancient powers of the universe. For the last 100 years, sporadic appearances of these creatures have plagued the station. And no one knows how or why they appeared, but when they do, chaos follows. Because of their appearance, many collectors and hunters from the universe have come to Astral Void Station, as Abyss demons are rare creatures that usually can only be found in the deep abyssal dimensions where even true gods don't easily venture. Hence, the appearance of such a rare creature that is full of treasure attracted many who wanted to get their hands on it. Apollo's brow arched slightly at the mention of hunters and collectors flocking to the station. The intrigue surrounding Abyss demons deepened. Treasure? Apollo's voice carried a subtle edge of intrigue. What exactly makes them so valuable? The Void Mansion broker, Lyria, clasped her hands before her, her tone steady as she explained. Abyss demons are not merely beings of destruction. Their bodies are brimming with treasures coveted by warriors, alchemists, and blacksmiths alike. For instance, their blood is a prized alchemical ingredient, used to forge rare potions or enhance certain paths of cultivation. The bones or scales can be used to make divine armor or powerful killing weapons. But all of this is nothing compared to their heart, which hides not only the secret of one of the supreme laws, law of destruction, but it can also be used to awaken the innate ability of abyssal demons. Awakening innate divine ability can make one almost invincible in the same ranks below the true gods. It is even helpful in breaking through true god rank. Hence, countless figures of the universe are madly trying to get it. Apollo's eyes narrowed as he absorbed Lyria's words, his thoughts churning with the possibilities. The allure of the Abyss demon's heart was undeniable, and its connection to the supreme law of destruction made it even more intriguing. The idea of awakening an innate divine ability, something capable of making one nearly invincible against those of the same rank, stirred a faint excitement within him. Although even without innate divine ability, he was invincible, he remembered in his demon god. For he also seemed to have a divine ability that was very strong. Could it have some relation with it? Though he kept thinking his expression remained usual, Lyria continued, her voice tinged with a mix of awe and caution. However, the heart is also the most dangerous part to extract. The abyss demon's essence is concentrated within it, and mishandling it could lead to catastrophic backlash, corrupting, or even killing the unprepared SO. It wasn't easy, even if you found it. It's not just a treasure that anybody can have. It's a gamble with one's life, she remarked, that Apollo's lips curved into a faint smile. True treasures often are. He turned his gaze back to Lyria. Is anything known about the strength of the abyssal demons that appeared or where they are hiding? He asked. Lyria nodded slightly, her expression turning grave. Their strength varies greatly, sir, which makes them even more unpredictable. The weaker abyss demons that have appeared on the station are comparable to half-gods, but there have been reports of stronger ones exceeding the level of void gods. Some of these demons possess unique abilities that defy conventional combat logic, and their regenerative capacities make them even harder to kill. She paused before continuing. As for where they are hiding, it's not entirely clear. They seem to appear in random regions so far without any particular pattern. But they seem to have attacked Arcane Keepers members a few times, making it feel like they might have something to do with their appearance. Apollo's gaze turned thoughtful at Lyria's words. The Arcane Keepers. Interesting. What do we know about their involvement? Or why they might be targeted? Lyria hesitated, choosing her words carefully. The Arcane Keepers are one of the 4 primary factions controlling the station. Their focus lies in the study of ancient runes, mystical artifacts, and dimensional anomalies. They've been particularly active in researching the abyssal dimensions back 1,000 years ago. She looked at Apollo and carefully said, "Some suspect they've uncovered something significant related to the abyss demons, perhaps a relic or a fragment of knowledge that draws the creatures to them." However, the Arcane Keepers remained tight-lipped, denying any connection. His eyes narrowed. "Convenient," he said with a calm voice. "Did the other force let it go, and didn't it do anything?" Lyria nodded in agreement. Many share that sentiment and want to challenge their authority, but the Arcane Keepers are a powerful faction. Few dare to challenge their authority or methods outright. Their members have suffered losses from the demons, yet they continue their work undeterred, fueling suspicions further. Apollo's lips curved into a slight smirk. If they are hiding something, it won't remain hidden forever. He at first wasn't much interested in staying here for much time, but now hearing about abyss demons, he was interested as he felt he had some connection and wanted to see what innate divine abilities they had that made them invincible in the same ranks. Turning his attention back to Lyria, Apollo's voice was calm but commanding. "Ensure I have access to detailed information about the Arcane Keepers' recent movements, particularly their recent activities, and find out if anyone has managed to secure a relic or artifact linked to the demons. And don't worry, you won't receive small payments for everything you can find." Lyria bowed deeply. "I'll see to it immediately. Sir, don't worry. There isn't anything that Void Mansion cannot find." As they left the Void Mansion, Apollo turned to Serena. "It seems our first steps in Astral Void Station will be more eventful than expected. Let's see if the Arcane Keepers have unwittingly set the stage for something grand." "Lord, then what should we do?" Selena asked as she followed closely behind Apollo, her tone respectful yet curious. While they left the Void Mansion, Apollo replied, "First, let's explore the station itself. I want to get a feel for the dynamics here." As they walked through the bustling streets of Astral Void Station, Apollo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He was looking forward to finding the abyss demons and the secrets of the Arcane Keepers, and to finding out if there was really a connection between abyssal demons and him. They were walking in the outer district that was filled with a large number of people from all over the universe who were either here for some business or were here to take the large distance space. Wormhole. There were many small forces from the nearby life planets that came here to sell their products and resources to the large trading chamber of commerce that does business all over the universe. The galaxy they were in is called the Zeta Galaxy, which consists of more than 500,000 life planets or worlds. Numerous people come from those planets here, as it is on the major gathering station in their galaxy. The outer district buzzed with an energy unique to a major galactic hub. Different stalls lined the wide, metallic streets, each boasting goods from the far reaches of the Zeta Galaxy. Small traders shouted to passers-by, advertising exotic wares, crystals imbued with strange energies, rare herbs that glowed faintly under the artificial light, and even weapons forged from the fragments of divine metals and stars. Apollo's gaze swept across the crowd, observing the mixture of species, cultures, and languages. Every individual seemed to carry a purpose, whether conducting business, seeking alliances, or simply surviving in this chaotic intersection of civilizations. Zeta Galaxy, with its 500,000 life planets. Apollo mused aloud, his tone thoughtful. This station truly is the heartbeat of the region. Serena glanced at him, her hands clasped behind her back. Indeed, it can be considered one of the major stations for most life planets in this galaxy. But it is still nothing compared to the entire universe. The strongest in Zeta Galaxy is only an ordinary true god, which is nothing in fact, if the Lord wants it, it can be destroyed easily. She said calmly that true gods were nothing. Hearing this, he smiled, as he himself didn't know how strong the guardian of the lunar moon was. Even though his strength reached the level of a void god, he still could not measure their strength, as they were still covered in fog. And from her tone, he can be sure she didn't take true god or the true god Zeta Galaxy seriously. Meaning she should be stronger. It let him think, if she is this strong, how strong would the strongest among the guardians? Captain Varian be? He didn't think much about that, and then his eyes settled on a towering structure in the distance. That must be one of the major chambers of commerce, he remarked. Its sleek, crystalline design stood out among the more utilitarian buildings surrounding it. A steady stream of traders and transports moved in and out of its massive gates. Yes, Serena confirmed. The 100 Alliance Chamber, if I'm not mistaken, they're known for their reach across galaxies, dealing in everything from raw materials to forbidden artifacts. In fact, there seems to be the biggest auction in 2 days that is said to have many treasures from all over the universe that also attracted quite a few people in addition to the abyssal demon mess. Oh, there's something like that. Then let's see what's so great about the auction. He decided to wait 2 days. Anyway, they have to wait and see what kind of grand auction this will be. After strolling, came back to the ship and started to meditate for the remaining time. Although he came outside to gain experience, he could not stop his training point. 2 days quickly passed, and the day of the auction arrived, and the outer region was packed with different creatures from all over the galaxy. Merchants hawked exotic wares. Emissaries from powerful factions stood in guarded clusters, and lone wanderers, cloaked in mystery, navigated the crowd with purpose. Apollo emerged from his ship, his presence commanding immediate attention. Dressed in simple yet elegant attire that subtly hinted at his status, he radiated an aura of quiet confidence. Beside him, Serena moved with poise, her sharp gaze scanning their surroundings. He wasn't going to try to hide or anything. He was going to participate fully in the open, as there wasn't a need to try to hide. Now he is backed by a transcendent force. Why be too low-key? He doesn't need to be afraid, but instead the idiotic young masters, if they came, needed to be afraid, hoping not to mess with him. The auction venue, a massive dome-shaped structure of gleaming obsidian and shimmering energy barriers, dominated the skyline. Its design was both imposing and elegant, a testament to the 100 Alliance Chamber's wealth and influence. Guards clad in intricate armor with powerful auras stood at every entrance, their presence a stark warning to any who might disrupt the event. Every single one of them was a half-god realm, and he even felt void, god-level aura hidden within them. As Apollo and Serena approached, the atmosphere shifted, a ripple of energy coursed through the crowd as prominent local figures made their entrances. These were individuals of renown, famous merchants, clan leaders, and high-ranking representatives of Zeta Galaxy's factions. Their retinues followed closely, adding to the buzz of activity around the entrance. Whispers spread through the gathering. Look, people from Arcane Keeper also came. That's Dorian Varnell of the Stellar Guild. He rarely leaves his fortress. And over there, Lady Isra from the Dawnweave clan. She's rumored to have a direct line to the true god of the Zeta Galaxy. Who's that beside them? The young man with the silver hair. His aura feels overwhelming. Look, people from Arcane Keeper also came. Apollo paid no heed to the murmurs, his attention fixed on the grand entrance ahead. Serena, walking a step behind, glanced at the surrounding crowd, her expression calm, without a chance, as those famous people for others were nothing to her. The crowd parted slightly as Apollo and Serena moved forward, their presence commanding respect and curiosity, but it wasn't much as they were just the two of them without any fanfare. The famous figures barely spared him a glance and were more focused on their own circles of influence. Selena had bought VIP seats for the auction the day before, ensuring they would receive the best treatment. Yes, soon as the special rune of their VIP pass was revealed, the guards acted promptly, stepping aside with deference, a member of the Rabbit clan, part of the beast folk. and adorned with distinctive long ears and big, soft breasts, approached them gracefully. Her long, snow-white ears twitched slightly, adding charm to her composed demeanor. Her warm demeanor was accentuated by her elegant attire, tailored to match the sophistication of the event. She bowed slightly, her tone polite yet cheerful. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Mary, your personal attendant for this event. Please allow me to escort you to your reserved room." Apollo gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, and Serena remained cold but nodded. Following Mary, they were led through a series of exquisitely decorated corridors. The walls were lined with mysterious runes that seemed to prevent any snooping with their spiritual senses, hence giving them the privacy they wanted. The VIP room was a private and luxurious space overlooking the grand auction hall, offering both comfort and an unobstructed view of the proceedings. Apollo followed the charming guide. Feeling the air of exclusivity that came with his privileged status, IT was furnished with plush seating and a crystal-clear projection screen for close-ups of auction items. The room was not only made of special material, but also had runes etched on the walls, preventing others from snooping, but also protecting them from attacks from ordinary void gods, ensuring complete privacy and security while allowing Apollo and Serena to observe the bustling activity below. Mary gestured gracefully to the seating area. "Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to summon me." With that, she bowed and exited the room, leaving Apollo and Serena to settle in. Apollo moved to the edge of the room, gazing out at the grand auction hall. The vast space was already buzzing with activity, filled with a mix of participants from various corners of the galaxy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the crowd, taking in the faces of merchants, leaders, and warriors, all gathered with one purpose: to claim the rare treasures about to be unveiled. Apollo's looking at all this with a faint smile appearing on his face. Let's see if this grand display lives up to its reputation. One after another, countless people joined the auction, and in a few minutes, it was fully packed with more than 100,000 people from all over the galaxy, with everyone being an important member of some strong force. The stage was set, and Apollo sat with an air of calm confidence, while Serena remained standing beside him in the VIP section. Moments later, the lights dimmed slightly, and the crowd's murmurs quieted as the auction's host made her entrance. A stunning, sexy woman stepped onto the central stage. Her presence immediately drew attention. She wore a revealing yet elegant dress that showed her curves, the fabric shimmering under the soft glow of the stage lights. Her confident stride and smile only added to her allure, causing the room to fall silent in anticipation. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen," she said, her voice smooth and melodic, carrying easily across the room. "I am Hayes, and I'll be your host for today's auction. I assure you, it's going to be a memorable event." The crowd responded with light applause and eager whispers. Their excitement was breathtaking. Apollo remained calm, his focus unwavering. Though the host's charm was undeniable, his mind had always been steady, and he didn't think with his dick. "Then it looks like everyone is ready, so let's bring out the first item of the auction." The audience became silent, and immediately, a mask-shaped item appeared from below the stage. This is the first item, called Mask of Shadow, which, according to the news, was the mask worn by the legendary assassin Dark Shadow, who claimed many lives of void gods and was the image of terror for tens of thousands of years. Although it is a semi-divine item, it is rarer than some divine weapons, as it can help the wearer to hide its presence in front of void gods by merging with shadow, making it a great treasure for hiding and killing. "Ladies and gentlemen," Hayes announced, her seductive tone now carrying an edge of excitement. "The initial price for this magnificent treasure is just 500,000 life essence stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. She paused, letting the audience absorb her words and the artifact's allure. "Now let the bidding begin." The atmosphere in the auction hall grew electric as Hayes' announcement echoed. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, and several participants leaned forward, their expressions eager and calculating. Many actually were interested in it, as its ability was a great help to even void gods. Apollo's gaze rested on the Mask of Shadow, his expression thoughtful. A semi-divine artifact capable of eluding even void gods was indeed rare. Although it was a semi-divine treasure and better than some divine artifacts, it was still among the worst divine artifacts. Divine items were also divided into different ranks according to their strengths. They were divided into 9 ranks, from 1st rank divine artifact to 9th rank divine artifacts. The base of this hierarchy were the 1st rank divine artifacts, the weakest of divine artifacts, often sought after by those newly stepping into divine realms. The pinnacle stood the 9th rank eternal divine artifacts, legendary creations said to transcend time and space. These treasures of unparalleled might were often fought over by the most powerful beings in the universe and capable of altering the fate of entire worlds. The Mask of Shadow could barely compare to the weakest first-rank divine items, so it wasn't anything remarkable. Even his sword, Froststar, forged by old Aragon, had now become a semi-divine sword after being nourished by his sword aura and absorbing lunar essence. It was also many times stronger than this mask. Although both were semi-divine rank items, the potential of the two was completely different. Froststar has very high growth potential. Even as a semi-divine sword, it is already stronger than most first-rank divine swords and was even close to second rank in some sense. Not to mention the semi-divine item, he also has divine treasure, and it wasn't some first or second divine rank treasure, but it definitely was a high level, maybe 7th or 8th level at least. The divine treasure was none other than the Book of Death, which he still cannot determine its true rank. As the stronger he became, the more mysterious it seemed to him. After his understanding of the law improved, the strength of the Book of Death also seemed to become stronger, and he now knows that it definitely wasn't a simple item. As with his current strength, he can easily judge some weaker divine treasures. The bidding began with an assertive shout from one corner of the room. 550,000 life essence stones. The room responded with murmurs as another bidder quickly countered. 600,000. The bids climbed steadily. The excitement was staggering as the price crossed 700,000. Hayes's melodic voice interjected at intervals, encouraging the participants and heightening the tension. The large man, with a wolfish grin, adorned in the garb of a mercenary leader, raised the stakes further. 850,000. Apollo's attention shifted momentarily to the bidders. When the price exceeded 1 million life essence stones, a brief lull settled over the hall, and whispers filled the air. After a moment of tense silence, Hayes raised her hand. Going once, going twice, sold for 1 million life essence stones to our esteemed guest in seat 165XX. Finally, the item was won by the mercenary leader, who was grinning. Without wasting any more time, Hayes brought out the next item and began auctioning it off point one by one. Items were auctioned, but none of them managed to truly captivate most of the VIP guests. Even so, they waited patiently, knowing this was only the beginning of the auction. As Apollo mused over these thoughts, the next item was revealed on the stage. Hayes's melodic voice drew the crowd's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item is an exquisite gem known as the Starfire Crystal, harvested from the remains of a collapsed star. This crystal contains the raw essence of cosmic fire. So, for anyone majoring in the law of fire or interested in alchemy, potion mastery, or blacksmithing, this is an essential item that will greatly enhance their strength. The Starfire Crystal shimmered with an irresistible glow, filled with fiery energy that seemed alive. Gasps of admiration rippled through the crowd, especially among the people who majored in fire laws. Seeing this, even he felt a bit surprised, as it was truly a rare item. But sadly, he didn't major in fire law or dive deeply into various professions, but it made him look forward to other items. The bidding will start at 1 million life essence stones, Hayes declared, her voice laced with anticipation. And each increment must be no less than 50,000. The energy in the room surged again as the crowd began bidding fervently. 1,050,000. 1,200,000. The bids came quickly, with no sign of hesitation. The price climbed steadily, eventually surpassing 2 million life essence stones. The competition intensified, with bidders from both the regular seating and VIP sections joining the fray. 3 million, a calm, measured voice declared that Apollo's interest was piqued slightly. The new bidder was from a VIP room directly across from his. This bid seemed to silence everyone. And finally, Hayes's voice rang out after some time with no one bidding. Sold for 3.5 million life essence stones to our distinguished guest in VIP room 7. Polite applause followed, and the Starfire Crystal was carefully removed from the stage. This seems to have marked the beginning, as one after another, rare items started to appear, which led to many VIPs also finally joining the biddings. This next item is very special, which will shock you all. As she said, finally the item appeared right on the stage, but the moment it appeared, it shocked the guests. Instantly Apollo felt something. His eyes glowed sharply. Boom! A powerful aura burst within the auction house, and instantly everyone felt a tingling sensation like they were being cut into countless pieces. But thankfully the runic formation within the hall quickly activated, and a fierce aura was trapped, saving them from the terrifying feeling. But as the aura gradually subsided and came under control, everyone finally dared to lift their gaze toward the source of such a terrifying presence. What they saw left them utterly shocked. A mere broken sword, with only 1/3 of its blade remaining. Despite its fragmented state, the sword exuded an overwhelming sense of ancient power and majesty, as though it had once ruled over countless worlds. The atmosphere in the auction house shifted palpably as the broken sword rested on its pedestal, radiating an undeniable presence. The crowd, stunned into silence, could barely process the sheer force emanating from the shattered relic. Even seasoned veterans and powerful individuals in the VIP rooms wore expressions of awe and unease. "This," Hayes began, her usually melodious voice carrying an uncharacteristic gravity, "is the unknown sword fragment founded by a lucky warrior in a ruin at the edge of the universe, which our expect believe come from an 8th or even possibly 9th rank divine sword." Gasps erupted across the room that a 9th rank eternal divine artifact was the stuff of legends. Treasures so powerful they shaped the very fabric of reality and were sought after by eternal gods and countless almighty creatures in the universe. Even in its broken state, Hayes continued, "This sword retains a fraction of its original might. Its aura alone can intimidate void gods, and those skilled in forging or restoration may uncover untold secrets within it. Truly, a treasure of unimaginable potential. For swordsmen, this is even more important, as they can feel and understand the unfathomable sword aura and its laws to reach unreachable heights, and can even use this fragment to create a brand new divine sword." Apollo's gaze remained locked on the broken sword. The sharp glow in his eyes revealed his deep interest. This is no ordinary item, he thought, even in its diminished and broken form. The fragment carried an undeniable resonance, as if it were responding to his sword aura. Beside him, Serena saw the change in his expression in the room. "Lord," she said cautiously, "are you interested in this?" He didn't reply immediately, his focus unwavering. "Let's see where the bidding goes," he said finally, his tone calm, but resolute as he seemed to have made up his mind. Hayes smiled seductively, her professionalism shining through despite the weight of the moment. "The initial price for this priceless item is just 10 million life essence stones," she declared. "Each bid must increase by at least 1 million. Let the bidding begin." The room instantly erupted as voices clashed in a frenzy of bids. All of them didn't want to waste time, as it was too precious of a treasure for them to think about its price. 11 million. 12 million. The stakes climbed rapidly, with VIP participants quickly stepping in, as even they could not seem to wait. The earlier items, impressive as they were, paled in comparison to the allure of this mysterious broken sword. 15 million. 17 million. In VIP Room 7, the same bidder who had claimed the Starfire crystal raised the stakes. 20 million. The hall fell momentarily silent at the audacious leap. But the quiet didn't last. A booming voice from another VIP room broke through. 25 million. The tension escalated, and murmurs filled the hall. Among the regular seats, the audience could only watch in awe as the wealthiest and most powerful clashed over the item. Other VIPs also joined the fray one after another, and it became the contest of the wealthiest, leaving the regular guys who tried their luck at first as the bid rose rapidly beyond their capacity. Apollo leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping the armrest of his chair rhythmically. He didn't bid yet. He was still, waiting. But before that, he asked something to Serena. "I forgot to ask how much money we can take out." "Lord, you don't need to worry about the life essence stones. I have a few 100 million of them. And if we need more, I can always request additional supplies to be sent," Serena assured him confidently, making it clear they had more than enough resources to buy anything they needed here. He was relieved hearing this, and on the other side, the bid continued to increase and reached 40 million that he knew that it was time for him to join him and increase the stakes. Finally, Apollo hinted to Selena, who made her bid. 50 million, a direct 10 million increase, which instantly silenced the crowd and surprised the other VIPs. But quickly they calmed down. Point one from the VIP room 7 bid, while feeling a bit annoyed. Democrat Minnesota, who the FCK is next to our room, directly raising the bid by 10 million. One of the 3 men wearing the insignia of the Arcane Keepers muttered irritably, his annoyance clear as they watched the sudden spike in the bid. "We're not backing down. Raise it, 51 million. Their bid echoed through the auction hall, but Apollo remained unperturbed. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze steady. Other VIP rooms also had the same reaction, or they were surprised and curious. But the bidding continued, the increments cautious at first as other VIPs tried to gauge their competition. 52 million came a smooth voice from VIP Room 3, where a representative of the Stellar Guild, a powerful force in the Zeta Galaxy with multiple void gods present among their ancestors, was speaking. 55 million countered a mysterious wealthy noble from Room 9, his tone dripping with confidence. 60 million, Lady Isra from the strongest clan in the Zeta Galaxy, the Dawnweave clan, in VIP Room 1, also made bids that be why now. The regular guests had long since resigned themselves to watching the spectacle unfold. The gap between them and the VIPs had become painfully clear that Apollo's fingers resumed their rhythmic tapping against the armrest. He glanced at Serena, who quickly nodded and increased the bid again, but this time directly by 40 million. 100 million. The hall fell silent once more, the audacity of the bid stunning everyone. Even the seasoned auctioneer, Hayes, faltered for a brief moment before recovering her composure. 100 million life essence stones, she called out, her tone tinged with excitement. In VIP Room 7, the arcane keepers exchanged uneasy glances. This is absurd, the silver-haired man muttered. Who the hell is this F. Kerr? Meanwhile, in VIP Room 3, the Stellar Guild representative stroked his chin thoughtfully. To throw around 100 million like pocket change. Who has such resources? Lady Isra, seated gracefully in VIP Room 1, remained composed, though her emerald eyes flickered with intrigue. Interesting, she murmured, her voice soft but commanding. Even the young guy beside her, who had shown no emotion from the beginning, seemed to show a slightly surprised expression on his face. The auctioneer, Hayes, regained her composure, her voice cutting through the heavy silence. 100 million life essence stones. Do we have a higher bid? Although the auction house remained silent for a moment as they didn't know who was bidding against it and felt intimidated by such bidding, and some even let it go, there were still some who weren't going to let it go to VIP Room 9. The mysterious noble, cloaked in shadow, finally broke the silence. 110 million, he said smoothly, his tone dismissive, as though adding 10 million was an afterthought. Lady Isra, seated gracefully in VIP Room 1, also didn't back down and again raised the bid directly by 40 million, making the bid reach 150,000,000. The tension in the auction hall hit a peak as Lady Isra, from the prestigious Dawnweave clan, decisively raised the bid to an astonishing 150 million life essence stones in VIP Room 7. The arcane keepers could only watch in exasperation. The silver-haired man groaned audibly, slumping back in his seat. We're out, but there's no point in continuing. The shadowed noble in VIP Room 9, however, didn't seem fazed. His voice came again, low and deliberate. 160 million. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The back and forth among the VIPs had ascended to astronomical levels, leaving the ordinary bidders in stunned silence. Many regulars who had already bowed out now watched in awe, their curiosity piqued by the sheer stakes of the contest, that Apollo's lips curved into a faint smile as he turned to Serena. Shall we show them the difference and let them shut up? Serena inclined her head gracefully. Without hesitation, her clear voice echoed through the hall. 300 million. FCK. The crowd, even the VIPs, cursed seeing the bid. The hall erupted into chaos at the sound of Serena's voice. The moment 300 million echoed through the vast auction chamber. Jaws dropped, murmurs turned into gasps, and even the most composed VIPs lost their poise. 300 million? The auctioneer Hayes stammered, nearly losing her grip on the gavel. Her usually calm demeanor cracked as she struggled to maintain control of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the bid stands at 300 million life essence stones. Do I hear a higher bid? Even Lady Isra in VIP Room 1 was a bit shocked. The young man beside her, who had remained impassive throughout the auction, let out a low hum as if finally impressed. It's too much. Lady Isra nodded, her expression regaining its calm. We withdraw. The auctioneer, sensing that the room was paralyzed, finally found her voice. 300 million life essence stones. Going once, going twice. She paused, scanning the room as though daring anyone to challenge the overwhelming bid. Sold to the distinguished guest in VIP Room 6. With a loud thud, sealing the deal was done. The fragmented, mysterious, broken sword now belonged to Apollo. In the aftermath, the crowd erupted into murmurs and whispers, speculating about the mysterious bidder in Room 6. Who are they? 300 million on a single broken relic? That's not simple. Even some star-level forces cannot come up with this much money with a single bid. Apollo, undisturbed by the commotion, turned to Serena with a slight nod. For Apollo, the real value of the broken sword wasn't in its price or material. It was in the secrets it held, which he would know soon. With a shocking bid, the next few bids became a bit bland, as although the items were treasures, not a single one received such a high bid. Ladies and gentlemen, now, after so many rare items and treasures, finally, it's the final item and the main event of this auction, for which many have come from all corners of the galaxy. Auctioneer Hayes, and her seductive voice echoed through the entire hall, making the guests feel excited as they wanted to know what the final item of this grand auction was. The air in the auction hall grew charged as Hayes's sultry voice heightened the anticipation. With a flourish, she gestured toward the stage, where the final item remained concealed beneath a shimmering, silken veil. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. What could it be? Something worth surpassing all these treasures? Hayes smiled coyly, savoring the palpable tension in the room. This artifact is not only rare, but also a one-of-a-kind mystery and power. Originating from the depths of the abyssal dimensions, it has left countless experts and scholars baffled and intrigued. With a dramatic pull of the veil, the item was revealed, a pitch-black horn etched with strange markings and radiating a dark, subtle aura of destruction. What? The moment they saw this quickly, their excitement disappeared, as although it was an item from Abyss, it was just a horn, which might be good material, but it wasn't worth like abyssal demon hearts or anything else that IT was a good item. But it wasn't worthy of being the last item in this auction. As most guests were disappointed, VIP guests remained calm, waiting, except the group of 3 from VIP Room 7 from Arcane Keepers, who had visible anger and bloodlust in their eyes like they wanted to pounce onto the central stage and take the black horn. After seeing the disappointed look among the guests, Hayes smiled mysteriously and interrupted their thoughts. Many might be thinking this black horn isn't worth being the final item, but it isn't simply the horn of an abyssal demon. Instead, it is many times more valuable than a simple horn, as it is a key. The hall fell into stunned silence at Hayes's revelation. A key, murmured voices rippled through the crowd, confusion giving way to renewed curiosity on the stage. Hayes's enigmatic smile deepened. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is no ordinary horn. It is the key of secret dimension, rumored to unlock one of the forbidden realms within the abyssal dimensions. The weight of her words hung in the air. Forbidden realms? Even those unfamiliar with the depths of the abyssal dimensions could sense the gravity of such words. The regular guests sat frozen, trying to grasp the magnitude of this revelation. But in the VIP rooms, the tension skyrocketed, as, unlike others, they weren't clueless and had heard about it. Abyssal dimensions are unbelievably large and have countless hidden realms within them. But finding one isn't easy, as they are hidden within countless interdimensions and can only be found when knowing the exact space coordinates to anchor their travel. And the black horn here, surprisingly, is the coordinate or the key for finding such a realm. But the important thing here isn't the key, but that it's the key of the forbidden realm. Not every realm can be called the forbidden realm among the countless realms. Only 10 are known as the forbidden realm of Abyss. An attendant from the Hunter Alliance auction house discreetly approached Hayes, handing her a sealed scroll. She unfurled it with practiced grace, her expression becoming notably more serious as she spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify the importance of this item. Hayes continued, her voice steady yet tinged with excitement. The abyssal dimensions are vast, almost infinite in their complexity, with countless hidden realms and interdimensional pockets. Finding even a minor realm within the abyss is an achievement that could bring riches and power. But this key does not lead to an ordinary realm. It leads to a forbidden realm. At those words, the hall fell into stunned silence. In the VIP rooms, the reactions were far more intense. Impossible! A dignified woman in a VIP room muttered, her expression a mixture of disbelief and greed. Are they certain it's a forbidden realm key? Another voice asked, skepticism warring with desire. But Hayes continued, each forbidden realm is a place of unimaginable danger and equally unimaginable opportunity. Ancient legends speak of gods and countless strong beings who fell while exploring these realms. But those who survived emerged with power that defied reason and shocked the entire universe. There are countless tales of a weak old man who barely reached half god and was without hope of any improvement. But after coming out, he became a supreme genius and became an eternal god in a few 100,000 years. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall. Eternal gods were beings of legend, their names etched into the annals of history. Or some guy who received a major injury, cutting his future path, emerged fully healed and with better talent carved out a brand new path. The crowd was spellbound, their emotions ranging from awe to desperation. This wasn't just about wealth or anything else. It was about the possibility of rewriting one's destiny, no matter how bleak it seemed. Hayes gestured toward the black horn, her hand lingering around it. It is my grand luck, as I am honored to auction this legendary item that it is chance that can change anyone's destiny. So, without saying any more, let the final bidding start. But before that, I had to mention it because it is such a rare item, and by the request of the owner, the transaction will be done using divine stone, not life essence stone. The starting price is 100 divine stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 10 divine stones. The atmosphere in the auction house grew electric, an almost tangible tension crackling in the air. Hayes' declaration that the black horn would be auctioned in divine stones, rather than the more common life essence stones, left the regular guests bewildered. For the VIPs, however, this change in currency wasn't something unexpected. A single divine stone can be equal to 1,000,000 life essence stones, meaning 100 divine stones equal 100 million. But in fact, it is more. Nobody will change divine stones to life essence stones, as they are not of the same level. Gasps echoed across the hall. The price was staggering, enough to bankrupt even the wealthiest mortal clans. Yet, among the VIPs, there was only silence, a tense, expectant quiet as the weight of the Black Horn's potential loomed over them. Everyone was excited except the VIP from Arcane Keeper, who could not help but seem to be angry, filled with killing intent. Democrat Minnesota it. That F-kin, thieving bastard auctioned the horn. What should we do? Other forces will also notice this and will quickly know their connection. One of the guys cursed looking at the situation. They wanted to stop, but nothing could be done. They only had to brace for what came ahead. Send the message. What we were afraid of had happened and could not be hidden. Let's make our move as quickly as possible before others strike us. As he said that, they sent the message and waited silently in other VIP rooms. Others also have guessed and felt there might be a connection with Arcane Keepers. Lady Isra, from the strongest clan in the Zeta Galaxy, in the VIP room, also was a bit surprised, as she, coming from the True God clan, knows the true importance of the Black Horn. Those Arcane Keepers are something. Now it has become clear they have something to do with the Horn and Abyssal Demons. Indeed, they might have more, as who knows what kind of legacy or treasure they have found. Quickly send someone to the headquarters of Arcane Keepers and let them run away. The young guys beside her quickly said. She nodded and quickly ordered the old woman who was standing behind the two to disappear immediately. While she continued to bid for the Black Horn here, Hayes glanced around the hall, her gaze lingering on the VIP rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding begins now. Who will be the first to seize this extraordinary chance? A moment of silence stretched, thick with anticipation. Then, from one of the VIP rooms, a voice rang out confidently. 120 divine stones. The bid was met with murmurs of approval and shock. The floodgates had opened. 130 divine stones. 150. The bids climbed rapidly, the tension in the room rising with each shout. The regular guests could only watch in awe, their minds struggling to comprehend the sheer value being thrown into the auction in the VIP rooms. The real battle had only just begun. The price soared past 500 divine stones. The weaker contenders began to hesitate, leaving only the most powerful and determined individuals vying for the legendary life-changing chance. This Black Horn also wasn't just a treasure for individuals. If they were lucky and found some resource point in the Forbidden Dimension, then even the entire force might climb to higher heights and become a domineering power in the universe. Apollo sat quietly in his own VIP room, his gaze fixed on the Black Horn. He hadn't made a move yet, thinking about the Forbidden Realm, as he had read little about it. But that is still a little information. As the universe has countless mysteries and secrets, he cannot just learn about them in 2 years. Serena, do you know anything about Forbidden Realms? He asked her, as she is strong and has lived who knows how long and should know more about them. Not much. All 10 Forbidden Realms have their secrets, Serena said thoughtfully. But from what I remember, each Forbidden Realm is actually a world left behind by a transcended master. Someone who surpassed even the eternal gods at So. There are definitely treasures of unimaginable value within them. She paused for a moment, his expression contemplative, before continuing. From time to time, keys to these forbidden realms randomly appear across the universe. These keys grant access to those forbidden realms that I recall hearing that there's a similar key to a forbidden realm stored in the Sky Tower's treasure house. However, she added, thinking for a moment, the key in the Sky Tower doesn't appear to be related to the horn we've encountered here. That likely suggests they belong to different forbidden realms entirely. But don't worry, Lord. I will quickly ask back and gather information about this forbidden realm. Serena assured him that he nodded upon hearing this and felt it not to be a bad choice to buy this, as surprisingly Forbidden Realm was left by a transcendent powerhouse. The bidding goes on, but now it seems fierce competitiveness remains between only VIP 1 room Lady Isra and a mysterious guy in VIP room 14, who made his first bid at the last moment like he was waiting for the last item, the black horn. The bidding war between Lady Isra in VIP room 1 and a mysterious figure in VIP room 14 grew more intense, their offers escalating in leaps and bounds. Lady Isra, known for her vast wealth and influence across multiple star systems, seemed unwilling to let the black horn slip from her grasp. Meanwhile, the mysterious bidder from VIP room 14 remained calm, not caring about divine stones. 800 divine stones. Lady Isra's voice echoed with unwavering determination. Her aura seeped through the protective barriers of her room. 900. Came the counter from VIP room 14, his tone calm but firm. The authority in his voice sent shivers down the spines of those listening. The tension was palpable, the room charged with the energies of ambition and greed. The rest of the VIPs had long fallen silent, realizing they couldn't compete with the sheer financial might of these two juggernauts out on the stage. Hayes' excitement was clearly visible, her smile widening with each new bid. 900 divine stones from VIP room 14. Any further bids? Lady Isra's voice rang out, cold and cutting. 1,000 divine stones. Gasps filled the hall. 1,000 divine stones, an amount that most void gods wouldn't earn in 100,000 years. Yet neither Lady Isra nor the man in VIP room 14 showed any sign of faltering. Finally, the voice from VIP room 14 broke the silence once more. 1,200 divine stones. The hall fell into stunned silence. Even Lady Isra hesitated, her expression darkening. She clenched her fists, debating whether to go higher. But at such a time, the young guy beside her said something silently that seemed to calm her down, and she stopped bidding. Seeing the silence, everyone thought that the auction was coming to an end, but at such a time, Serena's voice echoed in the entire hall. 1,500 divine stones, making the silenced guests feel shocked as they didn't expect there was another person who had such resources. The sudden bid from VIP room 7. Serena's clear and confident voice sent a wave of shock rippling through the auction hall. Gasps and murmurs erupted once more as everyone turned their attention to the previously quiet room. 1,500 divine stones from VIP room 7. Hayes exclaimed, her excitement barely contained. The hall's atmosphere turned electric as a new player entered the fray, completely overturning expectations. All eyes quickly shifted to VIP room 14. The mysterious bidder had been dominating the auction with a steady resolve and deep pockets. A long silence followed, and tension increased with each passing second. Finally, a low chuckle echoed from VIP room 14, calm yet filled with an unspoken intensity. 2,100 divine stones. 2,500. Immediately, Serena beside Apollo raised the bid. 3,000. 3,500. 4,000. The bidding battle between the two giants became intense as they didn't hesitate to bid one after another to raise the price. IT quickly surpassed 4,000 and didn't show any sign of stopping. Finally, from Apollo's room, Serena's cold and calm voice echoed that it seemed to finally end this competition. 5,000 divine stones. In VIP room 14, the silence stretched unervingly long. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move, but no voice came. Hayes' gaze darted nervously toward VIP room 14 as she began counting down. 5,000 divine stones from VIP room 7, going once, going twice. Sold, she finally declared, her voice ringing with finality. To VIP room 7 for 5,000 divine stones. Congratulations to the bidder. The black horn was now Apollo's in multiple corners of the hall, hidden behind layers of veils and shadows. Numerous pairs of cold, calculating eyes fixed on VIP room 7. As the murmurs of speculation and disbelief spread like wildfire, Apollo sat quietly, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. Serena turned to him, her expression composed but faintly triumphant. But she felt something, her eyebrows furrowed. Lord, I already sensed a large number of people have already surrounded the auction house. Oh, how strong are they? Apollo asked with interest, as he wasn't afraid. Most of them were half-gods, but there were also 5 void gods, Serena said calmly. Not taking the group seriously, Apollo's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he leaned back in his chair, appearing entirely unbothered by the situation. His calm demeanor was entirely different from the tension that seemed to hang in the air like a storm cloud. 5 void gods, he mused, his tone filled with curiosity. It seems this black horn has stirred quite the commotion. Serena's expression remained composed, but her sharp gaze flickered with a dangerous light. Don't worry, Lord, if those bugs dare to attack, I will make sure that every single one of them won't leave this place alive. Apollo chuckled softly. I suppose it's only natural. The allure of a forbidden realm key would tempt even the most disciplined. Still, 5 void gods. He tapped his fingers against the armrest, the rhythmic sound echoing faintly in the luxurious VIP room. It seems like a good warm-up. Serena glanced at him, her confidence unwavering. Shall I handle them, my lord? He shook his head, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. No need, let's see how bold they are that if they attack. I'll consider a chance to stretch my legs. Besides, he added, his tone turning cold, I wanted to see how good void gods truly are. Serena nodded, her respect for Apollo deepening. As you wish, Lord Apollo. Good, he said, rising from his seat. Let's complete the transaction, that I'm curious to examine this horn up close. As Apollo and Serena waited for their item to arrive at their place, the atmosphere in the auction house shifted. Whispers about them, many eyes lingering with envy, curiosity, and hidden malice. The black horn had drawn every kind of attention imaginable, and the air was thick with tension. Who is in VIP room 7? One voice murmured, laced with disbelief. Whoever they are, they must be backed by a terrifying PowerPoint 5,000 divine stones. That's not a sum any ordinary person could throw around. Despite the tension outside, Apollo sat calmly in his chair, exuding an air of detached confidence. Just then, a knock echoed on the door of their VIP room. Hayes herself entered, carrying the sword fragment and black horn on a velvet tray. Both artifacts radiated a faint, oppressive aura, and their mysterious energies shook even though the room's layered enchantments. Your item, my lords, Hayes said seductively, looking at Apollo, bowing low, showing her magnificent twin peaks as she placed the tray before him. Apollo didn't care about her small tricks. Instead, his eyes gleamed with interest as he reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the broken sword. Instantly, he felt a surge of ancient power, wild and ferocious. An aura he couldn't yet comprehend that he wanted to look at both carefully, but he knew it wasn't the right time or place to do it. Let's go, Apollo said. Serena quickly took out the life essence stones and divine stones, paid the auction bids, and after calmly putting the 2 items away, they left the VIP room to make their way outside. The 2 then stepped out of the VIP room, their presence instantly drawing the attention of those still lingering in the auction house. Conversations ceased as eyes turned toward them, some filled with envy, others with barely concealed greed. Yet no one dared to move or speak openly. The oppressive aura that now cloaked the surrounding area had put everyone on edge. Apollo and Serena didn't try to hide or run away. They calmly walked straight in front of everyone. As they exited the grand hall and made their way outside, the atmosphere grew even more foreboding. The streets, usually bustling with life and activity, were eerily emptied. It was as if the city itself had sensed the brewing storm and recoiled in fear. Even the air seemed heavier, charged with an ominous sense of dread. Apollo glanced around, his expression unreadable. The absence of bystanders only confirmed his suspicions. They've cleared the area, he remarked, his tone almost amused. How thoughtful of them. A faint ripple of energy coursed through the surroundings, subtle but unmistakable. They were being watched, and the watchers were preparing to act. The oppressive aura grew more intense with each passing moment, as if the predators circling them were readying to pounce. Not only that, but almost all the VIPs and guests who had come to the auction were now keeping their distance, hiding in the shadows as they waited to see how the situation would unfold. Everyone was anticipating the inevitable chaos, hoping for an opportunity to claim the treasure for themselves. However, no one dared to be the first to make a move. The tension was intense, and the entire place was shrouded in an eerie silence, with speculation on what would happen next. But finally, among the VIPs, someone could not wait anymore and made his move. Oh, finally. Apollo smiled as he felt movement, and a group of people appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, they were not human. Although they had humanoid shapes, their skin was a pale shade of blue, emitting a faint, otherworldly glow. Leading the group was a young man who shared their features, but carried an air of elegance and mystery that set him apart. Human, surrender immediately and hand over the key, the young man demanded, his voice sharp and commanding. Apollo and the others instantly recognized him as the occupant of VIP Room 14, the same voice they had heard earlier during the auction. His tone left no room for negotiation, exuding both confidence and an underlying threat. Quite the confidence you have. Then let's see what you can do, Apollo replied calmly, stopping Selena from directly crushing them. The young man's eyes narrowed. His calm expression changed for a brief moment. You're courting death, he spat. The air crackled with tension as the group prepared to strike, but Apollo remained unfazed. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding. I was wondering when someone would finally step up, but it's been far too quiet. The young man sneered. You'll regret this arrogance. Human, kill him. The group surged forward, their movements a blur as their glowing forms became streaks of blue light. Serena's aura flared up instinctively. But Apollo raised a hand, his calm voice cutting through the chaos. Let them come, he said, his tone almost playful. I want to see what they've got. The group that attacked first were half-gods, 20 half-gods, seemed to form a formation and attacked him directly with full force. Their aura seems to have combined and become extremely strong as it seems to reach close to the void gods. Apollo remained standing, and their combined attack in the form of an energy beam came towards him, which he lifted his hands, and like swatting some fly. He moved his hand, clapped, deflected the powerful energy beam, which exploded after some distance, creating a massive explosion. Boom! The massive explosion illuminated the surroundings, its shockwave rippling out and causing the very ground to tremble. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring vision for a moment. When the dust settled, Apollo stood in the same spot, completely unscathed, his hand, which had casually swatted away the combined attack, lowered as if nothing had happened. His expression remained calm, even bored. The group of half-gods, who had pooled their strength into that attack, froze in disbelief. Their carefully coordinated formation, which could rival a void god in power, had been rendered useless with a single, dismissive motion. The young leader of the blue-skinned group scowled. His earlier confidence seemed shaken a bit, as even he himself, being one of the strongest half-gods of his clan, could not do this. How is this possible? One of the attackers muttered, their glowing forms flickering with uncertainty. Apollo finally moved, taking a slow step forward. Each step he took seemed to weigh on the attackers like a mountain pressing down. The overwhelming pressure of his presence alone was enough to make some of the weaker half-gods falter, their knees trembling. That was your best shot. Apollo's voice was calm, but carried a mocking edge. Pathetic. The young man from VIP Room 14 growled, his aura flaring as he shouted, Fools, don't be afraid. TCH, Uncle 7th. It looks like you have to take action. Seeing that the group wasn't doing well, he quickly asked the middle-aged, blue-skinned man standing beside him. The moment he said that, the aura of the 7th uncle seemed to slowly climb up, and even the people hiding and watching from afar felt a terrifying breath changing their expression. Finally, Void God is making his move. Although they were surprised to see Apollo's strength in taking an attack from 20 half-gods, they didn't think much as they knew void gods were the real deal that would decide the outcome. The moment the middle-aged, blue-skinned man, referred to as Uncle 7th, began to move, the atmosphere shifted drastically. His aura surged, an oppressive wave of energy rolling out in all directions. Finally, Apollo murmured, his smirk deepening. He stood still, his body radiating an aura of absolute confidence. He looked almost amused, as if welcoming the challenge. The void god's aura continued to rise, and the space around him distorted, crackling under the sheer pressure. The spectators, both near and far, were awestruck. Void gods were beings who had transcended mortal limits, and their power was undeniable. Human, the void god spoke, his voice resonating with an otherworldly authority. You're talented, but this ends here. Hand over the horn, and I might consider sparing your life. Apollo chuckled softly, his voice dripping with mockery. Sparing my life? That's cute. Let's see if you can even scratch me. The void god's eyes narrowed, his aura coalescing into a visible, shimmering field around him. He raised a hand, and a massive, translucent blue spear of energy formed in the air. Its tip radiated a deadly brilliance, and the sheer pressure it exuded made the weaker beings watching from afar buckle to their knees. Without hesitation, the void god hurled the spear at Apollo. The weapon tore through the air with a deafening roar, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The space cracked and splintered under its sheer force, and the entire place within a few miles felt dark as it approached. Apollo didn't move until the spear was mere moments away. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he punched with all his strength. Time seemed to slow down as a small fist and a massive spear collided. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion happened that seemed to have torn the space and created a small space storm that seemed to want to swallow everything in its path. The explosion that followed shook the station, a shockwave radiating outward and forcing everyone nearby to brace themselves. When the light faded, Apollo was still standing, completely unharmed. The spear had been shattered into countless motes of light, which slowly dissipated into the air. "Is that all?" Apollo asked, his tone mocking the tea. "Even after taking an attack from the void god. Seems all right, like it wasn't worth something." The crowd watching from the shadows gasped audibly, their faces painted with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Whispers broke out among them like ripples in a pond, each hushed voice trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Did he just deflect a void god's attack effortlessly? One onlooker muttered, their voice trembling with incredulity. "Impossible," another whispered, their eyes wide. "Even among void gods, that level of power shouldn't be this easily countered by someone so young and clearly having a half-god realm aura." In one of the hidden corners, Lady Isra and a young figure narrowed their eyes, their composure cracking. Who is this human? What kind of monster hides beneath that calm demeanor?
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.